Sup? It's the 6th day of EML. We're back in the studio. We have another play day ahead of us. We're already past the halfway mark of our group stage, and it's been flying by. The opportunity for our teams to get the points on the board is starting to run out. My name is Anne. I'll be your host for today. My analysts haven't moved yet, but they are all Fama and fresh. Guys, can you believe we've been past the halfway mark of the group stage already?
Yeah. Sorry, we were just doing the Esports gamer post. Like it was a media day that just...
Yeah.
You can see I'm still used to it. I have it in me. I can, remember all of these media days spent just to get first rounded in events. Anyway, it flies by just like an event if you played on Lustrian Giants. It was an amazing season so far. We've seen some great upsets, and I'm super excited about today.
Yeah, I mean, so am I. Obviously, as per usual, we highlight the top 2 players from yesterday. Before we go into today's playlist, so let's put them on the board. We once again see Joom and we see Doki. Yep. How can we not expect players from G2 and Secret to be?
Absolutely. Both teams very, very dominant yesterday. Joom, it feels like he's a stalwart of our highlights from yesterday in the second position. The one I want to talk about realistically is Doki. I think for G2, there's been a lot of other players in terms of G2 that have stepped up. Stompin stepped up, Loira stepped up, Blaza stepped up. It was Doki's turn yesterday. 3 huge clutches to help his team significantly.
We just saw the first one. We're going to see the second one. 2 1v1s that he wins to bring G2 over the board here. By the way, it should have been a 2-4 lead. Or it should have been a 4-2 lead here for Gen G, and it was a 4-2 lead for G2 because of these 2 clutches. And then Evan here, Evan in attack, playing with the Clash Shield, with the ITA shotgun, the Mira shotgun, playing it very well. You can see him getting hyped. He was the main reason.
So hyped.
Yeah, he was feeling it. You could see him. He was laser focused yesterday. It was amazing to see him like this. And from time to time, there's always that Doki game. Well, it was that Doki game of the season.
Yeah, exactly. I wonder if there's resemblances in the top 2 from yesterday and the top 3 as of a whole over the stage as well, because we always highlight those players as well. We see Joom once again. Freck also doesn't really seem to leave this graphic now, does he?
There's Joom again. He's not leaving.
No, and he deserves it. He's been playing amazing with Secret so far. Once again, a great bounce back from Reload. But Freck, what the Freck is going on? 66 kills, 130 EPS, 10 entries, so he even improved his entry score. But what happened yesterday?
His team lost.
Once again. So he's the only one that has a positive EPS score. He keeps winning, he keeps improving all of this, but he keeps losing.
Yeah. Would you take being the best rated player in a losing team or the worst rated player? You was often the worst rated player in a winning team, Leo.
Well, the latter one. At least I know what I'm getting into,
Fair enough.
All right, before we catch any more strays, let's put up the number 1 player as well, the best rated player from the stage so far. Is it a surprise that is Pasha?
Not a surprise. I mean, the guy dropped 21 kills in the BO1, and then he dropped another double digits yesterday, and an amazing interview as well. He can do it all.
He was very humble inside that interview, and the one that the stat that we want to point out, 62 kills that was over 5 play days. That is just utterly ridiculous, that consistency.
Yeah, I liked how he put it, if I do my 20% and everyone does that, we get 100% in total.
I think he's doing about his 80% with those stats, I'll be honest. And Shepard just, he's on the beach just chilling out.
Yeah, it looks really good. I mean, we can look how this converts into the standings as well for our teams in the league. What the league board is looking like. Virtus for themselves, they don't find them yet in the top 2, but someone's got to make sure we push either Secret or Falcons out of the top 2 because they keep on standing there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've said this quite often now. We feel like we've got an established top 4 that are our top 4 favourites to make it all the way through in the playoffs and take those spots that everybody is competing for. 5th and 6th is kind of settled now in Matchgo BDS, where they're showing inconsistencies. They're winning, they're losing, and then Fnatic, Wild, Wolves, Gen G down the bottom in the bottom 4 places. They're the teams that really, to me, look like they're struggling, but also statistically they're struggling as well. A lot of these teams have a below 50% win rate in both attack and defense.
Yeah, let's look at our schedule for today as well, because we do have our playday on Tuesday today, obviously with next week in our mind as well. We have the Super Week. It feels like we're really speeding through the second half of the group stage here. Today is a really big day for these teams to get points.
Yeah, it's very decisive. Some of these teams, Fnatic, Matchco, for example, trying to get into playoffs. G2 VP are facing both, both of these teams are in top 4 right now. They want to make sure they steal points from a direct contender at the top 2 slots. So it happens today to get confident and enter the Super Week next week with loads of confidence and points.
I've got a wild prediction coming in today.
Oh.
There's going to be 3 overtimes. I've been predicting upsets in previous play days. I think there's going to be 3 overtimes today. A lot of close games in there for me.
You'll think about which ones those are. We'll ask you about that later. You enjoyed your time on the couch yesterday when we were at the Telestrator just chilling, right?
Yes, I loved it.
You can sit down on the couches again, and it'll be Leo and me on the Telestrator here because we've had a lot of siege internationally, not just in this region as well. And we figured that, given that we're over the halfway point of of our league, it'd be fun to talk about some fun facts, some things that we have been spotting and noticing in our league.
Yeah. Some really interesting stuff worldwide right now in this season. The first thing is, what's the easiest bomb site to attack right now in the competitive map pool? And that's going to be on Chalet, and it's going to be bar games. Plenty of way to do it. You can do it obviously by clearing library, you can do direct takes, and it's also one of the easiest maps to attack right now. One of the only two actually maps in the meta that are attacker sided. Now, if you move on to the hardest bomb site to attack, no wonder it's going to be on Skyscraper, one of the hardest maps to attack, and it's going to be the Expo bomb site. And that for me was a little bit surprising. I expected Karaoke. Karaoke is always the one that everybody picks. Well, maybe you should rethink that pick in ranked, because it's the second one actually that is the best one.
Did G2 maybe contribute to that with the 3 heartbreach bands on that?
Yeah, maybe the new best system is helping it, because 38% win rate is actually terrible.
Yeah, it is. It is worldwide stats as well, right?
Yeah, worldwide stats. That's why you see plus 50 rounds of Chalet being played and almost 30 here on Skyscraper.
Bringing it back to EU though, we want to have we've obviously had a map stat, we want to have a team stat as well.
Team stat, Virtus Pro right now, they've planted in almost half of their attack, 48%. Now that is completely insane, and that puts them best in Europe, but also second worldwide, with Lao just stopping them by 2%, actually at 50%. So it means that it's actually crazy. I don't know if you realize, but planting in half of your attacker rounds, it's completely insane. It's really hard to do. And it goes to show that VP, their traditional methodical playstyle, although they're getting more aggressive, it's still there. It's still very much objective oriented.
Yeah, I feel like we always talk about it being such a weak win condition, planting, but obviously the process that go before a plant don't always get talked about here on the broadcast, I feel like. So obviously a big plus for Virtus Pro. We can zoom it down a little bit further on one specific player of Virtus Pro as well.
One specific player with a crazy story, and that's going to be VP again, and that's going to be up to Pasha. Pasha is the top fragger worldwide. Now, why is that crazy? Well, every other leagues, they've already went through their 6 playdays. He's got only 5 playdays, and he's still the one with the best KD, plus 34 in 5 playdays. That is completely insane. Despite having 1 less playdays than everyone else, he's still the top fragger in the world, and that just goes to show how much talent we have here in this region.
Yeah, that's really good to see. Obviously, great stats for himself here, and his 6th playday will start very soon, because obviously our first game of the day will be Virtus Pro and G2 going up against each other. And this one goes back into history for a very long time. Obviously, you know, the roster of the current Virtus Pro playing against G2 as an organization, the first time. Goes back a few years, doesn't it?
I was still playing.
You were still relevant.
At least you said I was relevant one time.
You was relevant back in the day. And of course, Empire there, this is the Empire core. Shepard, as obviously you'll see him play today. There's
Still
no more
Smoke.
Yeah, still playing Smoke. There's no more G2 players that are still playing from back in those times, of course. That's your Pengus, your Kantos, your Fabians of the world. But the organization has a long storied history against Virtus Pro and what was Empire before Virtus Pro, of course.
No, that team, honestly, at this time, playing them on Consulate, on that one they lost, but I remember playing them in Pro League, one of their first matches. We took them to Consulate, we got destroyed 7-1. These guys were so good. And then almost in the same year, that was the 6th Invitational against G2. And I don't know if you guys remember, we went all the way to 22 rounds of Siege, with G2 taking it 12-10. That was such a crazy moment. And if I remember well, the longest ever BO1, or I guess match that we've seen. Yeah. Our map that we've seen in ever.
It was our first. It was our first introduction to unlimited overtime at that event. G2 obviously got it over the line. It was crazy because they ran out of strats. Both teams ran out of strats in the history between these two teams. And I remember it was Kix and Terror that cast that, and they said, "Never again. I never want to cast again that long ever again."
No, I understand that. I mean, it's such a big thing to have to go through as a player as well as a commentator, even as a viewer. Like, you're okay, well, when is this about to end? I mean, we got some time, but we don't have all day. Obviously, you predict some overtimes. It would be really good to have a limited overtime for this best of one, but I fear that's not going to be in the cards for us today. You've already talked about the rosters of these two organizations changing a little bit. The one that's changed the least has to be Virtus Pro.
Yeah, the core of this team has been together for a very long time, Jack. And they've proven that they can, I guess, raise to the level that we expect from them. We were awaiting, because we didn't get to see them at Reload, what was going to be the shape of this roster. And so far, they have absolutely delivered. Despite a very, very, very close game against Fnatic, these guys, they've looked amazing so far.
Yeah, they really have. They've looked dominant, even on maps that aren't traditional Virtus Pro maps in terms of the style of Siege. We saw them yesterday on Border absolutely just obliterate. And Pasha said about it, he said, we're trying to get more aggressive. We're trying to be that team that isn't necessarily in the fibre of our being while still maintaining our identity, and they're doing it so well.
They are, yeah, and obviously we have to talk about their opponents as well. I mean, G2, Doki said it himself yesterday in the interview, having had Gen G for dinner was pretty good for them, but this roster really has gone through some changes since those iconic matchups back in the days.
Yeah, those CPS scores show it. 4 of them are positives. Stompin, a huge pickup for the team. Always so consistent, playing on Uno's role, by the way, and still one of the top fraggers on the team. You've got to praise this lineup, finally raising to the success that we expect from them. Now is the day where they finally get tested. They've played against Secret, they've beaten them. Now is the moment where they play against a really good, methodical and union team that has strong team cohesion.
It's a huge test just from a playstyle, I think, because whenever you play against Virtus Pro, you've got to be better in terms of individual talent and your teamwork. Now, we don't necessarily always praise G2's teamwork. I think they get through on their individual talent a lot in terms of clutches and late round scenarios. So even though G2 are very much in this game, this is very much a 50-50 game, I think it's actually G2 that need to raise their level to win this one.
Yeah, and the most recent player change on the side of G2 as well. I mean, we're seeing him on our screen right now, Stompin. His career has only really started with the beginning of the stage, but we already took that trip down memory lane, right, with Joystick having played those matches very much back in the days, a few years ago. When he debuted in 2017, Stompin was like 10 years old. I think he was back in elementary school, I assume, at that point.
I mean, yeah. I mean, Joystick started 7. Yeah.
Oh.
Wow. Okay. That's
a 10-year-old Stompin.
So imagine when Joystick starts his career debut as an esports player. That's what Stompin is looking like. I mean, he probably doesn't even know how to fire up a console at this point. That's insane.
That's a question. I wonder when Stompin actually started playing this game. Because like you say, Joystick had a professional career. Stompin was 10 years old. Was Stompin playing back on the controller back in those days?
I don't know, but what we can compare is the career length, which is absolutely crazy. Joystick almost has been playing for 3,000 days. That's insane. He's been there for 8 years. Stompin, well, he started only a few months ago. Now it's the game between inexperience and experience.
And it's so hard to say who's going to win this one, isn't it? It's so close. And as well, you know, there's obviously new ways of playing. There's new operators. This game evolves all the time. New operators, new bans, new maps, new everything. And sometimes you've got to respect your elders, but sometimes you've got to put them in the dirt. And that's exactly what Stompin's going to be looking to do.
Yeah, we're seeing it in many sports, right? You know, when new drivers or new players come in and their idols are still in that same sport, still participating. It must be crazy for a player like Stompin to have to go up to the people that he was watching when he probably was 10 years old, maybe older, watching his first games of Siege Pro League, really getting into these games. These were the players that he was watching back then. That is absolutely crazy to me. But when we talk about maps as well, or map in this case for the best of one, we did a little bit of a betting game. We thought it was going to be Chalet, but it isn't.
Well, it almost was Chalet. It was the last G2 ban.
Virtus Pro ban with consistency. It's the same 4 bans, more or less. Nighthaven, Consulate, Skyscraper, Lair. Generally, the newer maps into our map pool. And there's a usual line of thinking that you will never take Virtus Pro to Cafe or to Bank. So we very often see Clubhouse, Border or Chalet as the 3 maps that are played exclusively by Virtus Pro. Now, what I love about this is G2 have taken them to Bank. You want to see the 2 of the best teams in the league on both of one of their favorite maps. It should set it up for an absolute barn burner, Leo.
And why is it that it's a great map for G2? Because at Reload, they played against an amazing Dark Zero who's dominating NAL right now on that map, and they won. They won 8-6. I don't know if you remember, G2 were in scrambles at Reload, but they came alive on that really last game,
they did,
and that was against DZ, and they beat them 8-6 on that map. I think they're feeling confident, and that was before they even had that Stompin.
It's really, that confident is a huge word, because even yesterday they G2 banned to just allow whoever they wanted. They let Gen G onto Gen G's best map. They're now letting Virtus Pro onto one of Virtus Pro's best maps. It's almost like we back ourselves that much, we don't really care what you're doing as an opponent.
Play the drums, Duck.
Play the drums.
Get locked in.
That's the confidence, I guess, that we're talking about. You know, just chilling, just a little drum session, I guess, going into this game. It's obviously what we love to see. I'm really curious how that map is going to play out.
Really going for it.
I need to know, if he wins, I need to know in that interview what was he listening to in that pregame ritual.
Oh,
it needs to be your ranked playlist.
I'm trying to read what he's typing. I'm waiting for this message to come up in chat because we can see the lobby on our second screen here.
We talk about pregame rituals.
He was definitely typing.
Obviously, but the game is almost ready. So one more thing that we have in our pregame ritual is to bring our casters in. We're joined by Dez and Ace. Guys, it's good to have you back on the broadcast with us. Do you remember that matchup as well? Like all the way back in the day, the 12-10 for G2?
Nah, my memory lasts about 3 days, as Jack learned earlier on today. However, you were speaking about this whole bank thing. Really interesting. G2's second highest win rate in 2025 map-wise. I think they got someone cooking here. They're ready to bring VP down on it.
I was there for that match, Jan. 2019 in the crowd in Montreal. Yeah, it was a hell of a day, a hell of a match. It was. I think today's going to be just as good.
Yeah, I want to row from just you as well, but also from the casters. Who do you think is going to win this matchup? Obviously, in regard to the top two as well for the playoffs.
I think VP is looking like the more mature team compared to G2. I think G2 has relied a lot on their individuals. I think VP has looked the most composed over all the matches. It's a B1 after all, but yeah, I would say VP so far.
I'm going to say G2 just to disagree with Leo mainly, but also because I think G2 are maybe the more dynamic team. G2 are a little bit more unpredictable. And like Des said, I'm agreeing with Des, so I hate this one, but I do think that G2 have got something cooking by going to bank because they can pick any map they want.
All right. Okay, we heard from you two. Now I'd like to hear from you guys as well, obviously, and then the game is ready, so please take it away for us.
Thank you very much, Anne. Yeah, thoughts on... I want to hear from you first on this one, Tim. Not so I can disagree with you, I promise, but who are you backing in this one?
It's, I think, the toughest one that we have had to predict so far in the entirety of EML. I really don't know. So Virtus Pro, I look at them and I think they are super stable, super consistent. We know what we're going to get. And I think G2 on their worst performances will not beat Virtus Pro today, but G2 on their best performances will shred Virtus Pro today. For me, it all depends which G2 turn up, and that comes down to the individuals, which Doki, which Stomper, which Lawyer. That is what is going to determine this matchup. Not maps, not operators. It's going to be down to those individuals and what they show up.
You know what, Tim? There are so many university students out there that could take real inspiration from what you've just done, because you've just did a whole lot of nothing in the space of about 60 seconds there. That is prime thesis material on how to make a Rainbow Six prediction.
Nah, that's
Give me the straight
accurate.
answer.
You'll see.
G2 or Virtus Pro? Give me one or the other.
Virtus Pro.
Thank you. I was going to say G2, not because I'm trying to disagree with you, I promise. Virtus Pro for me are that very consistent team at like the 80% level. They're extremely good. Probably the best team that we've got right now. G2 on their day, I think, could exceed that 80% mark. However, all these pieces have to come together. So I'm going to lean towards G2 because I think it's that kind of day. I don't think you go to bank against this team if you don't have a plan in mind and you're really feeling it. I think they're going to have their number today.
That's the big thing. Anybody backing G2 is backing them to have their day. And I feel like they had a day yesterday, Des. Doki came out big. We had his clutches. It all went right for them. Is that going to carry through? Is that momentum going to be there? Or were Virtus Pro sat there watching that, rubbing their hands, thinking, you're going to have to do this again. You're going to have to go back to back on this form if you want to beat us. And I just feel like Virtus Pro are maybe that team to just grind them down. We know Virtus Pro will get that kind of result. You know, just frustrate you, just grind you down. And every kill you get, they'll trade it out. That was something Virtus Pro did yesterday. I was watching them and they were on board and they would just a nightmare. Joystick was just baiting people in so that Dan could kill them. So there was just always a team play, always a duo, always some great counterplay. And I think Virtus Pro are going to bring more of that today.
It's going to be really interesting looking at the bans too. The Deimos, I think many would expect to see coming in here. Dan's picked up a few times, taken away from him. The Monty, the interesting one, because there's the guys from Art over on the desk who've seen quite an aggressive Virtus Pro, and a lot of that has come from always running around on the Fuse. And you might look at Fuse and think, wow, well, the gadget is perfect. It's not really the gadget you're using it for, to be honest. It's the fact that it's a shield. Yes, the gadget has its uses. Hard breach charges also really help because it does free them up to say, okay, then, our other three operators that aren't the Hibana, we can play pretty much anything on. Speaking of, here's Dan to start things off. We're speaking about him playing the Deimos just as lethal on any other operator and playing the old reliable IQ. Still, it's going to be Doki finding a C4 from below to get rid of Joystick. Sledge offline.
I think regardless of who comes out on top here, we're going to see a lot of Siege in this first match. You know, maybe overtime, maybe not, but I think those opening kills have just shown us exactly what to expect. So, yeah, VP coming big. Yep, G2 have got an answer, and I think it's just going to be an absolute slugfest, just back and forward. And at the minute, Virtus Pro just a little bit slow about getting in the building. We're at the minute-and-a-half mark and not really established yet. Haven't forced Alamo to move.
He knows that Always is in here, so he'll have to drop away pretty quickly. And sure enough, Alamar's not going to take his chances and going for a 1v1. Drops away nice and safely. Happy that we've seen 1 minute and 45 of the round pass us by. This feels like a good point for G2 to then fall back and start playing behind the utility, but getting rid of Doki, that's not so great. Always making the fuse look just as lethal as any other operator there, despite only having the pistol.
Just good intel. It just goes to show you know, what fundamentals will do for you. That's why we go on and on about the basics, why we go on and on about the drone game and how many they've got left and what they're working with. Right now, 3 standard drones and obviously the Twitch drone as well, but still, I would say Virtus.pro a little bit starved of intel now in this last 40 seconds. They've got to hope that they've done enough work already.
There we go, trying to get rid of all that gadgetry inside of sites. Any goo mines down, any remaining, of course, the canisters probably taken out. But now the smokes start coming through. Tim and Laura's still got 2 in back pocket. They can score this all the way out. Virtus are going to have to go deep, but they found the kills they need to. It don't matter about this hole a bit deeper back. Alamal's all by himself, flashed out there. And Virtus.pro, once again, the oppressive force that cannot be stopped.
Great kill onto Lyra there. Open things up for Virtus.pro. As soon as that smoke goes, you're absolutely right. They can just completely burn out the rest of that round with those smoke canisters. And Virtus.pro knew that. They had a plan. They took down Lyra and they get themselves the first round. I think there was good spells from both of them in there. But G2 have picked Bank into Virtus.pro, who love Bank. They have to show us more, Des. I don't want to be too critical. It was round 1. There is work to be done yet, of course, but they need to start doing it quickly because I'll tell you now, if Virtus.pro go into the second half of this, 4-2, 5-1 up, going on to the defense, it's done.
Very interesting that you mentioned that, Tim. I was looking back at the last game where Virtus.pro, well, as a team, dared challenge Virtus.pro on this map. It was FaZe, who I think, as we all know, are also quite hot prospects themselves on Bank. It was a win to Virtus.pro in the end, 7-5. They won 3 of their attacks. The first 3 they won in a row. First round actually started out flawless as well. So back then, as we would have said for FaZe, we'll give G2 that time to warm into it. But Virtus.pro have come here and they are not mucking about in that first round. What sort of had me a little bit was that there was a lot of stall ability for G2. I remarked on those extra 2 smokes left. And when you came around to Alamal being the last player left alive, there wasn't anyone pushing down main stairs. There wasn't anyone really looking to challenge the players that were dug a bit deeper. They got a little bit aggressive there in trying to stop Virtus.pro and paid the price, dying to hatch players and those that were also stood on the server door. So in a way, I think it was partly G2 trying to snap back before Virtus.pro could really pull off the execute, which surprised me. They had 2 smokes still in back pocket. So maybe a slight overreaction by G2, who knows, but that's how it looks at least from this perspective. All that matters is that Virtus.pro came away with the round.
G2 could really do with getting the opening kill this round, I think. Virtus.pro were able to take it.
They could do it every round, Tim.
It's always the case, but I just think here it gets them on that front foot quickly. Like I said, you know, you've just said it there. World champion Space at 3-3 couldn't come back and beat Virtus.pro. They were able to get it done with 3 attacks. If they get 4 or 5, forget about it. And so G2 need to get started as soon as possible on defense. And that starts with a nice opening kill. Give yourself the advantage. Look at this work Virtus.pro are doing already on Janitor.
That was really interesting from Blaz. I think he was trying to freeze off the Selmas as they came through too, so that it would outlast the smoke. Then they'd step out, take off those Selmas, and then everything would be absolutely fine. But no, very much paid the price for it. And Tim, it does feel like a rare map where we haven't seen the Hibana and Ace band pairing come on through here. It does mean, of course, that that white corridor is not super safe to play in. And as you can imagine, Shepard, the watchful eye, watching down that white corridor is really going to restrict the movement of these G2 players.
They're just waiting for the moment here now with Virtus.pro. I think they feel pretty confident. That's big from Doki there, just getting in, getting that bandit battery on, taking that risk that he's not going to be picked up on a skinny angle from that rappel as he moves under the breach. So that breach could have maybe done with being a little bit lower at Virtus.pro, giving G2 a bit of an opportunity. 1 minute left to go, but look at this. The plant is going down. Always is going to stick it. You know the pros don't fake.
Got all the way through and 2 quick kills off the back of it. Laura getting at least 1 back. I think he was desperate to get underneath there, Tim, but he was a bit too late to react. And my God, have they paid the price. Pasha, top-rated player for this team over the last month, is cleaning up in this round. And in this game, really, a kill for Always and a kill for Joystick. Virtus.pro, it just feels like you're playing against a Terminator team. They've got everything considered.
G2 certainly getting terminated at the minute. 2-0 down in quick fashion. And we're seeing again from Virtus Pro getting in there, getting that diffuser down. It was something that the desk picked up on. I think it was a 48% plant rate for them. Only outdone by Loud over in SAL, who've got 50%. So far, 2 rounds, 1 plant. They are continuing that trend. Virtus Pro, it's been a trait of this team for a long time, and it's why we talk about Shepard in that bracket of best ever support players. He does so much work, and his team do it. I know it was always that planted that time, but the team do so much work and always have to play the objective, not to go in there and just look for kills, to create space, to clear utility, and to get a plant down. And that's what we saw them do fantastically well in that last round. I always talk about Janitor on that top floor hold. That's where teams want to stop you planting from. That's where the mirror window goes. That's where a Warden will play. That's where they stack their killer utility. And Virtus Pro just took it away from them quite easily.
All right, we're going to try the downstairs once again here, Tim, with a couple of changes coming out. It's not just a smoke this time. You've also got Stompin, as you can see, stepping across onto bringing along the Chanka. Now, we spoke about Chanka a lot on this side because sometimes we've seen teams be very, very sly and ban away a smoke on this map, and it has forced teams towards playing the Chanka. And sometimes, I think about old school BDS here, of course, now Team Falcons. I remember a few times when Brede on this map would instead run the Chanka instead of the smoke. And time again, we'd see teams just largely ignore the Chanka because the spread of the fire wasn't actually that large. Like, yeah, maybe it blocked to the full plant spot. It's like, okay, then I'll go a single step further and go for another plant spot. No issue at all. And so it's had limited impact, but I think paired up with both the Vulcan canisters of the glass and the smoke canisters of the smoke, as well as a couple of C4s, it actually may well give them the air of they need collectively to make this a nightmare. Doki, once again, Joystick will be fed up with this. It's the second time they've attacked this site. He started on the top floor of Sledge and he's been C4'd out by Doki from below. And this round, he's not even on the Valkyrie, Tim.
Still getting the job done, though. Manages to find his man, and that's the opening kill that I feel G2 sorely needed to get them really involved in this one. Virtus Pro now on the back foot and have to do something. Interestingly, though, Shepard is on the Ying. We saw some great Ying play yesterday from Team Secret against Matchco on this map. Very dominant performance from them. Round 4 and 5 particularly, the Ying was pretty influential. So keep an eye on Shepard and see exactly where those Candelas are deployed. I've got a feeling they're going to be towards blue stairs.
Well, Loira, as you can see, is very solely here to waste time, right? He is completely alone. No one's there really giving him support inside a server. He is going to be dead to rights at some point or another. And as you remarked on, there's a lot of utility scattered up here. We've got barbed wire, Vulcan canisters, the smoke himself with the shotgun, plus those 3 canisters. Worst case scenario, he dies pretty quickly here and loses the 3 smokes. I was going to say proactive use of those just to make sure that winding away more time and delaying away Virtus Pro probably is the right sort of play. But look at this, a Ying coming in from the backside. Could be a lot of pressure about to build up here, but does he walk away with a kill or not? I'm actually going to find out.
Yeah, off goes the Candela. Perfectly
They're
timed small canister from Loira, though. And there goes Pasha, clears him out beautifully. They just dropped into server, and that's how you deal with blue stairs. 40 seconds left to go, though. VP need to get moving. Plaz is out in garage. He's confident now that nobody is going to be pushing from that rear side. So G2, they can just front up the hatch. They can front up servers. But will it be enough when these Candelas start coming in? We know how brutal the Ying can be. It's a similar push to we saw last time. We've got the fuse charge on the default spot wall, just looking to clear any utility before they get in there and start trying to put that diffuser down. Advantage now swings, goes to BP as it's 4v3. Des, can they get this diffuser down again?
Oh, 2 quick kills, so they were trying to get rid of Stompin, but couldn't quite find him. G2 might have done enough here. The cover is there. C4 comes over, but misses it out, and they managed to get the complete as well. It's a massive play required here from Always Tim, but if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be him.
The problem is he's only got the pistol, Des. He's on the fuse shield, so he's got to take these engagements with the pistol. He finds one, surely not more. He's going to go back for the shield, but no, Blaz manages to find him from the top of the stairs. It was always going to be a big ask after getting that diffuser down. It was just... They were clinging on the edge, Virtus Pro, couldn't get it done, and it was a better round from G2. They stood up well to the pressure from the Candelas. There was 2 kills particularly. It was 4 versus 3, and it swung really quickly as Virtus Pro started to push. G2 got 2 kills, got themselves a man advantage, and were able to hold on. Better defense from them. They seem to have really woken up in round 3.
Most definitely, and I think a key one, Tim, is that in those first 2 rounds, G2 only found a couple of kills, so to see them having that kind of round is really good for the mental. Those 2 kills they found in the mid-round were the crucial ones, because if Stomping died there at back, they've not really got too much more denial left. A single C4 that they could probably shoot out of the air, it would have made life really, really tricky. So the fact he didn't go down was huge. Let's have a listen. In fact, no, we can't listen to tap timeouts, unfortunately. Not today, at least. So to comment more on that round a bit further, one thing I did really want to bring up mid-round, but obviously all the chaos was breaking out. The use of smokes across those first 3 rounds from Virtus Pro has been absolutely spectacular. Whether it was smoking off the front desk player up on top floor, we saw it being used a second ago there to cut out potential angles onto the site itself when they were trying to pinch onto Loira. They've just always got the perfect position for a smoke to go down, to isolate out players, to ensure that Selmas are going through. I haven't seen one that I looked at and thought, well, that's a bit wasted, or it's a bit of a, we'll hope for the very best off the back of this one. It's just been, again, everything has its place in this Virtus Pro side. Everyone knows what they've got to do. The information is great. Utility use is perfect. They're absolutely on point with their gunning so far today. Admittedly, G2 brought block support back in the middle of that round. Very, very crucial. But it's just hard to find fault with this team so far.
Reloading! The thing is, it's Virtus Pro, isn't it? I think the problem that Virtus Pro have maybe had over the years, and this goes, you know, a long way back, is we would often say, you know what Virtus Pro are going to do? Everybody knows what Virtus Pro, everybody knows what this roster are going to do. They're just going to do it better than you can stop them, essentially. They're just going to come in there and absolutely hit everything. And the days where they don't are the days where, or it's seasons, stages, events, where they get punished. But when they are on form, when they are hitting those shots, they are just A, a joy to watch, and B, a nightmare to stop. And that's what Virtus Pro looked like today. It was, you know, pretty much the same attack that they used previously. They just added the yin in, but still it was so close to working, and G2 are having to fight tooth and nail just to get it over the line. And it's just textbook Virtus Pro, like you say.
It's hard to deal with. However, G2 have got a small respite in this game. Let's see how they do for the next 3. I'll remind you again, last time Virtus Pro played this map, it was against FaZe. VP were up 3-0. I imagine if we were casting the game at the time, we were saying, wow, there's no way this half ends 3-3, and then it ends 3-3. Maybe G2 off the back of that tack timeout, course correct here, and start picking up some of those rounds that they so sorely need, because as you said at the start, Tim, you come out this half 4-2 down as G2, it's going to be really hard to fight your way back in.
Yeah, I think that's a tough ask once VP get on defense, the bank especially. You know, as we've said, their favourite map, they're going to be rock solid, we would expect. Bravo Drone, already been taken out once, goes in again, looking for a little bit more utility to grab. Gets a bit of intel. He's going to grab a bit of utility as well. There goes the FNAT, so that's going to take it away from the defenders. It just gives a little bit of a clear path for Virtus Pro should they want to push in, but they're going to have to deal with the top floor first. That is going to be Nades coming in towards Alamau. He's in that janitor position again. A little bit more successfully this time. I think Virtus Pro are just struggling a bit more, but it doesn't matter when they're just going to rush onto side, pick up Doki, and Pasha, he can just sit here and wait now.
He can, like, they can even follow him in if they wanted to. Of course, it will introduce some risk, but Doubt always wants to just march in after him. He's actually still outside the map overall. But Pasha has found a big gap here, and it's going to be a bit worrying for G2. They've still got the vertical control, as you're seeing from Blaz upstairs. They can try and challenge a bit, but the problem with it being the nut, Tim, it doesn't matter what kind of intel you've got, what those bulletproofs are doing for you. You can't see nothing, and he's just found a second. Admittedly, it was a challenge, makes it a third, and I think Pasha has just solo won the round for his team. Blaz gets the shut down, but it's too little too late, Tim.
There's been a very simple comm there from Pasha, I can guarantee it. I don't know the Russian for it, but he's walked into site and said, I'm on site, boys. I'm on site,
you know what
boys.
it reminds me of? It makes
Fresh
me
is
think
laughing because he does it round after round.
I was just about to say, that is Fresh and ranked. I've played him for a long time, but I know, like, oh, I'm in site, boys.
But it's the same thing. I'm in site here, boys. And then kill, 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 rounds over. That's brilliant from Pasha. Look, he's used the knock perfectly. You know, using that quietness, that silence, that taking yourself off. That embodies knock as an operator for me. Just beautiful kill onto Doki. Works his way in. Kind of a bit of a lack of prep from G2. Not really aware that he's coming. And they've just been absolutely decimated by Pasha.
I think taking the risky but unexpected play there of charging in towards site was one thing, right? Like, almost the way G2 lucky they didn't lose the second player. And the painful thing is they knew that he was in there as well, because you saw the reaction. As Laura steps round, he's gone in for that 1 versus 1. He's lost. Alamal's then is looking for another 1v1, and he's lost. And you look back at a lot of the great clutches through history. I think back to the incredible play from Nello, of course, on Coastline, walking down that top floor corridor and just absolutely slaughtering the enemy team that stand before him. It makes me think of that. These plays where a player can walk a 3K or a 4K are very rarely down to them just having way more skill than other pros at this level, because everyone is ridiculously good. It's finding opportunities like that where the enemy team makes a small mistake. They give you 1v1 after 1v1 after 1v1 that lets you get those moments. And he's played it to perfection there. He's seen the opportunity and he is taking it. G2 now are going to be reeling.
And the question is, how do they steady the ship? That's the important job now for G2. They need 2 more rounds. Like I said, 4-2 or 5-1. It's never over until it's over, but I think against Virtus Pro on defensive bank, 4-2 or 5-1, it's as good as over. So G2 really need these next 2 rounds if they want, and even then it's going to be tough. I still expect Virtus Pro to go a 4-2 half. I expect them to be able to defend 2 sides successfully, but...
Tim, look, they're going so hard into trying to deny this top floor. Because look at what's happened the last few times. Virtus Pro have come in, dropped a smoke onto the mirror window, opened it up with Selma's at range, and then just played off the back of that. And G2 have kind of realised we're panicking a little bit here, boys. We need to slow this down. C4s is a good way to try and catch Virtus Pro off guard, or at the very least take things away. But look, once again, there's very little they can do, and they're using the distraction of the smoke to get rid of the mirror window. Oh, they just keep on layering things onto G2.
Absolutely beautiful. And again, it's this key position of Janitor, and it's not been completely dealt with, but it's been heavily dealt with by removing that mirror. It makes it really difficult for Alamau now, because he knows if he peeks his head up above the parapet, it's likely to be removed, just like always does to Doki. 5 versus 4, and Virtus Pro are taking us all to school on Bank right now.
They're making it look easy, Tim, is the key one. And the best part about that, they only committed 1 Selma. Last time they used all 3, but G2 still got suckered into focusing on that 1 Selma and looking at what they could do about it, which is what let the shot drone get in and do its work. Always has still got 2 Selmas to make use of here if they want to try it again. Not that I think they really need to, because although, yes, G2 have got control of Janitor and that makes repelling into the windows a little bit difficult, they're going to have to send one on the backside like they're trying to do here. There's still a lot of pressure they can start applying as the first stock will be cool comes out. This is when the moves begin.
I'm not sure how aware Virtus Pro are of Loira at the minute. He could play spoiler here, but he needs to do it quickly because Pasha manages to pick up Alamau. There goes Loira, but it's too little too late. He finds one. The plant is going down. He's trying to spray through walls. He's clutching at straws nowadays. If he'd just gone 20 seconds earlier, maybe it has a bigger impact on the round. Maybe it makes Virtus Pro think twice about going in for the plant, but no. They have got it completely locked down. 4-1. They are running away with this.
I think we need to consult the scale, Tim. How bothered do Virtus Pro look by the defenses coming out from G2?
They are firmly over it, not bothered.
Very heavily towards not bothered.
They are just doing what they want to do, Des.
They are flourishing, Tim. They're in their lane. They're having a good time. That's unfortunate.
It's been great from Virtus Pro. We've picked up on a number of things that they've done, and there's probably been 100 others that we haven't picked up on. But like the play with the Twitch drone, sending it into the smoke, getting it through the drone hole, the whole distraction of a Selma charge and a smoke on the mirror. But it doesn't matter because it's the Twitch drone that's taking it. It's just beautiful. So it's wheels within wheels. It's just wonderful.
And I'm hard pressed to see how G2 stop this. Now, the key thing for me is, does Joystick do something differently this round? We spoke about it a bit, how Virtus Pro, they play their style, they play it down well, and they're hard to stop. They've said themselves they're trying to add a bit more aggression, a bit more unpredictability. Fantastic. I think even without it today, they've still managed to show they can do the same thing time and time again and run G2 over. Just make small modifications each round, and that's more than enough for them. I'm looking at this round and just thinking, okay, Joystick has always been C4'd out by Doki. Are we going to see the same again, or does he learn from his mistake and does it make it 3 in a row? I also love this change, by the way. The Maverick on side now in place of what was previously going to be the Habana, because they realized, okay, they're now running a lot of Kaid. For the first 4 rounds, we didn't see it out of G2. These last 2, they've ran it. That's been, again, a small twist or modification to deal with what G2 were trying to throw at them, but clearly hasn't worked so well so far.
Just getting that vertical opened up to start applying that pressure in towards blue, clearing out that utility. Look at the value from that nade. And I know, again, it's not a difficult thing to do, but if you remember, I spoke about Virtus Pro and the way that they prep sites, the way that they create the space they need to take ground and to put the diffuser down, how well they play that objective game. And it's just an example of it. Straight in, soft breach charge, nade onto top blue, Vulcan canister and barbed wire gone. We're not even a minute into the round and they are removing a phenomenal amount of utility away from their path.
I don't want to read into it too much, but at the moment that nade went off and got both the barb and the Vulcan canister, Laura's player cam was on screen. He was just shaking his head like, I can't believe they've got rid of this. A, so fast, and B, got rid of both pieces of utility at once. Like, that is criminal, but they managed to get away with it as quickly as they have. And now he'll start feeling the heat and the pressure. But if you remember last time, it was Pasha who dropped through the hatch and managed to get rid of his man. Making good use here as well of the... We spoke about the fuse charges earlier not being too effective or not really being in Virtus Pro's wheelhouse as a central part of the strat, but it definitely helps clearing away a lot of utility in very cramped sites, like we often see on the downstairs of bank.
It just also gives a little bit of space if you've got Shepard trying to map
He's been in the practice range. He knows what he's doing. Look at him go.
You don't want somebody underneath it. You don't want that pressure. Get the fuse charge in there. Not only does it clear that utility, it displaces people a little bit. Blaz has replaced himself now. Going to take a little pot shot there, but it's not going to do the job. The map gets the hole open. Nitro goes out the wrong way. Won't be successful. G2, they've not done badly here. 2 minutes into the round. Still 5 left alive, but the real pressure is going to come now.
I don't think Virtus Pro really care about the kills at this point. They're just thinking, yeah, cool, we've cleared away all this utility. We've got all the map control that we want. Hatches are ours. Server is ours. You've even got someone, I think, lurking down towards Garage here. Maybe looking out towards Joystick, who has always gone down early, but Alamar's found his man. Good kill for him to find out as it removes a little bit of backstab pressure. But Tim, with all that going on, they're getting the plant down. There's no banana. C4 comes over. It does damage, but not enough. Always steps away. A little bit of sleep at the wheel there, Laura, with that last smoke. And G2 may pay the price. However, in a 5v3, this is their best chance to win.
They know that the push is going to come.
Okay, never mind.
And Pasha, he just keeps hold of the trigger, just keeps on shooting, finds 2. Blaz tries to get on the diffuser. It's not going to happen. Shepard shuts him down, and Virtus Pro go 5-1 on the attacking half of Bank, and they have been dominant. There's no other way of describing it. What an attack from them. They corrected what went wrong last time. They got that diffuser down. Yes, they lost the cover, but the nitro missed. The smoke wasn't there, and it just allowed them that space. 3v5, and G2 had it all to do on the retake and couldn't do any of it.
We have those days where players, they're near the top of our tables. I'm looking at players like Pasha, Freck, Doom, always had a brilliant start to this stage. And they've all gone a bit quiet at points as well, which has led to them dropping down slightly. Others get to jump over them and so on and so forth. Pasha is currently our top-rated player in the whole of the EML. And in this game, I think his EPS now sits at something ridiculous like 190. Like, he is charging ahead, something spectacular. 11-2 he sits at, 100% cost. He's nearly got an average of 2 kills per round, Tim. He is absolutely dominating. And when you've got always sat at 6-1, Shepard at 6-1, this is it doesn't feel like G2 versus Virtus Pro. It feels like Virtus Pro versus a tier 2 team at this point. No, of course, no offense to tier 2 teams, but Virtus Pro have just, they don't give them any room to make a play or really anything to happen. G2 get the occasional C4, maybe they get the occasional flurry of kills like we saw back in round 3, but that's a small blip on the radar for Virtus Pro. A 5-1 half. Good Lord. This is a mountain that stands before G2. Truthfully, Tim, I don't think they overcome it here. This is just too much to do.
I agree. Like I said, 4-2, 5-1. Getting Virtus Pro onto... Virtus Pro need to hold on to one side. They just need to hold on to one side 2 times. That's it. Done. They've won. I think there's, like you say, too big amount of... I think there's a good example there of maybe how G2 are feeling. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but Blaz trying to stick the disable there. And I'm not having to go him. I know sometimes you just got to make a play. You got to make a move. But let's not make it, let's make no bones about it. In a 2 versus 3, trying to go for the disable there, tucked in behind the reinforcement. It's a Hail Mary. You don't have any control. You know that Virtus Pro are going to attack you in that position. It's a Hail Mary. You're kind of hoping that they make a mistake, that they drop the ball. Maybe they don't realise that you've got on it as quickly as you have. And you just kind of go in for it. And I get it. but it just shows that G2 are kind of clutching a little bit. But that is what they need. Switch of the half. Alamo comes out with a really strong start there. Look who he's taken out. Not only has he taken Pacha down on 11 and 3, that's the tub gone. Zoto canisters are now offline. It gives G2 something to work with.
And the C4 gone as well as the crucial one to note, something that could really ruin G2's day if they try and push in on that top side. So looking good. For G2, I'm leaning in towards those two operators that we see teams like Falcons run an awful lot as well. The Deimos on the Dockerby pairing. I speak about this pairing all the time, Tim. Extremely good as a pairing for roaming, for trying to clear out roamers, sorry. Of course, the weakness of the Deimos gets tracked onto one person, you get baited by someone else. The Dockerby helps do away with that, but the Dockerby by itself maybe isn't quite as to the point as you would like someone like Deimos to be. So I think as a pairing, Loira and Doki here can get an awful lot of work done. They've just got to not get sideswiped by players on Virtus Pro that are out around the map looking to cause bother. Good news for them is all 4 players are now back on site, and that's all they've got to contend with. All they've got to contend with, like it's that easy.
Just all they've got to do, Des.
That's it. Just deal with Virtus Pro.
They've just got to take out Shepard and Always. 12 and 2. It's all they've got to do. G2 do know that there's one inside the garage. It's going to be Joystick looking to hold on from there. Smoke targeted by Deimos, so we're moving into the pressure cooker now. The tension is mounting. Virtus Pro are going to be backs to the wall pretty soon because G2 are starting to ramp things up a little bit. You hear the bees going in from the Grim. We've got Alamo ready with the Raura. We've got the push coming into Garage. There's going to be that 3-2-1 and G2 are going to push forward all at the same time. And here they come.
Well, there we go. We're cooking now. So on the backside. Oh, I really thought for a second the Joystick might have his number, but no. Doki gets one. Of course, right in front of them is Shepard as well, feeding information on what's going on. They were looking in for the planting, but they said no. Go for the kills instead. Always getting rid of Doki. Things not looking 100% here, but they have closed off a lot of doorways to keep them nice and safe here. They can't be pushed from the backside here. It's a nice little lane they've got, and now the diffuser is down. This is going to be hard for Virtus Pro to navigate.
That's great from G2. Absolutely love that attack. It's going to be one to really go back and break down, watch exactly where they sealed off and how it worked. They shut it down from above. Beautiful stuff from G2. Have they got this in them, Des? Have they got this in them?
Have they?
Have they?
I mean, you never know.
What a first round on attack!
I don't think you come onto a map like Bang. Like I said at the very start, the one thing I'm mindful of is G2 pick this map, and you pick this map for a reason. It's because you've got a game plan. And the game plan is not get slapped about on defense for 6 rounds straight by Virtus Pro, right? You're mainly planning out here for something like on the attacking side to come up with some really cool strats, things that you think is very, very counter to the way that Virtus Pro play the game. And as you saw in that round, they like playing quite turtle. They're not going to have 3 players out on their own going hyper-aggressive. It is just not their style. They love these very slow defensive operators. Things like the Glare, things like Mute, things like the smoke that you're seeing here. You're going to see a lot of that throughout this half, I expect. And so I think at least with how things are shaping up, G2 have definitely got ideas in mind. It's can they have 5 ideas in mind that work out to send this to overtime, or better yet, win a 6-0 and take 3 points away from Virtus Pro. What story that would be?
I think, you know, a good sign for G2 fans there is the hype that Dorky's still bringing in. 5-1, and the manner of that 5-1 half against Virtus Pro, it'd be understandable for G2 to be kind of heads down, a little bit quiet. You know, they've been beaten up a bit in the first half, but absolutely not. They are firing on all cylinders still inside of that team. They are ready to go. You could see it from Dorky, completely revved up at getting that round and how well it went. And honestly, that is... whilst it's not a knockout punch by any means to Virtus Pro, it is a serious body blow. That's going to knock the wind out of them.
All right. Well, G2 have got something else in mind, Tim. It's still more of the same in towards the Dockerby and the Deimos. That's the way they're working through the map and forcing Virtus Pro back, taking away that map control that they might otherwise establish. But think back to what I said a second ago. They like to play very defensive. 4 players on site. Joystick stood on the hatch, ready to drop away at a moment's notice. No one looking to get out with cheeky C4s like Doki was doing in Arcos back on the defensive half for G2. It is very reserved and very, very withdrawn. They kind of want to play G2 at the time game. But as we remarked before we got into the game, G2 can be quite an explosive team. Sometimes very unpredictable. Sometimes that goes the right way. Sometimes it doesn't. But I never really think of them as a slow team here, especially when Alamau is running around in the blitz and they've got Candelas for days in back pocket.
Didn't end up needing the first one to get inside of open area. It was cleared out instead, simply by Virtus Pro deciding, enough's enough. We're going to leave this. It's going to be holding down those flanks while they start to get the hatches here, G2. This time, Virtus.pro do have their auto canisters in hand. They haven't lost Pasha at the beginning of the round. I picked up on that entry kill from Alamau in round 7. I said how critical it likely would be, and G2 really did hit the accelerator after that. So let's see how they do now. A minute 40 into the round, they are still suffering this delay coming out from the Zoto canisters. Pasha is still on side, so G2 need to show a little bit more restraint and patience this time.
There's no warden you've got to worry about contending with here. Hasn't even been banned away. It's just that Virtus.pro haven't chosen to play it. First phone call comes out. Candela start raining on through. First one hits an ADS. Second one hits an ADS. Not super ideal. Don't know how the second one did, but the first one didn't. But here we go. And nothing has really happened, Tim. You'd expect them to make it be going a little bit sooner. Maybe that was trying to bait things out here. As now we start the march on forward. Here he comes. Sees a man off towards his right. The knife comes on through. He's got to be so careful here, but gets away with the kill. Still one more inside of the corridor he's got to look out for. But Stomping is here in tow as well on the Deimos. Stepping on force, but no. Finds itself going down to Shepard. 2 kills from Loira, and G2 are up on top. Loira living up to his name, unleashing the beast, finding 3 kills for himself, and Shepard is stuck all alone here, Tim, inside a garage. Nothing he can do. Loira makes it a 4th. What a round from him, and G2 yet again show they can get the job done.
Excuse me, G2? Where was this G2 in the first half? They've come out looking like a completely different team, Des. Loira's just absolutely run through Virtus.pro with a 4K there. Beautiful stuff. And when you look at round 4, 5, 6, Pasha, always Pasha, 3K in every round. That is something Virtus.pro were doing to them. Coming in, getting those big multi-kills. What an answer from G2. They get their first 2 attacks, but now comes the challenge, I think. Coming into round 9. They've successfully attacked onto basement twice. Virtus.pro will move on now. Virtus.pro will go up to the top floor. And it's like I said, if you remember at the beginning, coming in 5-1, Virtus.pro just need to find one site. If G2 can take top floor away from them as well now, that is... It's again not the knockout punch, but you've moved from the body blow and you've caught him a good one on the chin, because then Virtus.pro are looking at it thinking, well, can we find a side that we can get a win on? So this is the big one for me. Virtus.pro at the minute, I think mentally, in the back of your mind, thinking, look, we've only lost basement. It doesn't really matter. We just need to hold top floor. This is our side now. This is the one for us. This is the one that we're locked down. But if they don't successfully do it, then boy, they could be in some real trouble.
I want to say it was a game between Team Empire, obviously of old, and FaZe on Cafe, where I can't remember if it was FaZe or if it was Team Empire back at the time, but played the same site 5 times in a row when losing it on defense. Just kept on trying to force it, couldn't make it happen, switched tight on the 6th, and I believe they won the 6th one to send it to overtime. But glad to see at least that persistence and that stubbornness has definitely gone away. Only seen that Lockers picked up twice there, lost twice in a row, so we now step ourselves away to the top floor. And I'm with you, Tim. This is where we've got to see how things play out. It's all good making it work on the downstairs twice, but top floor is a very, very different story. Virtus.pro were almost mechanical at getting this cleared out. There was very little that G2 could do to stop them. Can G2 do the same back?
Yeah, it's been a great 2 rounds for G2, no 2 ways about it. This one for me is the true momentum shifter. Stompin sends in the smokes. He's going to be just getting onto that thermal scope, and look at this, they're straight in, they're getting a plant down, they find a couple of kills. G2 surely going to hold on to this. They do. The plant is successful, and the little rush tactic has worked. And don't forget, getting out of the windows is much less of an option here. They've got to fight him from the lobby. Honestly, I don't see any way Virtus.pro overturn this.
I was going to say they needed to get rid of Pasha because they couldn't play on the windows whilst he was there, but Alamau has read that perfectly. Forget about the plan. I ain't going to be here anymore. Has gone to lobby and cleared out his man. Joystick getting one back, but the fuse is coming on through. In they come through the window, but no, look at this, Tim. He's playing around this window, and this might be enough to start getting a couple of kills back. Never mind, Joystick's down, and he is going to be toast surely. Finds one for himself onto Stomping, but the closeout is there. G2 get 3 rounds in a row, and what a game of 2 halves this has become.
Oh, it's been wonderful stuff. I was begging for this entertainment out of this game. I said, I think we're going to see a lot of Siege. And then Virtus.pro go 5-1, and I'm kind of thinking, no, not like this, Virtus.pro. We don't want it over that quick. And here we are, 5-4, G2 fighting back in. And like I say, for me, that is a big momentum shifter now. That is a big blow that G2 have just landed, because Virtus.pro are thinking, well, where do we go? Basement hasn't worked, top floor hasn't worked, and we're running out of time. We're running out of chances here. We need to lock down one of these sites so that we can get 2 rounds successfully on it. The problem they've got now is they don't necessarily get that chance. They're going to go to basement, so let's, for argument's sake, say they get basement. It's 6-4. It's then going to be 6-6 before they can go back down to basement if G2 keep coming back at them. So they now have a problem. They can't just hold on to one site anymore. They need to win 2.
Well, look where we're going to try and go, Tim. Back down to that basement. The third of 4 rounds. For the third time across 4 rounds, sorry, Virtus Pro feel this is where they can find the answer. I'm not so sure. They're really trying to run through G2's strat blocks here and just hoping they'll run out of lines at the end of it. I don't think they will. They'll always have an idea on how to break down this team that, once again, if you look towards the operators in the bottom left corner of your screen, it's all slow. The only one that you can possibly see roaming is Joyce. You know exactly where he's going to plant himself. It'll be sat on the hatch and he'll drop away in no time at all if we find G2 starting to look a bit too aggressive. And I just think that G2 know this. They know this weakness, this play style from Virtus Pro that they can find an answer to. I don't know, Virtus Pro, call the timeout, boys. It should have been in the last round, really. We've got to have a conversation about this because things are falling away very, very quickly after such a strong first half. It's all falling apart here and coming undone.
I agree with you. I think it might have been, you know, a time to have that discussion, a time to slow things down, but for the time being, they go on. They need to lock down this basement here, Virtus Pro. G2 level it up 5-5. It is absolutely anybody's at that point. Like I said, they just look like a completely different beast coming in here on attack. This doesn't look like the same team that we saw in the first half, and I'd say the reverse of Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro were absolutely clinical on attacking that first half. They were a nightmare to deal with. They had plans inside of plans inside of plans, whereas on the defense they just look a little bit lost at sea. It's complete shock and awe from G2. It's Virtus Pro are kind of like a deer in the headlights. They don't know what's going on at the minute.
What I will give, as I think it says more about the attacking prowess of both teams than it does so much the defensive weakness of either. Like, I know it'd be to look at it and go, oh, well, we've seen, like, what, 1 defensive round win all game. I don't think a defender are just bad. I honestly think a lot of it comes down to how good and how organised both teams have been. Like, the drills that you've seen out of Virtus Pro in that first half have been every smoke, every drone, everything is just perfectly placed. They know what they're doing. From G2, it has been, for lack of a better word, 3 like mid-round rushes. They've got themselves in spot and they've just dumped all the utilities. They go, 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 and capitalised on the chaos. It hasn't been as slow as the attacks out of Virtus Pro. It's getting the results, which is the important part. For Virtus Pro, they've got to find a way to stop these executes being as powerful as they are, but G2 are no slouches, Tim. They're not going to let that happen.
No, no, at all. Like you say, it's certainly these attacking teams coming in and winning these rounds. We're going to have the X-Kairos pellets on the wall. That will take the reinforcement off, nice and soft, so that can be opened up with a shotgun now and give access in towards that default spot. Stomp is up on the hatch with the Capitao. Perfect operator to be up there. He's got that utility. Can send in the smoke arrows, send in the fire arrows, create difficulty for the player in red to be able to send that over to Chanka. Could be a big deciding factor, though. We can see the flames in front of them, and Shepard's got 18 canisters left in that Shumiker launcher.
They'll go deep. They'll go deep. They have to go deep here, Tim. They've got no choice. They've got smokes. They've got fire. They've got all sorts of tools and toys they can play with. Another phone call coming out from Laura. This needs to be their go button, Tim. But look at that. They're sat in smoke after smoke and fire and everything else that can be thrown at them. It's looking pretty miserable. And with that delay, like I said, if they can slow G2 down, it's the way to a win. They get 2 kills, but in from the back line comes Doki. Finds 1, finds the second, making 3 in total. He has just swept through this back line. Dan, down to 3 seconds. Plant going down. Doki has just got to hold here and not go down. He finds his man. A 4K from Doki after Laura did the same in the last round. Where are the heroes when you need them, Tim? They're all on this G2 lineup.
As if the PSG Talon skin didn't already look good enough, Des. Doki just absolutely styles his way through the back line with a brilliantly timed backstab there. Just drops down in through that locker's window and takes them one out. And you could see from his movement that he was just in the floor, wasn't he? He gets the first, he flips the lean, he hits the second. Brilliant stuff from Doki. I cannot wax lyrical enough about that. Straight in with the... It's this bit. Watch this lean as he comes out. Oh, he knows where it's coming from. Beautiful stuff from Doki. Gets it over the line. Virtus Pro, I feel for them. They absolutely stacked that site with denial. You had Tachanka, you had Goyo, you had Smoke, and they were doing their job. It was keeping G2 at bay. And then they were just opened up like a tin of beans, Des.
Yeah,
seconds
one
left.
thing I'll remark on here, and maybe it's slightly unfair to do so. Look, let's not hide away from it. Stompin's having a rough game compared to the rest of his team. He's playing a lot of roles, like the Capitals we've seen. They haven't been the most favourable with that. Things like the Grim. We've seen him on the glass, maybe a little bit of Deimos as well.
Attackers have
Fine.
dropped the bomb.
The one thing I'll remark on here is that, don't forget, Virtus Pro, this caliber of team, Stompin has not faced off against these guys in Tier 1 before. This is like a whole new experience. You haven't really been a pro until you played against Virtus Pro, but the rest of this team have. They've got that experience of being down 5-1 and going, oh my God, we are getting battered, but still being able to come out in round 7 and play like this. It's not at all a slight on Stompin. Actually, I'm almost happy in a way that he's getting this experience now rather than, say, a LAN, to know what it feels like to get bruised and battered so heavily by a team that you seemingly can't find a way to stop, and to then watch the team around you rally and fight your way back in. That's the kind of experience that a rookie needs, and I think this is going to be so valuable for him.
It'll certainly be tougher for the experience, I think.
Oh, yeah.
As will anybody playing against Virtus Pro, as you say, you know, just a real nightmare team to visit, because mechanically they're so gifted. But Inco G2 could be a bit of an error here. They're going to lose one, they lose two, Des. It was all going right for them, and then they tried another one of those aggressive maneuvers to get on into sight, and it has not worked out. VP were ready for it, and you've got to say there's a bit of you. They've telegraphed it for the last few rounds that this is the way they're playing, and VP have read into that and said, if you're going to do it again, we're going to punish you for it. They were ready. They've locked it down, 5 versus 3. Virtus Pro might just get themselves the crucial round to guarantee overtime and to give them a chance to win this one outright.
I don't think so much here that it's the G2 have, like, you know, strictly come out with a new strat or tried the same thing and now it's finally come undone. The thing that has come undone is the team play. Alamal was the only person pushing in towards site. Look at when Doki got that 3 or 4K a couple of rounds ago. It was off the back of the run being distracted by the execute coming in on the other side. There was no one to give distraction to Alamal. He was the only person in sight. So sure, he's pressuring this guy on quad wall, but there's a guy off towards his left who is completely unbothered, nothing else to do except shoot him in the head as he tries to take out a teammate, and then Goro follows in and dies in exactly the same fashion. G2 were broken apart here. They've attacked completely out of sync. They've paid the price for it. This round is on their shoulders. I say that, so we're back to a 3v3. Okay, all right.
We saw Doki with some big clutch moments yesterday. He gets one to get them rolling. Blaz manages to find a second, so we find ourselves now 3 versus 3. But look at the health on the side of G2. That's a big factor at the minute. They got
can't lose it, Tim.
less than a full bar between Stompin and Blaz. It's a big ask at this point against 3, including an Echo on the side of Virtus Pro. But Shepard takes some damage, manages to find Stompin, however. 3 versus 2 now. Virtus Pro have an advantage, but here goes Doki. And Blaz manages to join him. They're both low health, but it's all up to Shepard. He finds one. Can he find both of them? It's 2 in the round. He's looking for 3 dead. 5 seconds and he gets him. Virtus Pro close out the round. It shouldn't have been that close, but they get it done. And they get themselves that map point opportunity.
It never should have come down to needing that kind of play out of Shepard. They were 5 versus 3, Tim. Completely fair play. Blaz and Doki have gone and got kills on the top floor and drew it way back down to a 3 versus 3. But my God, this second half, it's been bonkers.
Like
Laura had a 4K back in round 8, Alamal with a 3K in 9, Doki a 4K in 10, and just to add to it, through rounds 4 and 6, 3 players on the side of Virtus Pro got 3Ks as well. It has just been ridiculous, the quality of individual and team-based play that we have seen through this entire map.
It's just phenomenal performances on both sides. We're just sat here just being treated to this, and they are just wailing on each other. There is absolutely no quarter offered or taken. It's absolutely unreal from both of them. We knew coming into today, we knew this was going to be a good game. But at the 5-1 half, I'll hold my hands up. I thought Virtus Pro were going to just get it wrapped up and we were going to see a 7-2, a 7-3, you know, casual as you like from Virtus Pro. But no, G2 have shown their quality again, and they've fought their way back in. 6-5 now, Virtus Pro. Attack timeout to slow things down, which I think it's right from them. G2 have been playing on a lot of energy, a lot of momentum, and I think, yeah, win the round and just take even more sting out of this G2 side. Give them a tack timeout. Let them think about the fact that they've maybe just lost that momentum, that the train has been derailed.
Nah, I don't think it's going to come down to that. Don't forget, of course, G2 won round 3 back in that first half, and next round, Virtus.pro were back without missing a beat. They only lost 1 player in that entire round. In fact, across their first 3 rounds that they won, they only lost 3 players in total. They were dominant across them all, and that win for G2 meant nothing. I would hope for G2 it's been more of the same, given we're going back to another primary site. We've seen the downstairs 3 times, lost by Virtus.pro 3 times. Top floor played once, lost by Virtus.pro once as well. So for G2, there'll be some confidence coming into this top floor, I expect. It's really going to come down to Virtus.pro here, and honestly, I think it's going to require another big moment from a big player. Shepard was that guy in the last round. It's been pastured throughout much of the game as well. We've got to see something spectacular come out of this.
So last time that G2 won this site, it was on the back of a blitz plant. They got in there aggressively, straight in and started putting that diffuser down. It was one of their kind of rush plays. They're not going to be doing that this time. Alamau is on the knock, so keep an eye on him. How much impact will he have? If he gets himself an opening kill and create a bit of space, then yeah, maybe that works. But G2 doing something different here. It's going to be more sort of steadily paced. They're going to be playing more of a standard siege round rather than pushing in aggressively with that shield to throw the diffuser on the ground. So let's see just how it pans out for them. Doki's got diffuser in hand at the minute, and that Doki's not usually a planter.
Oh, that was very close there for a second. I thought a second nade coming in. Problem is now, Tim, they've used both nades, and that Evil Eye is still in sight, sat in the back corner, can see everything happening inside of it, and then get rid of any hard breach that might get used to try and clear off the janitor wall, for example. I'm a little bit nervous at that point that you might find Shepard being able to get away with an awful lot.
I love how tense this is. We're halfway through the round and neither wants to kind of lose it for trying to win it. They're not going in as aggressively. Both sides just happy to hold the lines for the time being. G2 slowly manoeuvring, positioning themselves, jostling for that map control while Virtus.pro just dig in and wait for the fights to come, and they will. And Doki manages to get the opener onto Dan. First blow goes to G2.
Look how locked in they are, though, Tim. There's 2 of them inside of Janitor here. They know that it's very much the center point of this defense. The one at top right they're aware of as well. The one out towards elevators they know about too. They've got all the knowledge they need here, G2. It's now about making a move as a team. Not moving as a team is what cost them in the last round. Here comes Alamau. Oh, he gets his mount, but goes down in the process. Stompin might be able to save him, though, as well. A flash up top just to make sure he can get away with it, and will be able to get his captain back alive.
That's really big from Stompin. Not only does he manage to create that distraction, Alamau gets the kill. He's there to pick him up and put him on his feet again. 5 versus 3, and surely now G2 can get this done and give us a few extra rounds of magic. Always will be downed. He manages to find Loira, but it's probably not enough. Is it? Shepard, Patcher, 1 each, excuse me. 1 versus 2 now, G2. 15 seconds left to go. They don't have time to pause, and look who it is, Des. He's done it to them once. Can he do it again? Shepard, no, he can't. Blaz gets the kill, and we're going to overtime, Des.
This is most definitely another one of those games going down in the book of there are 2 halves to a game of Siege, because it has just proven it to the absolute T. At 5-1 down, we were like, there's just no way. Like, Virtus.pro are on a different level today. G2 can't fight it back. What have they done? Fought it all the way back. And the one round they lost, I know we spoke about it at the time, but for me, that was down to G2, not really down to Virtus.pro so much winning the round. I look back at the round that G2 won in the first half and honestly credit them for their play in that round being the reason they got it over the line. So it's been nail-bitingly close between the 2. We had 2 trades in this round. Both led to 1 player dying and 1 being down but not out. Either way, it's G2 that came out on top. And when I saw Shepard in another 1 versus 2, I really thought he was going to do it again too. He was going to break G2 hearts even, but now we get to see how things shape up again. The annoying part for G2 is Virtus.pro get 2 bites of the cherry on the attack. G2 only get 1. They have to win one of these defenses if they want to come away with the 2 points.
Just to remind everybody, so far out of 12 rounds, we've had 10 successful attacks and only 2 defenses. That's why we mentioned these sides coming into the overtime. It could be a defining factor. Best of 3 rounds now G2 need to overcome the odds, and they are going to try down in the basement to begin with. But we saw the attacks from Virtus.pro. We saw how clinical they were, how measured they were. There was no rush in them. They didn't expose themselves to unnecessary risk. They just went in there, took the map piece by piece, created the space that they wanted, and then played the objective. It was really, really good attacking, just like G2 had their, you know, hyper-aggressive, energetic attacks that worked really well. Virtus.pro had a very different style, but the same results.
All right, G2 for the most part, very dug in, looking really an awful lot like how Virtus.pro might play things. Of course, operator-wise on the attack, it is, I'd say, unique to Virtus.pro. Very rarely do you see Sledge getting picked up, very rarely do you see Fuse getting picked up, but they make it work time and time again. Also seen a couple of teams along the way make use of things like the striker. I mean, Dan in this case making use of it. I remember seeing FaZe doing an awful lot as well, and asking, Furious, sorry, and asking, yeah, you guys play striker with the most percentage of any team. Why is that? And the coach was just saying the flexibility that it offers to your attacking lineup is honestly ridiculous. And that might sound counterintuitive because you're losing the primary gadget, but it's the fact that you get 2 sets of secondary. They can just do everything you need them to, striker, whether it's looking towards, of course, bringing along the heart breach, whether it's looking towards the nades to clear away utilities, stop breach, you name it, they can do everything you need.
What we're seeing a great example of in a couple of the shots that we've seen so far of Virtus.pro and their push is this style that we talk about, where they're going to do the same thing. We know what Virtus.pro are going to do. They've got the map opening the hatches. They've got the nades from top square down to clear out blue. You know what they're going to do. They are just so mechanically skilled at doing it that it will be difficult to stop them. And that is what G2 face up to right now. They know what is coming from Virtus.pro. They've failed to stop them twice. Can they do it this time? Virtus.pro haven't yet got control of server. 1 minute left to go. Often a good way to deal with Virtus.pro is to frustrate them on time, but Loira getting a little bit ambitious there. Pokes his head out, and Virtus.pro, they had that locked down.
Well, now we're going to see him pinch onto Loira again. I'll tell you what, he steps out, he shows a shoulder to him, and Pasha is there taking his skull for free. Now getting themselves ready for this execute. We've seen so many of them in that first half. They are nearly impossible to stop. Virtus.pro pulling the trigger, and G2 desperate to find a way to hold on.
I hope Stompin's been practicing that lineup, because the Shumika canisters are going to have to be bang in the right position here to prevent this going down. We often see the Tajanka, it's a tough one to deny the plant. He's going to keep sending those Shumikas in. Will we see this case start to go down onto the ground? 15 seconds left to go. Yes, always. Not to lock it in. They're a little bit short. He's not taking damage. Always is going to secure it. That was the element that I picked up on Stompin. Had to make sure they were in the right place. Couldn't do it. Blast manages to find Dan, but it's 4 versus 3. G2 have got 30 seconds left to save themselves.
It's a lot to do against 4 players as well, so you don't see Virtus.pro losing from that position, not when there's a shield staring at them and feeding all the information they need. Gonna have to go aggressive, but look at that, there's one on the hatch as well, believe it, Shepard gets himself the one, there'll always be a second, and there's a shield in his face at the same time. Pasha's back to fragging ways, and they get the shutdowns they need. G2 now on the back foot. And Virtus.pro need a single round to take the 2 points they need, I believe, if they win this next round, would also jump them over G2 in the standings.
It is so tough to play the Tachanka from that position. I feel for Stompin there. We've seen it so many times. That's why I said it. That's why I picked up on it. We know that it is a difficult shot to hit. It's not about hitting the door. It's about getting them far enough back to affect that default spot. And it is a tough lineup to find. So many that have gone before him have come away with the same outcome. So Virtus.pro, unsurprisingly, I think it's fair to say, get themselves another attack. It's now 11 successful attacks and only 2 successful defenses. Virtus.pro are going to be looking to buck that trend and get it done here and now.
All right. Nothing crazy immediately jumping out at me from that lineup though, Tim. It's looking, again, more towards tried and tested, Virtus.pro style, sit deep, play tight, and believe that you can outfrag your opponents. For G2, it's going to be going back into that strat book again, though. We spoke about this during their half on the attacking side. They attacked this site 3 times. They won all 3. It's really a test from Virtus.pro to see if they've got something else here that G2 can throw at them. And it's going to surprise the other side. And is there an answer? It looks like there might be, because the Nos is now getting brought along. Haven't seen this attacking lineup come out yet. So G2 has still got something else in the tank they can bring out here against the other side. No Docker on side, but that has been stepped away as Alamau here moves across instead, playing on that striker.
Reloading.
Yep, Lyra's going to be important in this. Is going to be the sort of, we often say, the tip of the spear, the sharp end of that attack. That's where your focus is going to be. Lyra and Stomper particularly. Doki's going to use Deimos to create the space, to create a little bit of chaos with those tracks going in, and then it's going to be down to the utility of the Capitao and the shields of the Ursa to create the space for Blaz to be able to put that diffuser down, but also the cover as well can come from those Talon shields. So G2, first things first, they need to get that top floor locked down, make sure they're comfortable, and it's going to be Joystick that they're hunting.
Sure. I mean, the problem is the concern I have is that sometimes G2 have found the entry in a round and still gone on to lose it anyway. Other thing about, you know, in this case, it's been when Joystick has gone down early on, the G2 have then pressed on the attacking side, admittedly, and got themselves ahead. On the other side of things, it's not been so pretty. So that conversion of the attacking round is the crucial one to look for. However, there's no big rush I think you're going to see lined up there. When you have things like the Oster on side, things are a little bit slower. They haven't got tons of smokes to play behind. It's just what Stompen has got in back pocket. So for G2, it feels like a slower approach to the round, but I'm just a little bit nervous it's going to play into how Virtus Pro want this round to play out. They want it to match their slow style. G2 have found success being fast. This round, they are not fast.
Doki just going to hold on to main stairs for the time. 1 minute 30 through the round, so plenty of time yet for G2 to work with. We've seen them try to drop Bolt, we've seen them work through Garage, we've seen them using those other multiple angles to create pressure. As it is, Lyra is not going to be looking to work towards server with the Ossa. Instead, he's coming in through Garage. Looks like he's supported by, I'm pretty sure it's Stomping, if I'm right, on the outline as well. So the Capitao going to work into Garage along with him. Yes, it is. So there's a lot of eggs being put in this basket down in Garage, Des.
Yeah, it's Shepard to start things out. He's got the first kill they need. Is it going to be the twist to the tail that they sorely need? Almost gets a second as well. Stepping in through the smoke, but it's going to force Alamar back here. Didn't fancy that smoke, quite literally, in this case as well. And now support might start coming on through from other members of G2. Here comes Doki, and sure enough, it's a freebie. Shepard finally taken away, down to a 4 versus 4.
Pasha's in such an important position here. He literally holds 50% of G2 at bay, but he cannot do it as Stompen manages to find the kill. It was a tough round on the Tachanka, but he comes out big on the Capitao when G2 need him. 4 versus 2 as Joystick gets taken out on the main stairs. 19 seconds left to go. It's go time for G2. They've got to get into a position to put this diffuser down. Alamau has it in hand. They can just go for kills here, realistically. Dan is all the way back in goal. His tracks, they know his position. They go to cut him down and will. A perfectly timed pinch coming in from G2 to take us all the way to 15.
Wow. I mean, match of the day certainly is not disappointing. And also the fact that it's taken us to round 15, it shows that it didn't matter whether you leant towards G2 or towards Virtus Pro. I think you were pretty fair in your expectations to come out of this game, because one round now separates. Whoever wins this next one, they walk away with the 2 points. The loser gets sent home with 1. But at least both teams get something out of it, because it has been one hell of a spectacle so far, Tim. I think we know what the expectation is for this next round. The Virtus Pro should come away the winner as the attackers. But you just never know. You just don't know.
You really don't. It's coming into it, I said it was anybody's. You know, I said G2 are this roller coaster team, whereas, you know, that might be a bit strong, but we see kind of up and down performances, you know, a lot of emotion, a lot of energy from them, whereas Virtus Pro, we see this consistent, stable team generally. You know, you always know you're going to get that 80-90% level from them. G2 have come out in this set. It is proven true just within this game, I think. You know, you've had G2 come out and struggle in the first half and then 120% in the second half, just absolutely flying through it. So if anybody can hold down a defense here, we know that it's going to be G2, but all bets are off right now.
They are. Again, I look back at round 3 and it feels so ridiculously long ago. Did come down to an entry start for G2. As I mentioned, it was Doki finding Joyce. We've seen that a lot throughout this game so far. Stomping with the diffuse off the back of an always plant as we hit that 0-second mark as well. It was chaos even back then, looking back at it. It was a bit of a blip, a little bit of a sanctuary in the middle of a desert, you might call it, because it was such a rare thing to see G2 having any advantage in that first half that I think you're still hard-pressed to believe that you're going to see it coming out here. But almost we step, Virtus Pro's remarks are the ones who've got to transform things a little bit here.
Virtus Pro have got themselves set up on the roof for the time being. They will start working their way through. Doki nearly gets himself himself taken out. Needs to be careful. They are really chasing this one. They know they can taste the blood in the water, but Doki is going to drop away, get himself back to sight, and that is going to be everybody returned. Virtus.pro within 55 seconds have got map control and can now start working towards clearing that utility on site.
What I like is that as a small tweak again by Virtus.pro. The number of times that we've seen Joystick on the top floor on the sledge start out up there, get C4 by Doki, then falls back towards site. It's happened, what, at least 3 times throughout this game. Whereas I think the smart play here was having Pasha be the one to go aggressive to begin with. In fact, it was on the Nook attacking the Teller's Archive site where he had the real big impact from that spot. But just to be there to try and catch Doki in case, 1, he gets the C4 and gets away, they can at least trade him out, or 2, they get the kill before he can even find a C4 kill, it would have been spectacular for them. But he manages to weasel himself away on half HP. As you say, Tim now back on site, and most crucially, that C4 still in back pocket.
Trying to waste the time here, but it won't affect the Maverick. The blowtorch will work its way through the Zoto canister, through the hatch, through everything ahead of it. But can Virtus.pro do the same? 5 versus 5, 1 minute left to go, no opening kill yet, but again, it's this same job that they've been doing throughout, clearing that utility. We see the Vulcan canisters moving away, but if you remember, we've seen this lineup before. Tachanka, Goyo, Smoke, just trying to throw all the denial that they can at that plant spot. The question is, can they hit the mark this time, G2?
That's better. That's a much better bounce.
lineup.
Off the side, it bounces down towards that default plant spot, so should be able to stop it. They've also got these C4s, that, well, 1 C4 now, don't forget, plus 3 smokes, and we're down towards the last 35. Problem is, we've been here before, and G2 had loads of utility, and Virtus.pro just killed 3 people out of nowhere. They're looking for this backstab. They're starting to line themselves up, so I'm a little bit nervous that it could happen again.
Always went in for the plant there, took a bunch of damage. He's going to do exactly the same. We can see now he's down to half. He's dropped that diffuser. He's likely passing it on. Exactly that. Shepherd takes up the mantle. He's going to look to move in, but look at this denial, Des. It just keeps on coming. After the kills, Stomp and Doki. Doki with another 4 versus 2. Surely it's over. Doki's had another huge moment with a triple. Blast closes it out, and G2 take a hard-fought win on Bank.
Wow, just as we said, if any sight it was going to happen on Tim, it was going to be the one that G2 won on the defense back in round 3. Fantastic hold. There was no crazy backstab coming out of that one. Absolutely magical, and why not a little celebration kiss? Never a bad thing either. For G2, a very hard-fought victory. Don't take anything away from Virtus.pro, Tim. That could have gone either way there. It all came down to one single round.
That's honestly one of the most entertaining maps of Siege I have watched in a long time, and I get to watch some absolute bangers.
That was magic, and I hope we get to see many more tonight. But for now, we'll go to a break. We'll cool off a little bit in the desk. We'll break it down for you shortly after. See you in a few.
Easy, easy, teammate. Oh, Jesus. Nice. All right, listen. There's a few guys left. I'm going to entry. You're with me. I need you to stay on cams and support us if we need.
Got it.
All right, with me. Clear. 3, 2, 1. Cover me. Jack. One on the right. Oh, shit. No, call! Get off your cams. We need help. Fucking Alamo. Take the case. Go on without me.
Shut the fuck up, Jack.
Is he okay?
I've been worse.
What a game we have been treated for on the first game here at the EML desk. What an amazing game. A full overtime, an 8-7 victory for G2. It didn't really look like it was going to start that way. But if only someone predicted it was going to go to overtime today, and if only someone predicted the exact same score levels.
That somebody would be a genius, and I will say that was the most ridiculously, stonkingly good quality game of Siege that we've seen. It was so exciting. It had absolutely everything. And I say high quality. It was high quality attacks, Leo. I think basically determined by the ways that both of these teams banned.
We're so used to seeing defender-sided maps, that it's refreshing to see an attacker-sided map, because like you said, it's the kind of side that shows just how good teamwork is beautiful, and that's exactly what happened in that game today. And like you said, I think it was mainly due to the bans. If you see your screen right now, what's the two bans that you see the most often in attack on Bank?
On Bank, we talked about how important it is to have Ace and Hibana.
Yep.
Yeah, so in ranked, most of the time you're going to play Bank, you're going to see Hibana and Ace banned. Both of these teams made the weird choice of not banning it.
Yeah.
And both of these teams could then abuse the full hard bridge strength to then basically open everything.
And why is that important? Basement, you can open the hatches easy. Top floor, you can open the canto wall easy. Open area, you can open that quad wall into kitchen really easily. It makes Bank so easy to play. When you're on the attack, it completely flips it on its head. So I'm not surprised that we've seen an attacker-sided Bank. I will say, all the way in that 15th round, there was something really poetic about the fact that Virtus.pro have been playing faster in their attacks and faster generally, to G2 winning out on time with Tachanka, with Mira, with C4s,
Roles
with Tubero,
reversed.
with Smoke, and they were just roles reversing onto Virtus.pro. It was poetic.
Before the very last round, Shepard says in chat, basement, mission impossible.
Yeah.
G2 chooses to go to basement, and Doki types in the chat, good luck, have fun, and he wins on that bomb site.
That is so funny. I mean, we've seen many different ways of trying to take that bomb site. I mean, downstairs and attackers. Obviously, G2 bringing a perfect recipe with the Tubero, with the Chunka, all these kinds of things to, you know, waste the time as much as possible for Virtus.pro. But if we look further on the side of G2 and those performances on the side, I mean, Doki, we talked about it yesterday. Obviously, he had Gen G for dinner yesterday. I think today he had the full team of Virtus.pro for dinner.
This play was ridiculous. To push through the fire and find the kill and then keep going, but with the conviction that he did. Finds one, finds two, finds three. This round was about to put Virtus.pro onto match point, 6-4. Doki single-handedly made a play off the cuff from what he saw in front of him. He just determined, guys, we're not going to win this round. I need to make the play. And one of my good friends, Harry Demodemster, says, you've got to make the play or the play makes you. Doki made the play, dragged his team through to overtime, and then they got the win.
And what do we see here? Two of the standout players of the last playday going head-to-head, 36 kills together in one single map. Pasha, once again, will be the top fragger in the world, having added almost 20 kills to his count. Plus 8 again. He's on plus 40 after 6 matches.
And that's 80 kills over 6 maps. That's ridiculous.
Yeah,
That is actually insane.
He'll break 100 at a canter.
It's actually insane to see these two guys go through and through. And what's even amazing, I think, to me is that's it. We're starting to see top European talent, and they prove they can confirm against big international teams.
Yeah.
I think that's my best thing.
I think we said it jokingly, right, about the infinite overtime for this match. But I think I'm being dead serious now. Like, please give us an unlimited overtime match between these two, because if it really continues like that, I mean, with how attacker favored it was, we saw it on the side of Virtus.pro as well on their own attacks.
Let's take one example of this. Let's take a look at VP abusing the fact that both Hibana and Ace are not banned. And let's take a look at the top floor bomb site. We're on round 2, top floor bomb site here. The first thing you have got to do is remove the player in paper, right? Look at this smoke being set by Twitch. That's going to enable the Ace to send an Ace charge onto the wall here. And as you can see, there G2 is playing to force the hard breach by using these two Tubero and the Bandit combo. They need to deny the hard breach. Now they miss the Tubero here. You're going to see it. The Tubero goes in, but that's a poor play from Blast because actually the Ace goes through. It means that paper is completely open. And then a second misplay again from utility. We see Hibana being open as well, so Ace has just used it on paper. Hibana uses it on Kanto, and Doki is there and is not Bandit tricking. Doki, I hope you're watching. I'm going to ask you where he didn't trick that. But basically everything is open here. And then they can just drone and get ready for the execute. And take a look at how perfect the execute is. This player was just spotted here. He then is smoked away, so he can't do anything about the execute. And then take a look at the setup here. You have Pasha holding meeting. He's just cleared off completely this. This is completely cut off because of the smoke. You have Joystick watching into paper, and he's able to react to square. And you've got Dan all the way in square that can hold the broom hallway at the same time. There is no peaking point. No one can deny the execute here. The only spot where something can happen is in Banana, and Blast goes there. Who do you see rappel down from the skylight? Shepard, the last remaining player, kills Blast here, and now it's just a perfect setup. They can go for the plant, and I mean right now, like it's just a frag fest. They've got control of everything, and in fact, they've got also a crossfire here between Always and Joystick on whoever comes up here. So the last two remaining players are stuck into a crossfire. I mean, this is technically a perfect setup for VP, and we've seen perfect attacks on both sides. G2 VP, honestly, such a high quality game on both sides.
Yeah, and I find it funny. I mean, I think back about the Montreal Major when Virtus Pro just 7-0 the team, and Pasha said, well, you hate playing Bank against us, and they probably won't anymore after this either. But G2 took that risk, and it worked out well for them, and we get to speak to the victors of course, because of that as well. We have Doki on the line. Good evening. 2 points. This was a pretty close game, wasn't it?
Yeah, what a game. Holy shit. Sorry, excuse my language, but like, yeah, that was a crazy, crazy game. That was crazy.
Doki, why didn't you Benetrick that Kanto spot? What happened?
Bro, it wasn't on my screen. No, I didn't. Okay, of
It
course
wasn't
I
on
didn't
your
hear
screen?
It wasn't there. The thing just blew up, and I went, what the fuck? Why the wall just open? I was like so confused.
Because then you Benetrick the other one, and I was like,
Yeah.
well, he can do it then.
But I swear to God, like, my mum's life, that thing was not on my screen. It just opened. I was like, oh, the wall's open. I was like,
All
what the hell?
I mean, there are all the lineups to check. The Tubera one, the Tachenka one, but I think Stompen adapted to that one.
Bro, to be honest, like about this, like I heard you guys talking before I came on here. Like we've scrimmed VP about 50 times on Bank in the last month, probably. So like we knew that like whatever we brought to the table on our defenses, they already knew. So we tried to have some new things. So that's kind of why you've seen things slip up like that, like missed tube lineups, missed a chunk of lineup. Like we tried to bring new things to put them off guard. Was so hard to defend against VP, as you probably know from watching them all the time, especially on Bank. But yeah, what a comeback, right? Holy shit.
Yeah,
So
it was great innovation, I've got to say.
Hello, Jack.
Yeah, Jack.
Do you think, this is a question about, and it's not a slight on former G2s, but I thought you actually showed really good resilience today, being 1-5 down to get all the way back. Do you think former G2 teams might have crumbled? And if so, what's different about this team today?
I'm not going to speak about former lineups. Like, I don't know, you never know, right? Like, you never know what happened in the situation. I don't know, like we always say when we play maps like Bank and stuff, like we always say like, map is attack. Let's just forget defense. Like we know the map's going to be attacker sided. Let's do our best on the attacks, and if we come back, we come back. Like we shouldn't be losing 5 defenses in a row. But at the same time, VP have one of the hardest teams in the world, if not the hardest teams in the world to stop on Bank. They just don't make mistakes, like, at all, like none. So it's so hard.
I've got to ask you, Doki, I saw you drumming before the game. What were you listening to?
All right. Jack, want to know what I was listening to? You're not going to believe it, by the way. Don't judge me for this. I was listening to Ride by Lana Del Rey. And I was just loving it.
Wow. I mean, that's, hey, you know what? I'm not judging the choice. And the energy clearly was there to drop 18 kills.
I went to go see a Lana Del Rey concert in Glasgow a few days ago, and I've never listened to her music before. I took my sister, and ever since I came back, I've changed. I'm a changed man.
Is that why you're dropping big numbers in EML right now?
It's Lana.
That's the solution.
I'm not even into me speak. It's just blasting Lana Del Rey down the headphones. I hope you're watching this, Lana.
Absolutely love that. But okay, we saw, I think, on the cameras as well, like it meant a lot for you in particular to, make sure you get this comeback. What are you most proud of with the team today?
I even tweeted like after the game, like I've been doing this for 8 years, like my full-time job playing Pro Siege. Like I've had the highs, I've had the lows. It's so good, and like it's nice. It's a nice job. Like I'm not gonna lie, but games like this really make you realize why you love your job. Like I actually just love, because the emotions you feel, the energy, like your teammates, like the hype, it's just overwhelming. It's like absolutely awesome to feel that. And when it's against a respected team, it's like 10 times better. So yeah.
He just made me retire. I regret retiring after listening to that. Well, thank you, Doki. Thank you, Jack. That's amazing to hear. I'm great for you.
Yeah, thank you.
We're gonna start losing our endless because of this, Doki. Thank you so much for.
Sorry.
Nah, it's okay. Thank you so much for all your detailed answers once again, and have a really good rest of the evening.
Yeah, have a good night, guys. Good luck. Bye bye.
I love Doki interviews. He's always like so detailed on all the answers, but I can't predict what kind of subject will be brought up today.
I'm going to listen to Lana Del Rey before ranked now. I'll be honest. We'll be in Discord together just blasting
Maybe that's the cheat code. We'll try it. We'll try it as soon as
we'll report back on Monday.
Yeah.
Okay. We got a lot of time, of course, before that happens. We also got some more games to play. Obviously, over at the EML here. It's only been our first game of the day. Already a full overtime. You predicted 3 overtimes today, so we're going to see if we can get that potentially after the break with Secret and Wild.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Welcome back to the Europe Meta League desk. My name is Anne. I'm joined by Alfama and Fresh, and we're going to set you up for the second game of the day between Secret and Wild. And if we purely look at the scoreboard, I think anyone would say, you know, this is a done deal. We got the number 1 versus the number 8 currently on the positions. But then again, for Wild, obviously, they got their first victory. Huge. We know what it does to players when they get their first victory in regards of confidence. But I mean, when we look at Secret, there's nothing really, you know, missing on the confidence either.
Yeah, that's something I was thinking. What about confidence? Because we've seen Wild grow, we've seen them develop, and then we see Secret, and you're like, I don't think there is a world where they have nearly the same amount of confidence. You look at this team, and they look like, honestly, we just seen some high quality siege in that first game, right?
Yeah.
G2 VP, both teams are completely crazy. Well, I think Secret right now are on their level, and Falcons maybe trailing a little here, a little bit behind in terms of team play and cohesion.
Yeah.
I think when we look at this roster, we think, who's actually the best in Europe? And when before they used to be a contender to that title, they're one of the favorites now.
I'm absolutely salivating at the thought of G2, Secret, VP, and Falcons in the playoffs in best of 3.
Even in international
Against
siege.
all of each other. It's going to be so good.
Yeah.
And it's nice that we have that conversation and it's not just Falcons. Secret have been playing a phenomenal brand of siege and it's consistent. I think that's the big thing. We've seen Secret have their ups and downs and known them as a top team in Europe for the last 18 months, but have their ups and downs, whereas now they just seem to be consistently up.
Yeah, let's have a look at the standings as well to see what this really means for Secret. Would they win this game here today? Because if you think back in time, obviously, first stage last year, they got third in group phase. Then second stage, they got second. If you follow the trajectory, you'd say, you know, there is a chance for them to get first this time.
And they've kind of missed that step already by losing to G2, I feel like. But they're on a 3-win streak. I think we've already seen them like trial and tested against big teams, right? And they are still having to play against some of the biggest team out there. We haven't seen them play against Falcons yet. Same with VP. They're going to have a really tough next week. And that's the moment where we'll see really where do they face compared to these two teams. Now we're jumping the gun a little bit. They're playing wild today. And before that, they need to make sure they secure all of the weaker or easier points to get.
Yeah, I mean, we saw just on the scoreboard now, they're Wild currently 8th. They moved themselves up from dead last to 8th with that victory that they got yesterday. Absolutely huge for them. Confidence, we talked about it as well, but I think a good thing as well is they really improved on the entries yesterday.
Yeah, I think so. They were obviously the worst in the world at that entry engagement statistic. It's still not looking particularly hot when you see the statistics there. However, it was a vast improvement. They were good yesterday. They got the process right against Wolves, and they got, I think it was 10 out of 12 rounds on the entry. It was like, it genuinely set itself up for massive success. I will say, still quite a nervous victory yesterday, but it was a victory nonetheless. And, you know, it was actually Kendra who talked about it a few weeks ago. It was a game of firsts, and he said, once you got your first win, they got their first point last week. They got their first win yesterday. Now, Wild's expectations are still realistic, that they're not going to go on a mad playoff run. They've still got some hard teams to come, but getting over the line will have been absolutely massive for them because it will have been this big release of pressure.
Yeah, I think the entry department was mainly due to Matt and Sneak finally stepping up. They were the two fraggers that we were looking up to as the rookies that could come and, you know, try and challenge some big teams in Tier 1. The second thing I was expecting was a little bit of more confidence on the side of Wumsy in that interview, and he did feel very humble, and he was very, very transparent about the fact that, you know, it was great. They had a first point and then they had this first win, but nothing was easy. They don't play to the level that they want to be playing at. And it's great to see these guys, even coming from Tier 2, they still have expectations of being a Tier 1 team, a team of professional that performs. They don't so far, but the thing is, everything here, playing against a big team, should be a learning process.
Yes.
And main thing I want to expect from them, please try and adapt in game. Don't stick to your game plan. If it doesn't work, try and initiate new things. That's the best way to try and learn things, instead of committing hard to game plan that doesn't work.
Yeah, and I think maybe, you know, obviously given that we said, you know, it's a number 1 versus number 8, it's going to be really tough for a while to win this year. Maybe a learning experience is already a really good thing for them. But let's bring up your predictions in particular first. I mean, you don't have to giggle because you did get the first one right today. So you did actually say a 7-1 for...
Beforehand.
Yeah.
Why do you always start with, okay, fuck it, like you're doing something crazy, and then you put on prediction?
I was just about to apologize for swearing on the broadcast, and you've just sworn as well. Say sorry,
I just
Liam.
read out loud what you were saying, so it's your fault.
It's crazy. Des usually replies, but he didn't today. I don't know what's going on. I mean, VP G2, all-time Classico, called it. It existed. Are these predictions going to be right? Probably not. I just do them based completely off vibes on my walk into the studio. However, the reason, if you want me to explain it, why I think Secret will 7-1 Wild is it was still a nervous win, and Secret are operating at such a high level. I think they will blow Wild away today and not give them a chance to even get into this game.
We're going to have to see if that really ends up happening today. We have, of course, the map to talk about as well. Let's bring in our map veto. It seems like we're going to go to Border.
Are we learning something new? Not really. We're playing exactly the same game as yesterday. But the big thing here, Jack.
Yep.
Wild played super passive and Turtle to win yesterday against Wolf because they knew they were in shambles and struggled to problem solve even the basic things.
And they're not going to be able to do that against Secret.
Shields, aggression, spawn picks, jumping out there, Joom getting a triple kill, jumping out.
There's going to be a lot of unexpected plays that they're not going to be able to have prepped and facilitate for.
Good luck against the Shields and the Ying. I can't wait to see that. That's going to be an interesting one.
I mean, you mentioned the vibes going into the studio, right? But at least, you know, the positive thing, I guess, for this game lobby is that the vibes were definitely there. I mean, during the break, we moved to the screen that's behind the current one that we're looking at right now, just for us to see the game lobby and see what the players were talking about with each other.
Yeah, it was June. So he asked the Wild guys, he said, what operators are you going to ban just so I can prepare the skins in game? He said, can you not ban Azami Clash for me because I've got some great skins?
Actually, he asked for Azami and Clash to be banned.
Oh, sorry.
And then he wants Cade to not be banned.
That was it.
All right, we'll see if that's true when we go in game.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I'd love to see a bit into the future, I guess, with what these players are just casually bantering with each other. We love it if the pre-game lobby vibes are good. We're going to get on our casters again once more. We have a Desert Ace joining us. You two just casted a classical Ace and Des full overtime game. How are we feeling now?
Absolutely scorching, Anne. My room is still about 30-something stupid degrees right now, and it shouldn't be anymore. Tim was saying that up in the north it's been raining, and I'm just like, of course it is in the north. Then it's far colder up there. It's a sick joke, to be honest.
To be
You leave the
fair,
north
it's
alone.
still absolutely boiling in my room after that game. You couldn't... The heat was rising. You couldn't avoid it.
It definitely was. And Des, I hate to put you on the spot. You didn't reply to Fresh's tweet today?
Actually, I did 2 minutes ago.
He doesn't
Go check
reply
it.
to me a lot. Like, he ignored me on socials. He's ignored me at work today.
You guys
To be
gonna
fair,
start
mate,
fighting
you
each other?
did basically blackmail me and say that if I tweeted to reply to that anymore, that you'd do something horrible to me. So I was like, okay, I'll stop doing it now.
Okay,
But now
I
that you
think
said
we
it on
gotta cut
broadcast,
it here. I do not want to put any threats to each other here on the podcast. We're friends. We
I'll
appreciate
carry
each
on.
other.
He's
So I'm going
gaslighting
to send
me.
you guys over to the second game of the day, please.
I am not gaslighting you, Fresh. Don't you dare. In we go to border then, Tim. Do they make it 2 days in a row, or do you think that's going a bit too far for Wild? What are you thinking?
I think beating Wolves is one thing. I think coming in and doing the same thing to Secret is going to be quite another. It's not to say it's not possible, but they're going to have to find another level again. They need another gear, from whatever they played yesterday. As Fresh said, Secret have been sat top of the table for a reason. Their siege just looked fantastic. They've been so solid. They've been phenomenal. And I can't see that changing. And so I don't think it's really, for me, about who's on the other side. I think it could be Falcons, it could be VP, it could be Matchco. It doesn't really matter. It's about Secret, and they're just really good at the minute.
I do love how in the pre-game chat, Moti said, Garen, if I kill you, I say Demacia in chat. I link back to League of Legends, to those who don't know, because indeed that's where his name seems to appear to come from. But all that really matters to him in this server is that he can put up the numbers they need. We've seen Garen have some brilliant games throughout the stage so far. Heck, we've seen some of those players across all of Wild really putting in a bit of a show yesterday. I'm hoping it's enough to bring down Secret, but it is a pretty big opponent to get through. Is it a test too far? We're going to find out once we get ourselves into the map in just a moment's time. Border awaits for our second game of the day. As a reminder, there are still 3 more to come, so much more to look forward to today, which means plenty more hours for me sweating to death in my room. What do you do during the breaks, by the way, Tim? So I tend to fling my window wide open and go and stand in front of the aircon in my bedroom and just try and cool down as quickly as I can.
You see, I don't have air conditioning like you, Des.
You don't need it up there, mate. Apparently, it's cold enough with the rain and lack of electric.
We've got nature's air conditioning.
We used to until about 2 years ago. No, it's
Terrible
horrible.
weather. No, I tend to. So it does get really hot in my room, to be fair. Even though it's cold outside today, it is probably 25, 30 in here easily. I open my window in my office, but then I also, if I open my door, I can open a window at the other end of the house, and I get a really nice wind tunnel effect going on. So that does help to bring the temperature down. So that's me in the breaks. It's just kind of sat in between the 2 windows, cooling off.
All right, well, let's see if this game starts to heat up then, Tim. Here we go. Wild start out on the attacking side, which you generally quite favour them, to be fair. Going on to map like border, you'll see attackers tend to come out on top. And it's Boomsy who's in pretty quick here on the Nook as well, hoping to catch someone off guard upstairs. And will he find a victim? May well do here. They knew that he was inside, I'm pretty sure, but Adrian completely caught off guard. Savage gets the trade back, though. So the X Factor that is that Nook now gone.
Not the end of the world for Booms there. He's gone in and got his job done. He's got himself an opening kill, but problems are starting to mount up, and this shows what I was talking about with Secret when I came in and why they are so difficult to beat for Wild or anybody else. Yes, Boomsy gets in, gets a kill, gets the surprise. What does Secret do? They react fantastically well and they get the down. They're now 3 versus 2 effectively. Garen probably will be collected here. They know they need to be cautious, but they will get him back on his feet. So we go back to 3 versus 3. But yeah, Secret just respond really well. But look at that, saying it. Wild are doing it. I was critical of Wild's trade game. I said, they needed to improve the way that they were impacting on each other's deaths on the first couple of play days that we saw them. They mentioned the entry kills on the analyst desk before coming in here. I'll mention the trades as well. They've done really well to keep themselves in this in terms of manpower. 3 versus 2. This could be the first round for them.
It could be. It's a solid start for them, given it started out a little bit awfully, to be fair. Okay, trade admittedly, but then Sneak going down just after. Not too great for them. Definitely some work for Doom and Savage to do. Ace, there's control, of course, in the hands of Wild at this point of the round, as you hope it's a beat. Still got one more player to deal with. I like taking the presence there to get back on drone, but of course there's Garen, Tim. Of course it's Garen. 2 kills to start things off, and Juma's got to hold it down against 3. Wild here with 60 seconds to play. I don't think they let this one slip.
No, Doom's got about 30 health here. It's a real big ask to try and get him to lock this one down. He's just going to wait for that push coming through office. He knows that they're there. The smoke canister gives it away, but it's not really going to matter because they've got weight of numbers here. 3v1, one working towards holding that angle from Metal. I think they just want to get inside of Archives here and think about getting that diffuser down, but there seems to be a little bit of a rotation. Doom's predicted it. He gets one and creates himself a little bit of a safe space here, Des. He just pulls away at the wrong moment. Wild know where he is now, and surely a matter of time. Mats cuts him down through the soft wall, and Wild take the first round.
Missed the golden chance there, surely to say only a Mats of time, Tim. Come on. That one was like right before, yeah.
Sorry.
I'll forgive you, it's the heat.
I can't sanction that one, Des.
Why not? It's the kind of joke you make, is it not?
It is, to be fair. It is.
Exactly. I know you do well at this point, my man. But no, good round. Again, for me, it collapsed a little bit after the second death came through. The first one, cool, you get in there, you get traded. Okay, not the end of the world. You've gained the information on where Savage is. For Sneak to then die on East Main, I was a bit like, oh, we're trying to do too many things here at once, boys. We've got an Archives push going on. We've got a slight office take happening about 5 seconds later. That all crumbled down as well. And I thought from that point, honestly, things were really going to start falling apart. But this kind of aggression, I think, dealing with the craziness coming out of Secret and trying to jump out windows to get aggressive onto the players of Wild, really smart. And what I really think Secret should have done a little bit, I know it's a map like Border, just take a step back here, peel back a layer of the onion, pull back towards site. I'm going to go fully on the way in, but let's not throw ourselves out the window when we're already up into a 4 versus 3. Just play for trades at that point. You haven't got to take the risk of jump outs there. Maybe a little bit too much confidence coming out on round 1, and Wild capitalise on it beautifully.
See if they can continue to capitalise then. Like you say, first round goes very much in their favour. Secret have to try and hold on a little bit better than that. I don't think they're going to get away with walking and knocking to site again, but Wild are not going to try that. I like to see that, not doubling down, not just throwing the same thing. They've switched it up. Instead, they're going to be working their way in, probably behind that Deimos again, but looking for a more standard clearance of that top floor. Get control, get Mats in there with the book, maybe a few Roteros, get that floor ripped up and put some pressure down onto site.
Sure. Secret are the ones that I'm keen to see how they play out this round a little bit differently. The owners, like you look back on Bank, for example, it was all about the attack and how well they were playing. A map like Border, I think it really comes down to the efficacy of the defenders. You're the ones that have got to show something a bit different because by default, attackers are going to win. I don't want to say the majority of the time, but I'd say it's like you'd often expect to see a 3-3 split coming out on this map. It is our most attacker-sided map in the pool for very good reason. There's it's a relatively small map when you look at it and dice it up. There's a lot of external-facing walls that look at least very, very close towards sites, for example. There's not a lot of opportunity for defenders to be able to waste time inside the map itself. You've got to do something a little bit crazy, like getting aggressive outside the map. But even here, like, they've stepped back a little bit further. They have kind of acknowledged, okay, maybe we were a bit too aggressive in round 1, and now it's given a bit of space towards Wild to get the entry and start things cooking.
Adrian's put himself in a bit of a bad spot there. He can have a look around and see roughly where that Deimos is, and moving into the doorway gives him a shot through the soft wall, and it was beautifully taken by Sneak. So the positivity on entry continues for Wild here, and they get the second round in a row with the advantage to kick things off. Time might be a factor for them. Mobley starts to take a little bit of damage, tries to get himself away. Will do successfully, but down to about 25-30 HP and tracked as well. The pressure feels palpable.
He could pull back in towards site really here quite easily, but he wants to play his life a little bit and waste time because we're down to that last 60 or so. Again, if you dip back in towards site too early on here, you're giving everything over to the attackers. You're going to find yourself falling away from this one. But you are right, so he's getting pressure from 3 different sides here and surely has to go down at some point. Evan gets his man, but it was bait all along. Savage is there for the trade.
Really nice Nitro there, just coming up and getting the kill vertically. 35 seconds left to go, and Wild need to start establishing a presence on site and taking the space that they're going to need to put the diffuser down. But again, that trade game, keep watching that as the game goes on. Sneak is there to make an effect on the death bid taken. 3 versus 2, 20 seconds left to go. Matt's with diffuser in hand, but do they have the space to secure a plant? He's starting to move in, but he's not yet inside.
So I'm just not quite sure what they were looking for at the back of this one. They're trying to go, oh, he's pulled away there at the perfect moment to try and get the plant down into a 1 versus 1. Sneak with it all to do. Savage, of course, will be looking around to try and close this one out, going down for a plant in the exact same spot where the diffuser fell. In comes his man. It's going to be a 1 apiece.
Yeah, just leaving themselves a little bit too much to do. Time was a factor. We said that about the minute mark. And wow, just couldn't get the space they needed inside. I think, you know, the plays that we saw from players like Mowgli up on top floor, just playing that life, you know, choosing to take that extra 20, 30 seconds, bait them into a bad position so that Savage can hit the nitro. It just did enough in the end to grind Wild down. But it was another good attacking round from them. They went in positively. They found kills. They found trades. I thought they might have a real opportunity to put the diffuser down. They just never got really confident control of that top floor.
I was a little bit nervous of Secret in the round overall, to be honest, in that they're still playing very aggressive. Like Noah's swing at top metal, I was a bit like, was that necessary? Like, do we need to swing here? You've just got to kill onto the guy on metal. You know, you've got that pressure somewhat alleviated. It's a 3 versus 3. Swings and makes it a 2v3. They've ultimately won on the back of the clock there, but what I will give to them is everything they were doing, like including Mowgli's madness inside of Office, was all about wasting time. It was all about wasting time that brought us down to those final couple of seconds, as you saw, where it was enough for Savage to get in and stop the diffuser going down overall. And this is why sometimes you can look at a round and think, oh, well, you've wasted maybe 2 or 3 seconds there. Is it worth it? You're doing that 5 times throughout a round. You're wasting yourself a good 15 seconds or so. So I don't blame them at all for trying to be at least aggressive and keep Wild at base. Slowing them down that little bit could be the difference between winning a round and losing it. In that last round, it got them the win.
Wild, I'd like to see this round them maybe just get into the building a little bit more confidently, a little bit quicker, so that they have the time to take that top floor control. But they're going to need again because they're attacking into bathroom and tellers, so they need to make sure this time, learn the lessons of last round and don't leave them with that position above. That said, Evan is getting straight onto the window here, clearing out utility as the Blackbeard with the glass upside down. There could be a vending machine plant on the cards.
Clear of the blast!
I think maybe they're trying to think about it, but potentially a little bit preemptive.
This is the position they need to deal with.
I mean, there's a C4 in back pocket. Even if he gets slightly forced back from here, he's still in trouble. And Mowgli's got the vertical control. This is what they need first, really, if they want to force players away from bathroom. Otherwise, this feels a little bit, ooh, okay. I was going to say a waste of a C4, but Boomsy doesn't move. He just stays static and gets taken down by Adrian. Glass gone. The main impact you wanted through those smokes now also removed away. And so the question marks now start standing. What next, Wild? I imagine it's to be Evan trying to move his way through, but no! Just as he steps in to get that vertical angle, he gets himself shut out of this one. Noah should not be losing out on that second kill, though. Garen gets a nice shot on, looks for another man here, must know that he's being challenged, but backs away just in the nick of time. It's a 2 versus 3 for Wild, make it a 1 versus 3. Much more composed coming out from Secret.
Yeah, definitely. The opening kill onto the glass really shook things up. Evan had already moved away on the Blackbeard and did, you know, adapt well to the position the Warden was in to get that kill, but ultimately it just hasn't been enough for Wild. 2 versus 1 now. Secret can hold this, you know, any which way they like, really. They know that Sneak is going to have to move on into side. I like the little bit play there, just a little bit of a soft breach from above whilst he drops down, covers the sound, but also maybe makes them think that he's up there above and not challenging horizontally. But that moment of surprise has been lost, as has his life. Mowgli manages to find that kill, and Secret go 2-1.
Yeah, most in the round, just a bit more composed, I think, for Secret overall there. Yeah. Better played. Noah really getting into position that he shouldn't have been inside of as well. Like, clearly he slipped the net there and has managed to work his way through the drone net established by the attackers of Wild, and they paid the price for it. Either way, into that second quarter we go, which means another ban comes on through. I imagine it'll be a third shield that comes out of Secret here. Already seen, of course, the Blitz and the Monty. No, it's going to be the Deimos coming out instead. And interestingly, Tim, Smoke on the other side.
Let's see how that one pans out then. Let me see.
What was spicy is they banned away yesterday against Wolves. I was just looking at the stats from yesterday, actually, and was there 2 bans they brought away? It was the Azami and the Smoke they banned away. So although they're taking it until the 4th round here, they've opted to ban it away at this point. And whether or not that's more of a lean towards trying to target powerful players on the smoke, or more they're just worried about the time stall factor and just wanting that to not be a factor for them. Interesting, they banned it away both days so far on this map.
Obviously something that the I don't want to say that they don't like playing against, you know, everybody's familiar with playing against Smoke, but as we, you know, we know how powerful Smoke is on the denial, you know, just much more so than an example earlier tonight, the Tachanka, for example, for that sort of area denial. Smoke is much more consistent and effective, so I get it, it maybe just helps them get a little bit more space inside of sight. Next 3 rounds, of course, are going to be particularly important. If Wild aren't getting in and getting established and starting to, you know, at least look in a position to get plants down, then we start asking questions about that smoke ban and saying, you know, how effective has it really been? You know, by contrast, if they do get in there and they put in that diffuser down and it's creating that space, then yeah, you look at it as a masterstroke.
All right, see how Wild shape appearing. Can they get us back to 2 apiece, or does it go 3-1 towards Secret? I think many, knowing how Secret have played throughout the stage so far, probably backed them to come away the stronger of the 2 teams in this game. I believe Fresh's prediction was 7-1. Not quite sure so much see 5 rounds on the bounce being won, but crazier things have happened. And that's certainly one of those things, Tim. Wow! Boozy can't get a break here for the 2nd round in a row. C4'd off last one and jumped out on here, exposing himself to the Archives window and pays the price.
Yeah, this is the problem that Wild have got now. They've come out with a good first round, but Secret are really starting to find themselves in the round and, you know, in the match, and that's when you start to see these players come out where they're jumping out and taking those early engagements. Noah is going to be taken down, so again, it was slightly late, but a good trade coming in from Wild, keeping those numbers level and keeping themselves in the round. If this Nitro goes out, it gets a kill. I think he's just waiting for his moment. Sees it there, he surely finds its man. No, just a little bit long. Garen manages to get Savage. It is a trade though, and that leaves us 3 versus 3.
It's a shame. I really am desperate to know, and I need to remember to message Savage about this later. Did they watch back the game from Wild yesterday against Wolves and know that Boomsy stands there when he's droning up on the roof? Because if so, that's like a perfectly timed jump out that they just knew was going to be a thing, rather than hoping for blindness on a jump out there and getting a little bit lucky. I need to go and ask him at some point, because that would be really interesting to find out. Or maybe the Devs can ask afterwards. We'll see. Either way, 3 versus 3. At least Wild have kept themselves competitive throughout the round. Have kept it pretty even, all things said and done. Still a winnable round here with 60 seconds to play or so, though. But, Tim, as we often say, that time waits for no one. They've got to get a bit of a move on here and start getting their way through the map to clear out players like Mowgli, who are going to be a real nuisance here, dug in.
I love that kick mute jammer there, just coming in to prevent the track. Adrian manages to find Sneak. It doesn't actually save Mowgli, as he'll still be taken down. 2 versus 2, though. Evan taking damage, and Wild need to start taking some risks now. With 40 seconds left to go, they've got to get themselves inside, and Evan is seriously low health. This is not going to be easy. We've got Doom just dug in behind the bomb chassis, but this could be a problem for him. He's going to take the gamble, he's going to take the big push and have a look if he can get aggressive. He sees his man and takes him down. He blocks it back up with a keeper barricade, and now it is all for Mats to do.
I was going to say, like, surely Adrian is ready to assist there at range, so Mats couldn't easily push in against him. Has at least an idea where Adrian is, but I don't think there's enough time here. He's got to step in for a kill. Adrian steps out and gets his 2nd of the round. And I do want to talk about Adrian for a second here, because he played a very, very critical role in defending Mowgli when we had that first jump in on the CC window. I don't think, or at least what it shows, Wild have sort of slipped upon a few times across these 3 rounds. They know where the main man is. They know how they want to pinch onto with maybe 3 players. What they don't always appreciate is the 2nd player that might be giving cover to that guy and defending one of the angles. And whether it's a lack of experience, whether it's a lack of drones, I don't know. But we've seen across a couple of rounds now where players have just been blindsided and caught out by someone holding an off angle while protecting another player that all of Wild are so focused on. It's almost like they get a little bit single-minded focused on trying to take out one player and forget there are other teammates around that could be looking to support them, and they've lost 3 or 4 kills throughout this half so far in situations like that. But just really like to see them tighten it up a little bit and be more mindful of what other players are doing when they're trying to catch out an extended player, especially on a small map like Border. You're going to see that catching you out time and time again if you're not careful.
Yeah, it's having that bigger picture, isn't it? You know, being aware of that there's not just the challenge that you're involved in. There's, you know, multiple other angles, especially on a map like Border, as you say, you know, where basically every room overlooks every room practically. You can find an angle, you know, from somewhere to everywhere. But we see the clearance coming on through from Wild. It wasn't enough in the end. And it's also pushed them to pull the trigger on the tactical timeout. They've decided, you know, that they've seen enough of what Secret are bringing. As we said, that smoke ban, you're hoping it's going to give you an opportunity to get into sight a little bit more comfortably, prevent that denial, get yourself established, maybe have a plant opportunity. Didn't really happen for Wild in the last round, so they'll try again now. We need to see them take that top floor control. Twice they've attacked onto ground floor sites. They've not survived long enough. They've not had the man count to be able to continue with that top floor push, hold it, and go for a plant underneath at the same time. So that's the improvement that we need to see from Wild, really, if they're going to take this round from Secret, because Secret, they're just going to be mobile. They're going to play top floor, and as you push them back, they'll drop the hatches, and then they'll try and rotate and come back up the staircases to flank you and retake that top floor.
Again, an attempted, like, yeah, it's a run out. It's a run out from June very early on, hoping to catch them out on their spawn coming down the south side. Again, maybe some trap work they've done there, knowing they've come from here. Almost managed to catch someone out there, but I think just a little bit behind the time. I say that as knowing they get rid of Boozy. I almost feel bad, like half gone about it at this point, but Boozy, I feel for him, but he has been caught out repeatedly here because a little bit further ahead of the rest of his team, droning in bad spots, yeah, not being mindful of C4s in the window. These are small things you've just got to show a little bit more caution around, but he's paying the price for it and constantly leaving his team in 4v5s.
Certainly being punished by Secret, who are taking every opportunity to put in front of them, and this time, you know, I've been complimentary of Wild's trade game so far. This time they've not been able to back it up with a kill of their own, and it leaves Secret sitting pretty. A minute into the round, 5 versus 4, still holding on to key positions. They've got CCTV, they've got armory, they've got archives, they've got a lot of top floor control, and Wild need to chip away at that and make sure that they can't use that to prevent a plant in the late round.
Let's get some vertical work done from below here, trying to force these players back. And sure enough, a bit of pressure from the team comes together. And Mowgli is removed on that Solus, back into a 4 versus 4. The thing for Mowgli here, Tim, he's 1 and 5 so far in the game. A lot of his roles have been playing the, I'm going to overextend and play against 3 players here. My goal is to try and waste time. We've already seen that help his team win 1 round, as we saw Savage winning out that 1 versus 1 in the 2nd round. So I don't hate the way that he's playing. Of course, it's not having massive impacts on the scoreboard, but it's still helping his team in terms of pressure.
Savage is just going to drop himself a little bit deeper. He was playing up on that wall, but finds himself instead behind the lockers there. He knows that he can hold West Breach from there, and that's where a lot of this pressure is stacking up from Wild. They've got a minute left to go, 4 versus 4, so the round is certainly winnable for them, but there's a couple of key positions they haven't dealt with. Top East is one of them. I was going to say that Lockers was the other, but they do deal with that. Savage is taken out. Noah manages to find Sneak. 3 versus 3, still doable for Wild, but East Stairs could come back to bite them.
Just a bit nervous here that with no real coverage inside of Office, for example, as well. They might get themselves a little bit side-swiped. Doom has worked his way up towards that East Stairs, as you remark, could work his way over that top floor if so desired and play Lunar from above, or work his way back down and come across from that side of the map to help here. His 2 teammates very much dug in and waiting for this push to come on through. Mats gets 1. Good for Adrian to go down so early. But there we go. Noah again strikes. Gets a kill from inside of sight here. And now June can double back. Make it a 2 versus 2. And Wild's availability of space to play with here is quickly running away. June's worked his way across that top floor. Got the verticals back on side. And Garen, maybe one of those great players that we talk about, Tim. But Noah is that bit better in this round. 4 kills for himself. The Secret move up now 4-1.
Yep, the obvious problem in that round, of course, for Wild being Noah, is just sort of run over them and took every opportunity that he had. But Doom on East Stairs. East Stairs is one of the primary positions that you need to deal with when attacking anywhere on border, whether it's Armory Archives, whether it's one of the downstairs sites. You need to consider who has control over East Stairs. Allowing Doom to stay out there, you can't really do it. Sometimes the roamers, yes, you can leave them out in the cold. Doom then just says, okay, no problem. It's 2v2. I'm going to retake Armory and Archives. I'll just hold you from above. And he just wanders down, no problem, gets himself back into Armory and finds a kill from above. So it's 2v1 and then back foot again for Wild. So it's a tough lesson to learn, but it is one that they need to take on board. You have to control those key areas. You can't allow a player like Doom to sit out on East Stairs aboard.
Against, it's a myriad of things. Again, not considering those second players, the amount of time that Mowgli is wasting and resource that he's sucking in. He's one of those players I think that you have to commit resource to. Though, like we spoke about Mowgli so much, and I've often said about him that I think back on Walls he was a bit untamed in a way. It was a fantastic entry, but often very far ahead of the rest of his team, often a bit too aggressive and cost them a few rounds in the process. On Secret, we have seen him be a much more controlled player, or at the very least that Wild side of him has been kind of put more control has been given more control and told where it can exist. And that is where when you've been tucking in 3 or 4 players on Wild to try and collapse into one player, and it's taking you half the round to do so. That's a lot of time to be whittled away down. So I like how he's playing here, where it's not particularly flashy. It's not letting in loads of kills. It's often being in difficult spots where you're being forced to go 1vx. I'm sure Mowgli loves being in those situations, but it means that Wild again are seeing that clock run down and they're coming under pressure.
Noah's going to take out Sneak. That makes it 5 in a row for him. 4 in the last round and 1 to continue his streak here. 6 and 4 overall. Certainly come online. I think it's important that we remember the sort of stakes of this one, the positions that we're in. You've got to remember Team Secret are absolutely flying in EML at the minute, and we've got Wild who have come from being an academy team and got themselves to T1. It's a great story. It is going to be a struggle of a match, more than likely, and there is certainly things they'll be able to take away and learn, but they are still in this one. They just need to try and get this round, I think, go with the 2-4 split and move themselves onto defense. But Secret certainly not making it easy. They're punishing every little mistake, every little opening. Secret are there. We're going to see the flash come in. It is successful, but I don't think anybody is pushing behind it to take that fight and get that kill. So it allows Secret to maintain that position. But no, Garen does go in just after the utility. Gets the kill onto Noah. 4 versus 4, a minute 20 left to go.
Well, they know that this is going to drop away here. The Savage has dropped himself down. Can, of course, hop back up if he so chooses and go on that flank once again. At least for now, darting around that hatch. They've got to be so careful, Tim, because we've seen them they've seen that drone net sort of fail them before, and they can pay the price if they're not too careful. June getting rid of Boomsy, who again continues to have a pretty torrid time in this game, but Matt's warming his way into this now, stepping himself forward up to 5 and 4, going positive. 3 versus 3.
Yeah, June doing a great job of keeping himself in the position there. He knows how effective he had the joy from East Stairs last time. He's going to continue to do this as long as they will let him. He's got to keep a barricade in pocket so he can put another one out for himself and burn another 20 or 30 seconds with them not knowing whether he's going to hit them on the flank or not. Wild kind of just trying to look the way down into sight here, but there's not any real movement towards getting an execute sorted. Doom is backed up beautifully by Mowgli as the push comes through, and then he manages to get the second. Evan eventually finds the trade, but it's 1 versus 2, and he has no option but to just drop down into the next level, into sight, and try and find something. Mowgli's there to cut him down, and that's going to be another successful round for Secret. 5-1.
All right. Now, this makes things very, very difficult on the other side of things for Wild to try and make this work on the defense. I think you just saw Secret, outside of a couple of crazy rounds, I think at the start where they were figuring themselves out and how they wanted to play the game out, less runouts and craziness and general risk-taking, I think, overall. Once they got more composed into that, it was very hard for Wild to stop them. A lot of it coming down to, as I said, those second or third players, when they were so focused on trying to deal with one. Like Noah was very largely unchallenged inside of CC for the entirety of that round, had absolute liberty to do whatever he pleased. And those are the small things that if you don't control those 2 corners of the map, or at least one of them looking in towards CC or in towards Office, you're going to have a bad time. Now we get the swap over. Secret on the attack has remarked, this could end up being a quick one. And dare I say to him, if it goes 7-1, then Jack is pretty much spot on. 2-0 in terms of predictions, but also the score lines.
Impressive if he gets 2 back-to-back scorelines. Certainly not an easy thing. But I would say, talking about things that are not easy, getting entry kills against the Secret side is not proving easy for Wild. They got the opening 2. It was a great foundation for them coming into the game, but since then they haven't been able to lock one down. Adrian, Savage, and then a double from Noah have been the last 4 rounds of entry kills, and it just means that Wild are playing in that sort of 4v5, and Secret are then able to use the space that they've created with that entry kill and take advantage of it, which is something that Secret have done very, very well. Not, for example, Doom in the last couple of rounds not being forced out, and it's because Wild don't really have the manpower, and Secret know that, so they're just of course going to sit there until they're forced to move, and it's just been good play from them, good solid siege.
All right, Armory Archive's going to be our first fight of the half. Wild going to see what they can do to hold Secret at bay. Looking in towards their line, again, dipping in towards both Fenrir and Malusi. Normally seeing quite interchangeably, more for that area denial. Information that it gives when someone steps on forward does really, really help you out there as the defenders. I think having both may be a little bit much. Of course, time will tell. Big fear then, of course, on the other side, Tim, is looking in towards the Brava. And I'm sure Adrian is eyeing up some of those juicy, juicy gadgets, including the bulletproof cameras, and quite fancying them to turn over to his side.
Yeah, get those bulletproofs, get those banshees, just really pick apart the defense with its utility first. You've of course got the Smart Mines, the FNATs. There's so much value there for the Brava. I'm surprised we do see the occasional Brava ban, but we don't see too many of them, and it surprises me a little bit because there's so much value can be found from those clutch drones.
I agree. Like we've seen back at Reload, we saw a few teams ban away the Brava, but oftentimes I'd see it banned away, and then teams would not then run things like a Maestro or other gadget-heavy operators like the Melusi. And I was always like, it felt like a little bit of a waste at times. But where it has been banned away, and a couple of teams have then turned towards playing things like the Maestro, it's been really effective. Just very little shuts it down, which is absolutely fantastic. You're relying on Flores drones to do that, but coming up against Mutes, for example, can just make that almost impossible to get through. So, of course, hoping here that Adrian puts into good use and they get some gadgetry away. Sneak, who's down to just under half HP at this point, has come under a little bit of pressure. So we've now got Mowgli established on East Stairs, and his team starting to gather around him.
Yep, just opening up that line of sight through into Office is going to make it a little bit more tricky for them to hold on. There goes the Brava drone straight in, grabs the Banshee, and that's going to give at least a point of ingress possibly for Secret here. Somewhere that they can use an avenue to get themselves inside, and the movement was going to be punished eventually. Mowgli finds his man. 5 versus 4, another entry for Secret. They are looking sharp today.
Yeah, this is the problem. They get picked off one at a time here, Wild, then the layers just dissolve entirely. And you get more and more encroaches, you get forced back in towards site, you've got more directions you're getting pushed from, that pressure builds up. It ain't a pretty time now. Juve's got a track coming on through. He's hoping for his man upstairs. I think they found they got the wrong one here. Oh my god, Noah's got the read onto Boomsy. He cannot get away with it today, and neither can Evan apparently. He's also finished off. And Garen's now just down the comms like, guys? Where are you? Everyone else is dead, mate. You're on your own. A 5 versus 1. He does get one as the exit, Tim, but that was dominant from Secret.
Yeah, I don't envy Garen's position there, being chased down by a Blackbeard in a 5 versus 1 is never going to be a pretty sight, never going to be any other outcome realistically. So Garen will be taken out. Secret do manage to get themselves up to map point. Wild now need to get 5 rounds in a row without mistake if they're going to get themselves back into this one. Secret just require one more, and with the way that they've been playing tonight, I'm not too sure it'll be too long in coming.
All right, a brief interlude before we jump ourselves back into it. Some highlights from the last round as well to tickle your fancy. This is beautiful as well, but to be fair, Noah's been there a million times. Oh, there's an impact. That means someone's running out. And I love the presence of Mine was there to expect the second swing, and it was very spot on. Wild made the right idea there, I think. Maybe probably could have seen a swing come out sooner or come out first from Evan, and a step out into a second swing coming out from Booms. You don't know, but the timing was a little bit off. It gave Noah time to readjust, and he walked through with both kills there. Right idea, just not quite the right execution.
Yeah, it's a tough one really, because your instinct says like kind of, you know, swing at the same time there, so that, you know, Noah can't take both of you out. But the problem is the line of sight is very tight, and when Boomsy comes out of that door, there's every chance that the man behind him is going to pop a bullet straight through him rather than Noah. So it's a bit of a tough one. It'd have to be a very wide swing on that West Breach to get a line around the player going out. So yeah,
I'm reloading.
They were unfortunately punished by Noah, who was definitely switched on to the possibility of a second coming along. But we move into what could be our last round. We could have a few more to go. That will all depend on Wild as they continue on the defense. I think the best form of defense at the minute might be trying to prevent Secret getting inside of the building, but Doom's already there.
That's it, right? We spoke about this earlier on about Border, this being one of those maps where you have got to get aggressive outside the map, really. Don't give them freedom to get up to the building, to get inside the building, because by then it's probably already a little bit too late. But doing so blindly is what really stings you. Doom already looking in for his one here against Matt. Both taking about the same damage here and then forced to back away. Doesn't stop Doom's advance, so he keeps on marching his way forward. Matt's now really dug in, getting pressure from both sides, and it's Mowgli to get the entry in the round, take him down. Another 5v4 for Secret.
You feel for Mats in that situation. They were circling like sharks, one on the window, one on the long angle. Mowgli coming in aggressively. It was only going to end one way, and it did. Sneak does manage to get a late trade, though. 4 versus 4. Noah, however, is there for the quicker trade. Taking down Sneak. Make that 4 versus 2 as Savage finds his man, while just, again, getting caught out, as you said, Des, with those multiple angles, maybe straying across the doorway. Not really sure that they're going to be attacked from there, and the pressure just continues to mount.
To a real hard hold off here. Doesn't even matter if they can try, Tim. Secret dominant performance. I think as many expected, and Fresh is now right. 2-0, fair play to him. Both pictures to go the way that they thought. Full distance in the first game, an almost perfect game from Secret here. Outside of that one round that Wild managed to snatch away. A bit of a cold return to reality as well for Wild, to be fair to him. Had a draw, had a win, and now back to a crushing loss.
Yeah, look, I mean, as I said, Secret were another class today. They were another level. I think they'd have beaten anybody realistically. It's just the way they're looking in EML right now, and Wild shouldn't take it too hard.
Totally agree. And of course, more to come from them, but we'll see what, of course, our Des have got to say about this game. We'll go to a break when we come back. The breakdown for you. See you in a few.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's about to kick some serious ass? Remember, I'll be watching. Now you see me, now you don't.
Get ready! I'm taking them out!
Changing mags. I got these. Got my eyes on you. Located enemy.
And that's yet another 7-1 on the board for Secret. They made quick work of it in general this whole week in EML. It's 2 7-1s for them. And again, against Wild here today. Just they were on a different level. And I think it's kind of fair to say that we expected that.
We expected it, but I will say, fair play to Wild. I know they just lost another game 7-1, but let's take a look closer at those rounds. Even that round 1, that was a 2v2. If you look through the first rounds, it's almost always a 2v2. Look at that one as well. That's another 2v2. It's just that they don't have the experience to close out these rounds, and especially in attack, they will get punished by the next round. Except from that, Jack. Honestly, pretty good showing from Wild despite this heavy loss.
Yeah, it's nice to be positive about them. There's a realistic scenario where Wild still lose this game, but it's more like a 7-5, 7-4 in terms of, and we look at the game like this a lot, is that the scoreline is one thing, but the control and the way the rounds are played out is a completely different thing as well. And Wild had a lot more control in this game than the scoreline showed, so we'll give them their props. However, Secret have some phenomenal individuals and they have some phenomenal team play. This individual particularly here that you're going to see in this highlight, Noah, incredible. He got, in one round, 3 kills, all of them trading the death of the teammate. Then he baited for Mowgli to clean up inside of that singular round, which was one of the rounds that Wild controlled, but Secret won because Noah was so smart. And there was frequent rounds like that where he's making really, really smart plays.
And that was both in attack and in defense. One thing to note though, Savage. Savage is known to be the IGL that knows how to coordinate 4 aggressive players into an explosive playstyle, abuse the shields, abuse the Ying, and be really annoying as an IGL. He's not known to be the heavy fragger of that team. And when you think Secret cannot get better, when you think they already have so much talent on the team, who drops 11-3? The IGL in Savage.
I know why there's a heat wave going off across Europe right now, because Secret have one player in a different country right across Europe, and they are all bringing the heat individually. Every single one of them. Well, apart from Adrian, he went negative, but he's gone positive on other days.
Zoom off the graphic of like the constant, they're like, oh, I want to be there for once.
No, it's actually amazing to see the talent on that team. And if you think of it, I will go back to it one more time, but while they shouldn't be too harsh on themselves.
No.
Like, they took Secret to the very late round, equal man count. They traded each other a lot. They had the right game plan. Just lacked a little bit of experience to close out some of these rounds.
That's about as positively as you can lose 7-1 as I've ever seen it, I would say.
Yeah. So many of these rounds were actually quite close.
Yeah.
So it's actually praise to them on that.
All right, well, we get to speak to Secret about how they've experienced this game, as well as we get to speak to Savage. We have him on the line for some questions. Good evening. Another 7-1 for you. You're playing EML on easy mode, it seems, this week.
Hello, good evening. Yeah, it was quite easy week. Maybe as we expected a little bit, but obviously we still took the games as any other. But I'm glad that we, managed to get all the 6 points from these wins, as it was important for us.
Savage, I need to ask you, I don't know if you remember, it was round 4. Round 4, you're in archives, and you're the entry, I think you have the opening kill. Oh, we're actually gonna see that. You jump out here, archives window, to kill the player that's on his drone. I need to ask you, did you guys see that in the game yesterday on Border versus Wolves?
Yeah, this guy did the same thing every round. He goes down the rappel and he opens both doors. And so I just asked for a mute jammer and then I jumped out on it. Crazy kill.
It's actually really good. So you actually had the jammer to prevent a potential claymore at the same time.
Yeah.
That's such a smart play. And then it goes again, like, it's the kind of mistake where you'll punish someone that comes from tier 2. He does not expect that kind of counter strat. It's actually beautiful showing from you.
Thank you.
Savage, in terms of the 2 new pickups for this roster, relatively, in terms of Mowgli and Noah, how important have they been as new pickups? Because they're both playing, at least from the outside, they're playing phenomenally.
Actually brilliant, not even just in game wise, but like the vibe and atmosphere they brought to the team. I mean, I don't know if you can show that from outside, obviously, but like they're very vocal players and very funny players. Like the whole mood of the team changed, like the whole climate of the team changed, like everything changed once they joined. Obviously, this is not a dig at any other players that we had before. It's just the fact of like people bonding together more, vibes going more with each other, and like we just clicked on very well. And like besides of the stuff they're doing in game, obviously Mowgli with the energies, and always an incredible anchor player, on these suicide positions he always gets these ones. Like besides that, like just the atmosphere and like the conversations that we can have in the team, the progression that we can make in the team, like is like light and day difference. Like we are like a new team basically, and like very happy, like very happy with how we are right now. Like couldn't ask for any different players in my team.
Do you think that that will be enough for you guys to finally break the ceiling that I thought you guys had so far in EML, where you were not the best team in Europe yet? And I think like that's the best iteration I've seen of you guys. Coming into the Super Week, do you think that roster change is the key for you guys to be the best team in Europe?
I hope so. We're gonna see. One thing is for sure, like that we never had before, like is that we have it like consistency all across the board. Obviously, you know, Jum is playing lights out like normally he does, but like if you look at it, just you know it's stats, but like everyone's playing equally, everyone can step up, everyone's got their MVPs, everyone's playing well. Something that we never had before, you know, like we always had someone a little like down, someone, you know, it's normal. But like once you have that, I feel like that's the extra thing you have to win competition. So, but we're gonna have to wait and see if it's gonna translate, but I hope so.
Yeah, I mean, it's just as you're saying, everyone's stepping up. It was your turn today. Very good performance from your side. But looking into the future as well, I mean, you mentioned the Super Week, Leo did at least. You still have Falcons to play against, and you still have Virtus Pro to play against. Not easy opponents. How are you going to tackle those games?
I mean, just like every other game, you know, I think Falcons is a bit harder one. You know, it's not about that much about preparation, but it's just what happens in the game because... you know, they just have some of the best players in the world. If they step up individual on the day, there's little they can do. But we just got to hope that we are on our A game and that we can ready with the reaction and everything as we've been doing. And if that's it, then perfect. With VP, it's a more chill game, quote unquote, because you know what they're going to do, you know what they're going to prepare for. It's just about like actually doing these actions. For example, you know, like you have a game plan, if you can execute it, most of the times you're going to win that game, but they force you to make these mistakes which cost you a lot of rounds, and it's really hard to not make these mistakes against them, and when you do, they always punish you, you know, like, so it's just about composure in the day against VP.
Honestly, I feel like we could just start the Super Week tomorrow, Savage, with how ready you seem for both these teams. So thank you so much for all your detailed answers, and good luck next week with the Super Week.
Thank you very much. See you guys.
See you.
That was a great description of what it's like to play against Falcons and to play against Virtus Pro.
Yeah,
because it's like he respects them both as phenomenal teams, but for different reasons as well.
Exactly.
And he's already got the recipe. Just play border against Falcons and bring double shields. That's what it took.
It was triple shields, no?
It was triple shields.
Was it triple?
It was double.
It was double?
They were playing Monty and Blitz.
It was disgusting. What
it was before. That was before the new ban system, so they could have used that. We'll see how it goes now that Falcons plays them, and I can guarantee that they will ban Monty and Blitz playing against Secret. I can guarantee it. I know it already.
I'm hearing a bank pick then. Because Monty Blitz ban on bank, not so particularly good. We've seen that against Secret.
I mean, I said we could start the Super Week already, but we won't because there's still 3 more games
We're doing a map veto for that game already.
This.
Yeah, they are. Falcons is playing after this against BDS. Of course, the older players of that org play against the new players on the side of BDS. And with this new iteration of BDS, we thought it was a really good idea as well to send Leo, obviously, our French guy, to some of the French players, or one French player in specific, over on the side of BDS for some more inside information. So after the break, of course, our third game of the day and a content piece on P4. We're about to go into our third game of the day, but before we go there, we have done something this stage where we've given you a closer look on some of the players and what's behind that player as well for this stage. And with this new iteration of the BDS roster, we figured it was a great opportunity to send our only French guy to France to talk to P4 about some of the stuff that's been keeping him busy. And who knew that P4 was such a talkative person? So this interview ended up being so long that we had to cut it into 2 pieces. But we're going to show you the first part now.
Le coin est très joli.
Ouais, c'est vraiment sympa. En plus, on a une belle journée.
On peut se poser. Hein.
Allez, c'est parti.
Ça m'a l'air magnifique comme petit café. Très beau.
Ah, là, on est bien.
Ça, tu vois, on a vraiment la vraie expérience à la parisienne.
Petite terrasse parisienne.
Petite terrasse, petit café.
Voilà,
ça fait longtemps que tu habites dans Paris?
Ça va faire 2 ans maintenant que j'habite ici. Bah, toujours dans le même quartier. J'ai emménagé avec ma copine ici il y a 2 ans. Et première fois que je venais sur Paris pour y habiter et ça n'a pas bougé pour l'instant.
C'est quoi qui a motivé un peu? Parce que t'es pas de là de base.
Non, je suis à 1h et demie d'ici, dans la région centre, vers Montargis-Orléans.
Okay.
J'étais plus du coup vers chez mes parents.
Ouais.
Et après, ce qui m'a motivé, c'est juste, on va dire, l'amour.
C'est très beau, c'est magnifique.
Non, ma copine, parce que moi, du coup, avec l'e-sport, je peux bosser de n'importe où. Il faut juste que je bosse à la maison.
Ouais.
Et elle, comme elle était déjà sur Paris, elle bossait ici.
C'était parfait, quoi.
Super.
Merci beaucoup.
Petit café.
À la belle vie à Paris. Et depuis que tu es à Paris maintenant, comment un peu tu gères ton quotidien de joueur pro? C'est quoi un peu la routine de ta journée?
J'essaie de toujours me lever tôt, d'aller à la salle le matin, j'essaie de faire une activité sportive, du coup, du temps, je vais à la salle de sport, tout ça. Et après, routine classique, je reste à la maison, on a entraînement tout ce qui est après-midi, début d'après-midi jusqu'à fin de journée. On s'entraîne avec l'équipe, mais Paris ne change pas grand-chose. En vrai, c'est, on va dire, l'avantage de l'e-sport, je trouve, c'est que tu peux vraiment bosser de n'importe où. Après, je pense que c'est toujours d'être à un endroit qui te plaît et qui, en dehors de l'e-sport, un endroit assez cool où tu aimes vivre, peut-être proche de tes amis ou quoi que ce soit. Mais c'est l'avantage de l'e-sport, tu peux vraiment bosser de n'importe où.
Et tu retrouves pas ce truc que j'avais, perso, moi tu vois, je l'ai ressenti quand j'étais joueur, mais c'est un métier qui t'isole pas mal quand tu vis pas en bootcamp.
Ouais. Ouais, je suis d'accord, c'est vrai que tu es vraiment dans une bulle ou qu'il y ait un truc comme ça. C'est pour ça que je pense qu'il faut toujours réussir à garder, avoir des amis ou toujours avoir une activité sociale, on va dire, autour. Parce que je pense que c'est quelque chose où tu peux très vite t'enfermer. Tu peux vraiment juste être sur ton PC et même si on va dire toute la journée tu bosses avec des personnes et tu parles avec des gens, tu les vois pas. Genre tu vois personne et tu peux très vite t'enfermer. Ouais.
Et t'as senti à des moments que ce quotidien-là, ça avait un impact sur ta santé mentale ou je sais pas, tu vois, tu ressentais trop de pression ou tu sortais pas assez ou tu vois?
Tu peux très vite te renfermer dans une bulle et avoir beaucoup de pression et juste être que là-dedans en fait. Et je pense que c'est pas une bonne chose de juste être que là-dedans et jamais sortir de cette bulle et être la tête dans le guidon tout le temps, parce que je pense après tu peux trop avoir une pression mentale et un surplus mental sur les épaules. Et je pense que c'est toujours bien d'avoir un truc pour juste extérioriser et sortir de tout ça.
Oh là là, alors là vraiment on est dans l'expérience à la parisienne. On aime beaucoup, merci
beaucoup.
Est-ce qu'il n'est pas magnifique, tu vois? Il est magnifique. Là. Comment est-ce que tu approches nos challenges avec BDS? Est-ce que vous êtes un peu proches, les coéquipiers et tout? Parce que vous êtes séparés partout, T'as un Hollandais, t'as
un Italien,
t'as un Australien.
Un Australien, mais qui est en Allemagne.
Voilà.
Mais ouais.
Donc comment un peu vous avez approché le truc et est-ce que vous avez arrivé un petit peu à développer des relations, à vous connaître un peu mieux, quoi?
Ouais, c'est sûr que c'est un nouveau challenge. Je pense que ça a fait, sur le papier, ça a hypé tout le monde parce que c'est une nouvelle équipe, nouveaux joueurs avec un peu des rookies.
Un beau nom aussi, hein?
Ouais, un très beau nom. Il y a un peu de tout. Il y a de l'expérience, des rookies avec beaucoup de talent. Donc vraiment sur le papier, c'était vraiment très cool.
Comment est-ce que ta copine elle gère tes départs et ta vie de pro, quoi. Tu vois, ta vie de joueur pro, c'est particulier.
Ça va, maintenant, ça fait un moment qu'on est ensemble.
Ouais,
donc,
elle a l'habitude.
Voilà, on va dire, elle a l'habitude et j'ai eu de la chance de faire déjà maintenant pas mal d'events. Donc, elle connaît un peu ça, mais je pense que c'est toujours un peu difficile. Ça dépend les events, mais on part quand même sur pas mal de périodes, surtout s'il y a un bootcamp avant.
Ouais.
Donc, c'est minimum du 2 semaines, 3 semaines où on part. Après, des fois, ça lui fait un peu des vacances, j'ai envie de dire.
Des vacances sans Nico.
Un peu des vacances sans moi où je suis pas là à crier à côté dans le bureau ou aller tranquille. Mais je pense, ouais, c'est toujours c'est un train de vie particulier.
I think it's really nice we have all these languages, not just in our esports, but also in our talent team. So that gives us the opportunity of sending people over to different countries to get to really speak to these players and see what's behind them. Because they're more than just, you know, the 10 fingers and whatever it is on the mouse and keyboard. So we really appreciate this information on the players and the insight.
I just went there for the coffee and the free croissant.
That was honestly very, very French. Coffee, croissant.
When we ordered it, I was like, we're going to look so cliche, but it's actually something we do.
Where was the French fries?
Or it was breakfast. It was early in the morning. Why would we eat French fries? No, it was a proper...
There is also
I was just thinking of anything else that was French, and fries came into mind.
Well, there's a lot of French in this matchup as well. I mean, obviously, we got the older version of BDS, which is now Falcons, who still have a lot of French players on their team. And in BDS, who also have some French players on their roster. And when we look at this team in specific, I think back about that interview that we had with Freck, and where he talked to us about the potential that is on this roster, every single individual. But if they do want to make sure they get these points, it's time for them to start showing that potential as well.
We've seen bits of that potential. We've seen it yesterday also that Freck was not alone. Freck was the standout player so far in this stage, and we were wondering, when is this team going to step up? And Lasmo stepped up yesterday, and P4 as well in some clutch situation. But we're still missing the rest of the team, and as a cohesive unit, that's what I'm missing right now. We're seeing a clear ceiling, whether it is because all of the individuals are not stepping up. I'm quoting Robbie here, for example, that's 8 and 13 in the entry department. I know he's still young, but he was recruited as one of the best up-and-coming fragger, and he's not living up to these expectations.
Yeah.
And that's what clearly is costing them so far.
I think just to provide a bit of context, this is a new team. This is a team, as you just showed in the interview, that has, you know, Italians, that has an Australian living in Germany. It's a team of, I won't say mismatched, but it's a team that was put together that is gelling into a team. And I think what you're going to get with that in the early days of the team is inconsistency. And that's what we're seeing. Sometimes they look great. Sometimes yesterday they didn't look too great. And it's all part of that learning process. And they're a team full of talent. It's just about coming together.
And even the coach has already mentioned as well the amount of talent on this roster and the kind of, I guess, opportunities they've had with these players now.
Yeah, especially Freck. I think Lilun has highlighted him, a couple of times. He is the standout player for us. He will say here, we will see a quotation actually from Lilun that says Freck is the teammate you can always rely on. He enables his team with his work and energy while still performing himself. A blessing to have him. And that's the biggest thing for me. Not only is he carrying in-game with those statistics, but also out of games with the vocals, with the energy, and with the shot calling. He's the all-in-one player. But once again, it's a team-based game, and he's not enough to do it alone.
It is, yeah. Obviously, we'll have to look at their opponents for today as well. I mean, we mentioned out with the old, in with the new. All the BDS players have moved over to Falcons, and they're playing under this new banner right now, having reached that top 2 yesterday as well. Absolutely huge for them. I think, obviously, you know, what you just said in the interview, like, it wasn't really an easy game for them. It seemed like it was a leak effect carry in that one. It's something we're seeing with this roster a lot, just the sheer individual prowess.
Yeah, they've been so good. I think when it's not Solotov, when it's Leaky Fac, when it's not Leaky Fac, how many times will I say this about this team? When it's not Leaky Fac, it's Useless. When it's not Useless, oh, we've not even spoken about Shaco, one of the best players to have ever touched Rainbow Six Siege. They genuinely have so much talent. Again, said it yesterday, we'll say it again today. That maybe masks the processes, the teamwork, and the drive that they have. They get over the line through a lot of individual talent inside of Europe. But when it comes to international events, they are still able to kick it on. As we've seen, they competed in every final of every S-tier event in the last year. So they're still able to do it, but certainly inside of Europe, some of the cracks can kind of appear, but then they get over the line through individuals.
Yeah, and especially those international events, having played those under the banner of the org they're playing now, is kind of like a silly thing, right? I mean, some of these players, we're seeing them walking out on the stage in those former jerseys they used to play with. Some of them have been on that team presenting that organization for years. What was it? Shaiko been playing for BDS since, what was it, 2019, I think?
Yeah, it's been actually almost 5 years of representation, a little bit more than 5 years of representation of that organization. It's the initial projects of BDS as an organization. They started esports with Rainbow Six and with that roster, and it all started actually, if you want another story, with Eric's just in the gym meeting the founder of BDS. Well, that's how far it
really?
Wow. Yeah, it was a long time thing, and they were part of the basics and the foundations of that organization. Now that they've left it, you've got to prove a point. You've got to feel like, hey, we were right to leave. We're actually the best caliber team. And the teams that you picked the team that you picked to replace us, they're not replacing us. We're that much better. And that's basically what they want to prove in that BO1. For sure, you've got to have some kind of pride here.
Yeah, I think it was a very humble interview with users yesterday, but we're kind of looking to see a little bit of that ego, to prove that, you lost us. We're here to show you, you didn't actually improve by losing us and picking up these new players. But I'm really curious to what kind of map that would lead us as well. Obviously, having these Falcons players, having had them play under the BDS banner for so long, and I see you two giggling. What's up with the map?
Well, when the Falcons players were known as BDS, and when they created this roster over 18-ish months ago now, they have never lost bank as a roster. Never, not once. Never, Leo.
As an organization, before they left BDS, they had a 31 win streak.
So BDS as an organization have a 31 win streak on it. This Falcons core, the full 5, have never lost this map. So BDS challenging Falcons. Both of them are favorites, yet I would say Falcons are heavy favorites. It feels a little bit ill-informed. This Falcons team are the best bank team in the world, bar none.
We've said it just before, it was an ego matchup. It was all going to be about the ballsy moves. And I will say this, it looks like a BDS move all over again, with the staff taking a huge risk and a huge gamble. They knew if they left bank open, they were going to land on this map.
Yep.
It's heavy prepped, heavy counter strat. Is it going to be enough to finally take down a 30 win streak? For this team, I don't know.
There's one more dynamic in this. Obviously, the core of BDS, being P4 as the IGL and the support staff particularly, were previously Wolves. When this was a French Wolves versus a French BDS roster, the history of these two teams, the BDS, now Falcons, was beating them every single time. So Liloon, P4, Helby, they've really struggled to beat the current state of Falcons. It's so hard to talk about Falcons and BDS right now because of the history. So there's so many things going on at play right now.
I get it, but I think the longer we let you two talk is the more that I would get closer to the edge of my seat with how excited I'm getting for this game, with all the information that we have on these players, on the organizations, on the map that's coming as well. But the good news is that the game is ready, so it's time to send it back to Ace and Des for Bank.
Thank you very much, Anne, and I'm right there with it, to be honest with you, Tim. I'm at a spot where I'm just like, Falcons, BDS in the same game. This is going to be a calamity talking about them both. You okay?
Oh, take it, Des.
Tim just started dying on me, I guess. What happened there?
That was the worst time I think I've ever... I just breathed in a little bit and it caught in the back of my throat. I don't think I've ever had a worse time of trying to get words out. Oh, dear.
That was magical. Wow. Thank you for that, Tim. That was brilliant.
You enjoy that.
Are you okay?
I've recovered. Mostly. My eyes are watering like crazy, oh dear. Anyway, Falcons BDS. Well, we've all made the mistakes across the last couple of play days where we've referred to Falcons as BDS. It's just, you hear Shaiko, you hear BDS. It's, these two are, inseparably linked, I think is probably a way to say it. But ultimately, they're in the server under two different banners now, and I think we're going to have a good matchup, but I think BDS have really got their work cut out for them. They've impressed me a couple of times over the stage so far, but when you look at Falcons, they haven't dropped since that first Playday lost to Virtus Pro. They haven't dropped more than 3 rounds on any map. That's the most, and that was only once. After that, it was 7-1, 7-2, 7-2. Falcons are absolutely storming through EML at the minute, and BDS, they've got their work cut out today.
Key one worth noting is if Falcons win this game, and then I believe if Fnatic lose their game against Matchco or tie, whatever happens coming up next, then Falcons would also be the second team qualified into playoffs before we've even got into anywhere near Super Week. Probably worth stressing, this is our fourth final play day. Next week there are 3 play days. After that it is done. We're then straight into playoffs after that point. So a lot on the line next week, and I think getting yourself locked into playoffs this week would be the dream. So you haven't got to worry about it coming into next week. Not that I think Falcons have worried too much. They're already too good a team, I think, to have to worry about it to that level. And I'm pretty sure today is going to be a good demonstration of that. But let's see how the shape up on the attack, as you can see, to begin things. And already we're starting our march on forward here, worrying, of course, about this bulletproof cam that's seeing all the moves of Leakafak here through Garage. But I don't think it's going to stop him being able to take a march on forward and try and hopefully get a couple of kills at the back of it as well.
I'm wondering if it has seen his movements or not, whether they were... Yeah, they definitely do. The line of sight is just being held down to the side of Cashvan. Leakafak needs to be careful here about pushing out. Does see one, sees two, and it's just one of those moments where the second man almost saved the first, to be honest, because Leakafak didn't know who to go for. He's going to take his challenge again, but it could be tough. He finds him. Surely not a second, no. Lasmo's going to shut him down. P4 lost his life along the way, but boy, oh boy, that could have been catastrophic for BDS.
A little bit of ring around the roses there, wasn't it? Could have walked away with 2, and you're right, it would have been absolute meltdown on the whole of Garage, because then suddenly that back angle's opened up. Your whole team's got to fall back towards site, and things start looking very, very ropey. The 3 players that are still left standing are already all back on site. Teams for Falcons now with half the round still to play. They've got so much time to work with here, though. Frex fancying himself. We'll have a look up here, Tim, looking to find out a player or two maybe on the hatch. Of course, it's got to be mindful that he could get seen in a drone, and if so, he'd be in trouble.
We're all here. Again, joining him, just looking for that angle through into open area. Taking down the drone, though. Falcons should be well aware of this and definitely shouldn't be getting caught out by it. It's going to be Virtue who manages to catch out users, though. 3 versus 3, and BDS are holding on well at the minute. Lasmo does manage to find Shako. There was a trade along the way. The Kaiser jumps as well. Freck is on a big flank. If they're not aware, it's going to be as easy as that. Takes down Breedy, and BDS get round 1.
Uncomfortable there for, I think, actually, for the side of Falcons. They started out strong, had themselves the man advantage, and then it just felt like getting swiped at from the shadows. What I really respect about BDS, they didn't dig in towards site. Look back at G2 and Virtus Pro earlier for an example of this. Earlier on, we saw both teams just digging in and saying, right, we'll play the man advantage, or we'll just play our lives here, we'll hold site and try and play behind utility. Not BDS. All 3 players. You have 1 going up blue stairs, 2 going up main stairs. Freck all the way up to the 2nd floor and working his way down blue. Just showed the aggression there, willing to play with and contend here. And I don't think a lot of the work was done in their drone denial. Like, you'll watch the drones in the top left corner of your screen just whittle away as we came down towards the end of the round. They couldn't possibly deal with all of these movements from BDS at once, moving up different staircases and different angles around the map. And that's how one by one they tore Falcons apart. Really good stuff by BDS and a very proactive first defense. That will keep Falcons on their toes.
Leakafak has managed to evade. Oh, look at the slippy move. I mean, P4 gets it eventually, but managing to avoid those Mozzie pests then. I think Leakafak might have had a handbrake fitted to that drone, the way that he flipped to 180 on that. It was absolutely beautiful stuff, but doesn't manage to keep the intel device in the end. It will be taken down. And we're going to see BDS going up to the top floor. I'm wondering if we're going to see a little bit of an inverse of what we saw. Of course, we've already seen Bank today in one of the best games I've seen in a long time, Virtus Pro versus G2. If you missed that, it's certainly one to go back and check out once the play day is done. But that was on Bank as well, and it was all attacker-sided. We had so many attacking wins. But maybe we get something a little bit different here. BDS, very slippery on defense so far, and I think Falcons might struggle to contain them.
I think they might do. Of course, we'll see exactly how much work can be done by P4, Lasmo, Freck, who no doubt will be out and about in the roam here. Probably also see Robbie trying to cause a spot of bother. Admittedly, not too much roaming you can do on this site itself. It is up on that top floor. But as we saw Doki proving earlier on, a lot of C4s can come from that ground floor and start looking upwards. Love seeing the Zero coming back out as well. Not often that we see Zero step up, but I think a number of people started saying for a while, like, actually ridiculously powerful. I want to say, back when Leon Gids was playing and was on Fnatic, he was like, genuinely, on Bank Zero, like, he's absolutely crazy. More teams should be trying to think about running him. And sure enough, now you're seeing Falcons doing just that. Because these cameras can just see so much because it's such a big map as well. It's super handy, I think.
Zero's great. I think.
See, Virtue with the one there on ATMs can see everything as well. It's wicked.
Yeah, Zero is one of those kind of underrated operators sometimes, I think. Definitely a good ranked pick as well, you know, if you're looking for an attacker to play in rank, because it's so self-sufficient. You've got hard breach gadget for yourself, so you don't need to rely on a hard breacher. Gun's not terrible. You've got plenty of intel coming from the cams you can be used to take out. It's got one shock as well, don't forget, so you can take out a mirror window, you can take out a mute jammer, you know, you can take out a bandit battery, you can do all sorts of things with those cams. It's very, very powerful, Zero.
There we go. Shiko starting off the fragging already. It's Freck to fall down. He's been a bit of a star boy here in the EML. Trade back the other way, mind you, as Shiko also falls last. Both to go at the same time. Falcons definitely fighting back here, Tim, and showing their claws, sinking them into those two players on the side of BDS. And those are the two that we saw playing off-site. Still one more here to contend with, as Leakyback stepping up and looking just for that. Also got a bit of a support coming in from the other side, and Robbie's going to bring down Leakyback. That's the stuff that you want. But again, these Falcons players just keep on biting back. There's always one more kill to come.
Yeah, that's it. It feels like they're really using that man advantage that they've got. Solotov manages to find himself a third in the round. It's all up to P4 holding on. He gets the first. Can he find the second? No, he's unaware of users peeking around the double door, who picks up the final kill. And Falcons get themselves around. And this one for me is going to be a bit of back and forth.
Really weird round, that one, it felt like, to be fair. Like, started out okay, dealing with the two off-site players. I wouldn't call them roamers at this point. But then it just became this weird, like, tit-for-tat, back and forth, one kill here, one there. A little bit lackadaisical in their approach as well, where it wasn't like a 3v1, a hyper pinch push in, or one player going absolutely balmy. It was just a little bit kind of, oh, you take one, and we'll take one, and I'll take one. Then, oh, yeah, oh, you guys won the round, I guess. Okay, then. A little bit slow for a round overall, but it's a round nonetheless that sits on Falcon's scoreboard at this point. Now we go down to the first floor. We'll see who walks away and breaks the deadlock here at this one-apiece score line.
Yeah, we're going to see Falcons try to take that top floor again. I'd expect BDS to have a reasonable presence up there, at least two, really, to back each other up and try and prevent Falcons getting too much vertical presence up there. They've got the soft destruction of Zofia and Ash at the moment. The Lion, I was going to say with the Deimos, but the Deimos has been traded away for the Finker. The Lion disappears for the Monte. The Blitz comes in. So this now screams maybe... Oh, triple shield. This is going to be serious. There's the two things that could happen here. It could be triple shield to just completely clear the top floor really quickly. Just get up there aggressively, push across and just basically force everybody out of position. Or it could just be 3 shields straight into sight.
I mean, it could be. Bit of pace, never a bad thing. It's one of those things that I wouldn't necessarily say criticize for, but observe Falcons about over the years is the big leaning towards Dockerby. And of course, Deimos, when it's available, often it's banned away against Shiko, but they love a Dockerby. It's normally their go trigger for the whole team to start their march on forward. Seeing them being willing to get aggressive with 3 shields, though, not exactly something you look at as being in the Falcons' wheelhouse, especially the Finker on side to juice you up. But pace is going to be the name of the game, I'm sure. Monty not going to be the fast mover. I'm looking at Solotov and Brede and saying, surely they've got to make something happen, but no, they do not. 2 shields have gone out of seemingly nowhere. Robbie's just picking up scouts for fun, Tim. Only one more to go here to close things out and get a flawless round for his team. Brede's got it all to do, and this was not how I saw this round going.
Shields? What are shields? BDS just not concerned whatsoever. Take them down nice and easy. And Brede now finds himself 1v5. It's a matter of time. He's just going to get chipped away at. They're just going to keep pressuring him. There we go. Lasmo manages to get the final kill. And without losing anybody, BDS lock down a flawless round. Go 2-1 up on the defense. And that was actually really well dealt with. You know, if you showed me a lineup of Monty, Blitz and Blackbeard on any site in the game, I'd be saying this is going to be horrible to deal with. But honestly, BDS, not rattled, not phased, just went in, went about their business and got those kills.
Yeah, I think across round 1 and 3, they've looked pretty composed so far. You know, good stuff and a good way of stopping or keeping BDS at bay. Love that Dockerby ban coming in, as remarked on it a number of times. It's a kind of mainstay for Falcons in their attacking lineups. It does mean, of course, that Shiko is unleashed to pick up the Deimos if he wants to here, which he'll hover across onto in this round. But of course, the concern with Deimos always is it's a bit bait. You know, you rely on the gadget too much, you get yourself sideswiped by a second player. Shaco's the kind of guy that you probably still back to be able to win even in those side-to-side situations. Without a Dokkaebi on side, though, it means they can only, of course, focus on one player at once, which could put other players at bay and slow Falcons down overall. Now you might see a very, very different lineup coming out of BDS down in the basement. A very slow one akin to what we saw out of VP or G2 earlier on when defending this site, because they want to run the clock down against Falcons down to their main weapon for clearing quickly. The Dokkaebi has been taken away.
BDS just want to keep on rolling here. It's interesting, the analysts obviously picked up on it in that first game that we didn't have the Ace Hibana combination ban. We have had it this time, and the defense seeing a lot more success, just meaning that it's more difficult to get those hatches to open a Kanto wall. That's going to stay shut every time they're defended up on the top floor, and it is a space that is being utilised. We saw it in the last round, BDS getting the kill onto main stairs, onto the Monty from the elevator, making life difficult for Falcons to clear them out. So let's see if Falcons can do any better of a job this time around. They're going to be back to attacking the basement. Last time they had a little bit of a push in through Garage, but in all honesty, I don't feel like they really put the defenders under much threat at all. The site players were not very bothered, Des. They were happy to just hold their positions, and they did a great job on it.
Trying to get away with hacking that one, but of course with the camera being, with the drone being destroyed, the camera stays intact. It's still going to be a little bit of a nuisance for them, so you may well be trying to lean into the Bravos. Of course, you've got to respect the fact that the Evil Eyes can shoot back at him. And again, they're trying to get away with a hack here. Look at this. It's robot wars taking place before our very eyes.
Going to continue trying.
He's lost
Not going to be successful. We see another drone taken out. That's great Maestro play. That's great play from Falcons there. Keeping that active, meaning that it's more difficult again to deal with that hatch. There's so much intel now coming on in towards Falcons that BDS are going to struggle to deal with.
It's all just wasting a little bit of time. It's good stuff. And I think, Lasmo there's the one who's obviously played that incredibly well and has kept his team another advantage. They've also got a deal here, Falcons, with the laser gate in the hatch. They've got a deal with the Vulcan canister on the hatch. It's again that aspect of trying to slow down the Falcon side when they haven't got that crushed Dokkaebi on side. How will they succeed?
We're going to see, I was going to say the hatch being opened up now, but they will not, because Robbie is underneath with the Zoto canisters. Will deploy the first, has 2 more to go. So looking at the time that's left, you're probably going to be looking at 30 to 40 seconds on the clock when that hatch opens up, if Falcons want to wait. Although saying that, I've just heard it go, I think. I'm not sure that Robbie's been able to keep it close, but he does manage to find a kill onto Leakerfight, which will certainly be the next best thing.
Sure. Still, of course, to make use of these, has to be so careful with them being shot out, which is why he's kind of jiggling them open here to see if there's a player nearby or not. Right idea, but it's that constant frustration. They always know when there's someone on the hatch as a result. Still, for BDS, this is looking great. They've still got 3 smokes in back pocket, don't forget, and they're almost teasing them now. They'll lose the Evil Eye in the process. Not super ideal, but as I mentioned, 3 smokes to play with, and Lasmo is still being such a nuisance.
Yeah, just continues doing that, and like you say, it's burning seconds. Every time that the player has to look away from the hatch, every time that Shaco has to take a few shots at the cam, it means he's not focused on what is happening. They're now starting to bait out this utility, but it has missed. There are 2 more smoke canisters in the pocket of Virtue, though, to try and deny this pan. Breeder's going to stick it, but he's not going to have the help.
At this point, they should be able to get away with this. One's got to step in and go again, but they're inhaling smoke too. There's no more to go to. They've got to get the stop here. The Carly comes through, finally gets taken down, and BDS play it to perfection. We said at that ban point, the Dokkaebi going away would see Falcon slow down, and BDS have stalled them out a treat there. What a round.
That was great play from Virtue on the smoke. As you said, first canister missed, but he recognized that. He got the next one in, solved the problem, and managed to beat them to the punch. Breeder could not get that diffuser down. Health runs out, and then you've got Falcons scrambling, and that's exactly where you want them. And right now, they've scrambled all the way into attack timeout as well.
I'm surprised that BDS have taken this tack time. I was going to say, surely this is a Falcons tack timeout. Thank you very much, production. It is indeed a Falcons tack timeout. They're down 3-1, and they're just like, wait, we don't lose this map. What's going on? But they're being out game planned by the side of BDS. And again, we know Liloon, we know Helby. I'm not at all surprised that they sat there and come up with a brilliant game plan on how to contest and fight here against the side of Falcons. And how it stands so far is they're doing an excellent job. They've figured things out. It's a double flawless round in a row now. 2 3Ks for Robbie as well. They are absolutely flying, and Falcons look a little bit lost.
They do, but I'm kind of feeling like we might have a Virtus Pro G2 situation on our hands
2 halves
as well.
to a game of Siege.
2 halves to a game of Siege. And I think Falcons on the defense will probably go knowing that they need to win defenses down the same route and will take away the ace and Hibana. They'll go for that double hard breach ban and they'll make life difficult. So the real question here is, for me, not what BDS are doing on the defense, but what are BDS prepared to do on the attack? Do they have a plan for that to get it done when they don't have that ranged hard breach?
Okay, what else are we going to see Falcons give a swing of the bat with? This time around, it looks to be the Sens. We spoke a lot about Sens over the weeks. Tim's seen quite a lot of the operator being picked up. A lot of teams starting to lean towards them. Changes where the Warren can no longer being able to see through those light walls definitely helps increase their efficiency or their efficacy. Just overall a little bit of a nuisance if teams aren't well prepared to deal with it. Of course, defenders do have options. You can impact onto the gadget as it rolls out across. It destroys the parts that put up the light screen, so in which case defenders are relatively ineffective. But at this point, it feels like Falcons are like, okay, that's what we've got to try. We've tried the whole shield approach. We can't play our normal slow style because BDS have got that figured out. This could prove to be a pretty bruising half for them.
Absolutely could. Absolutely could. So far, BDS have definitely had the answers, and I think it's right of Falcons to go for a pretty sizable shake-up. Shaiko needs to be finding some joy with those punch drones, and there we go. Gonna grab... No, he doesn't! I was gonna say grabs the bulletproof cam, but again, BDS have done a great job of that, Des. Every time that drone goes in and is trying to grab some utility, they have been on hand one way or another to take it out and stop it doing that. Stop it taking away that intel from the team, and again, it's something that's benefiting them massively.
They make it look easy, really, aren't there? There's a bulletproof at least being taken away and finally hacked out. That's one gone. Now you've got to worry about the evil eyes that are scattered around as well. Of course, the zapping potential of them, as we already saw from Lasbo, could be a real nuisance. P4 could be looking for the same, but looks like they've already got rid of it. That's it. Nothing else to be hacked. Just the sole bulletproof for their triples. Oh, that's unfortunate, Lasmo.
Yeah, Lasmo can't quite get away from the nade as Brede sends it in, manages to pick up the entry kill. 1 minute 30 left to go. The question now for BDS is how do they plug that hole? Every time somebody dies on defense, it usually leaves a gap, but given that it was the Vigil, it might not be the case because, of course, Vigil, you kind of expect him to be playing away from site, so wherever they're playing, if they have returned to site, can often sometimes be a bit of a bonus position. It's just where they're fitting in, so it may not be that anybody needs to move in or that it leaves a specific gap, but we see the light walls go out. Solitov manages to pick up Wreck as well. Falcons, it's go time. They need to think about getting in and getting this diffuser down.
Building up enough pressure here that you're into a 5 versus 2. This is not the kind of round the Falcons lose. And sure enough, after 2 flawless rounds for BDS, Falcons get one back the other way. 3 rounds in a row where the winning team hasn't lost a single player. Pretty balmy.
Great response to the tactical timeout as well from Falcons. Whatever was said there has certainly done the job. It's got them back onto the scoreboard. And as you say, just keeps them fighting in this first half. I think, like I say, given the potential for that double hard breach ban, getting into the second half, Falcons on bank are going to be fairly confident in their defences. So if they can get in, kind of level pegging, 3-3, I think they're happy with that.
I think I'd agree. It was one hell of a recovery given how things started out. And would probably fancy themselves going on to defense again. I don't think the side of BDS and their backroom staff would be coming up against this team without a solid game plan in mind, exactly the same way that Virtus Pro and G2 had for each other as well. I think Doki said during his interview they've scrimmed, what did he say? Scrimmed like 50 times on bank in a week or something like that, or a month. I forget what he said, but it was a very short time period, and I was like, damn, you scrimmed them a lot, huh? On their best map. And they were trying to throw things in to keep the side guessing what was going on. You're going to see a lot of that in the second half. You've seen a little bit in the first. I'd say more out of BDS than out of Falcons, so the onus will remain with BDS to keep things a little bit different once we get onto that side swap.
Now then, P4, are we going to have a little bit of a rat play here? And keep himself in ATMs. Will Falcons be alert to the danger? It's not really going to matter as Freck gets taken down very early by Leak Effect, but this is the moment, Des. This is where we find out. Are they aware? I don't think they are. That's got to be a misdrone there, surely. No, they've just seen him. The drone's just gone past him, surely. Surely it didn't just speed past him. P4 could have an absolute field day. He stayed in position. He must be confident that he hasn't been seen here. This could be such a big mistake from Falcons.
Oh dear. He's waiting for a second to come, but there's really a second to come. He needs to kind of just go now and get this kill. He's on drone. Who cares? Go on. Just get the kill. Go on.
Like you say, he's definitely waiting for his moment. He's waiting for a second.
Bro, he's gone for a piss. He's AFK. It's fine. No. 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 Okay.
Any chances if P4 doesn't come away with that's why he wanted to stay in ATMs.
No.
But he doesn't get the kill on it. If he comes away with
oh my god.
That's yeah, that happened.
Yeah. Yeah.
You've got to net a kill there, P4. I understand wanting to deal with the player on rappel, but you have to come away with a kill there. Lasmo just managing to drop in on users who has absolutely no idea. That was an elbow straight from the top row.
Just taking him out like Batman. That was incredible. Okay. This has been a round start. I'll say that much so far, but it's boiled down to a 3 versus 3. So in essence, we've kind of come out all things square. Virtue under pressure. Great shot from Solotov, though. Could have easily gone the other way. But it's Falcons once again in the driving seat, getting closer to that 3-3 scoreline.
One thing I can guarantee is that you will not see many rounds like this in Siege again. It's been absolute chaos so far. Brede manages to get one onto Robbit as well, so it's all up to Lasmo. He had his big moments as he dropped the elevator hatch. Is he going to be able to find any more big moments? I don't think he's got too much intel inside of sight at this point. Not a bad angle to hold, though. Just wait here, be patient. The clock works in your favor. Effectively a 2 versus 1 at the minute with Solotov downed as well. Brede does have the diffuser in hand. He's not going to start sticking it just yet.
They have no idea where he is.
I like this plan from Lasmo. Just, if they're not going to plan, I'm going to keep letting this burn down.
I mean, he tried. Yeah, that was...
An attempt was made.
A round of Siege was played. That was a very interesting one. Yeah, I'm gutted for P4 because that could have been such a turn. Oh, even if he gets the player on the rappel, it's fantastic. If he gets like rid of the switch with Leak Effect at the same time, that's what I mean. That would have won the round for them.
It's one of those plays, isn't it? You know, you throw the dash, you see what happens. It's 0-0 stuff. You know, he comes away with nothing. We've got to be critical of it, but at the same time, in a different, timeline, he gets Solotov on the rappel. Then he hits Sleekafak on the Twitch as he tries to make the challenge, and he looks like a genius. So it's a tough one, but he did a good job keeping himself off the radar and having the opportunity.
Understood the intent, I think, is the important part in all of that.
Absolutely.
And sometimes it's intent that can make the difference. As Sleekafak getting Freck at the very start, how much does he get off him as well here? To be fair,
how
it's a
does
rapid
Solotov
drop.
react so quickly?
Solotov's going faster than gravity there. He is flying towards that floor. I guess you're down and shift and you're out there. Away you go. That's my favourite part of the round, for sure. It's the Batman lethal, like, takeout drop. Hell yeah. I did wonder how he went down there. Okay. That was a really good shot from Solotov. Loved that one.
Solotov was low health as well there, and it was pretty much a 50-50 gunfight as he was moving in. Like you say, he did a really good job to actually come out on top of it because the player on Legion had significantly more health going into that fight. So that's the 3-3 half then. Falcons will switch sides with BDS now. They will head on to the defense for their possible 6 rounds, maybe less. Worth noting, as I came into the game, I said the Falcons, the most that they had dropped in terms of rounds after that loss to Virtus Pro was 3. And that was back in play day 2. Everything since then has been 7-1 or 7-2. And BDS, even in the first half, have been able to take as many as anybody else has from Falcons.
Yes, certainly not bad, but obviously, as we always keep saying, Tim, 2 halves to a game of Siege, you can see them completely crumble here, and that's not the best start, because look at what you've lost, Tim. You've lost your Hibana. And there are quite a few hatches that you need to get rid of here. Not going to have a chance to get rid of all of them, so they'll have to pick and choose which ones they want gone. And that's, of course, assuming that P4 walks away from this one alive, and what an unfortunate spot to die in as well.
I'm surprised to see no hard breacher ban from Falcons. Instead, they've gone with Monte and Deimos. Obviously, issues for them playing, we know the strengths of those operators, but if BDS start coming away with attacks here and they start, they're not going to do it this time with Hibana gone, but, opening those hatches with ease, opening the long angle on top floor and start getting real value out of it, then we might be looking back at those operator bans a little bit later on and asking a few questions.
Most definitely. I mean, we saw it in the last map as well when we played here earlier on. It's not always about banning Hibana Ace like every single time you come onto it. sometimes you don't actually mind so much. You say, you know what, they want the hatches, they're going to get them if they want them another way. They'll bring 6 hard breach gadgets if they have to. Or if we don't really care about playing around white corridor, then we haven't got to ban those away. It really comes around to what you want to do as a defender, I think, more than anything else. And at least so far, the defenders seem very unbothered by the fact that those bans are, of course, available for them. Robbie finally gets in and gets rid of Shaiko, but it's still a 4 versus 3 for the side of Falcons. BDS have got to figure something out here. Go on, push it through. Go on, shove it out of the way.
Trying to just clear out the drone hole, and they're going to lose that Twitch drone on the way in to try and take out the bulletproof cam. It's always a difficult one. We see a lot of teams struggling to get that bulletproof camera cleared out. Even when the Twitch drone does get up there, to get the angle in behind it can be a tough one. So they will take out the garage bulletproof. That's going to be all they get. 3 versus 4. Falcons, I think, now pretty comfortable just to sit inside. All of them are there. And they're just going to hold those angles and force BDS to make the play.
There we go, Tim. We get towards the last 40 seconds now. There's still a phone call to play behind. There's still smokes. There's still got light screens. There's actually a lot that BDS can do here with the utility they've got. There's a C4 and 3 smokes on the other side to play with. It's not the end of the world. I'm more worried about the fact there are 4 players still standing and they haven't got control of certain parts of the map. Breck here is trying to do his very, very best to get Solitov removed inside the garage. As that final call comes on through, what a shot from Freck. And with that, actually, this is very winnable, Tim. They've got the garage control. They can slice these defenders up, take control of lots of parts of the map, although Brady gets P4 on the other side. No, this is where it starts to crumble for them in the last 10 seconds or so. Once we're back by fire, Freck will do his very, very best to get to second. But I think at this point, Tim, they are out of time, unless he can punt, of course. Oh, maybe he does. Gets just inside the other side here, starts holding it down. This is a great angle to have cover on, but no, they'd missed the second man coming out through the hatch drop. It's Shaiko, gets the close they need, and Falcons jumping into the lead once more.
Yeah, the return through the hatch drop there is such a killer for BDS. We see the silhouettes and they're holding the cover. I think it was Robbie's on the cover, and it's a good line of sight, really, holding through from Locker's window, through the rotation, all the way onto server door. It's a great area to be challenging onto. If you know somebody's going to come in through there, you can hold them back, but just slip in the net. Shaiko in through the hatch. Absolutely nothing that they can do about it. And Falcons take their first defense. Maybe a little closer than they might have liked. It was a good effort from BDS, but it was all based around those kills that Freck managed to get coming in through garage. Without that play, without that success, I think, you know, it's a much more emphatic round win for Falcons. But this is the challenge. This is the size of it now for BDS.
Work to be done for sure. And of course, you spoke about those bans a bit earlier on. Of course, forgetting about how it might impact onto the other side, not having shields available for the side of BDS.
5 seconds to insertion.
Well, I say shields overall as if every shield is banned. It's more that Monty being taken away that we've spoken about at length before, Tim. Just quite literally living up to his name. He is the Mountain. Very, very hard to stop if he wants to get into a position and get some information. He will damn well go and do it. At least with things like Blitz and Blackbeard, you have a chance to stop them doing their job in a way, at least take the gunfight onto them. Monty, it's a far harder task that is put before you. Either way, Falcons ever so slightly in the lead then. Starting themselves here on towards square. The glass at range of Robbie, who has been frying so far in this game. 8 and 4 he currently stands at. No smokes down to help him out yet, but those 6 smokes will come out at some point. Just for now, I want to make sure they've got control of crucial parts before they start thinking about what an execute could look like.
Last one on the Ying. Keep your eye on him.
Ying.
He's certainly going to be a huge part of any attempt to get this diffuser down. Virtue moves in straight away, gets those air jabs down inside of square. So that is now BDS getting themselves their beachhead set up. Robbie on the glass manages to take down Shaiko. That's going to be the Legion gone, so Goo Mines will go with him. Just wondering, is Leak Effect thinking about this? Can't aim on the way down, and it's a risky prospect going out of those windows now. He's just going to hold his position inside of them.
All right, wall opened up, smokes immediately down there. Surely a set piece play coming on through, but maybe we'll see a C4 being lobbed over, but nothing as of yet. All the Falcons are waiting to see what happens next. They've heard the utility dump, but no plant attempt coming on through, no Ossa shield going down. Somewhat mindful of a flank here, but you'd imagine eyes should be turned towards site. They've still got 5 smokes to play with, Tim. They can play this dance for a while if they need to.
And will likely to continue doing so. So, like you say, the pressure will mount on Falcons. They need to be careful of every step, every bit of movement. make sure they're not giving anything away. They're well aware of Usus' position, taken down by Freck again. He's just on that sort of lurking backstab roll and doing it so well over the last couple of rounds. Thinking about getting the plant down, do avoid the nitro. That's great bait coming out from BDS, and I think that they stick this here.
I love how simple they've kept this whole execute. It's not been complex at all. I only really had the one player out of the windows the whole time. They've just attacked him from square, Tim. Haven't had to make it particularly complicated. Forced the players back they need to with the one window player. Have made sure Freck was there to deal with the potential ATM's attack as well, or ATM's defense, I guess, to deal with those that were on the windows. It's been beautiful. And as I said, for BDS, you don't come to a map like this unless you've got a plan to bring down the kings of it. And so far, Tim, plan's not looking bad.
Certainly looking competitive. It was this half that I was concerned about, but BDS are certainly standing up. I expected Falcons to maybe come in and really take it up a notch once they got onto the defense, but I just don't feel like we've really seen it yet. There was no defensive game plan to deal with what BDS brought along there. Nothing to deal with the glass once that wall was open. The Ulster, nothing to remove the shields. No way of dealing with that. Getting caught out in easy positions like ATMs, when there wasn't even really a huge window presence. There was the glass on there towards the end, but we saw as Leagueifat was playing around there for the first minute and a half or so, it wasn't an area that BDS had pushed too heavily. So Falcons just a little bit of reassessing to do for that top floor.
Sure, and I'm just starting to think here that again, I said back in that first half, BDS were the driving force, they're the ones making things happen. It's feeling the same again here, Tim, where they're the ones that are setting out what happens. You can't expect that on the attack, and I said back at the time, it can't just happen on defense, it's got to happen on attack as well. We're seeing it. Is it enough for them to take all 3 points off a team like Falcons? Maybe not. Is it enough to at least get us to overtime and maybe even take away 2? I think absolutely, unless they can show something really special in these next 3 rounds or so. And surprise us all, we're taking all 3 points off one of the best teams in the world. What a story that would be going into Super Week.
Double shield it will be. Blackbeard and Blitz is going to be Lasmo and Virtue. I'm just interested to see their positioning. Do they team up, or are they going to push separately and from opposite sides? It looks like that will be the case. Lasmo, I think, just on the rappel here, looking to get himself into top floor to support the actions of Freck on the Ram, who has already started opening that floor up. I love the Ram for doing that job. Just get them thrown in. You can just open up all above archives and tellers without having to expose yourself, without having to overcommit. You can get those angles and make it difficult for Falcons to play inside of there.
So you have that option between the 3 operators that can do that, right? Sledge, you've got to be melee range. Buck, at least somewhat close range. Ram, fire and forget, press that button, you ain't got to worry anymore. And of course, cases like this where you can get into, say, a barricade, you can get into whatever you want realistically and cause a bit of destruction. It's also the noise that it makes is the key when we've seen teams planting behind the Ram going down because of just how much noise it makes.
See the impact that it has there. Solotov just being forced to play a little bit deeper as that ceiling starts to open up above him. P4 looks to push in now and apply pressure to the other side of that teller's wall. So Solotov needs to be aware of his surroundings here, needs to make sure that he's cognizant of that man that's going to be trying to push in behind him there. We've got P4 making the move. It's not going to do the job though. Shaiko stands up, as does Leagueifat. That's the 2 shields taken down, and this attack is broken, Des.
They really try, but they've just gone straight into the goo mines of Shaiko, who has picked them off one after the other. Robbie, can he be the hero that his team needs? I mean, staring down the barrel. Not really a barrel, more like the electronic shield of a clash. It's certainly not going to help. Try as he might here, he's going to get chased on down and forced back by Brede until the other players in the team can either deal with Freck or come and gang up on Robbie.
I feel like BDS had done a lot of work then, but not quite enough work because the defenders were still in position inside a site. BDS weren't above them, for example. They weren't in stock trying to force them out of position. They weren't doing anything to make them uncomfortable so that those shields could get the space coming in. And Falcons have, just stood up to them pretty well, pretty easily. So I love that from the Falcons side. Certainly not rattled. Knew that there was no pressure from above. Knew that BDS didn't have the space to play into. Leagueifat manages to take down Robbie, and surely it's a matter of time for Freck. The clash sees him, his location is being fed back in. Low health and 10 seconds left to go. It's not a realistic chance here.
Yeah, I wonder to what degree if they knew Shaiko was in the middle of sight there, because he just literally barely moved his feet, spun around and got himself a couple of kills. 2 of those kills being onto shield players as well. Really shouldn't be happening. So maybe a small misstep there by BDS and not quite having a full understanding of the situation. But it means that Falcons pull themselves back into that lead, 5-4, always seemingly either tied or 1 round ahead of BDS, which does not fare well for the future.
Yeah, I think BDS were just a little bit ahead of themselves. We saw P4 get onto main stairs. As soon as he gets onto main stairs and he's holding that line through to tell us, that was kind of like their goal point. They were like, right, we're in position, go. And the shields go sprinting in. But well, maybe you were in position as far as the positions you were trying to take up, but none of those were on the top floor. None of those were disrupting that vertical defense. And it's not that they lost anybody to the vertical, but as you said, Shaiko just planted his feet. He just stood still because he didn't need to move. There was no pressure inside of sight whatsoever. There's no disruption inside of sight whatsoever. They were trying to create that with the shields, but you got to have another pressure point, because otherwise somebody like Shaiko is just going to stand there and front it up. He's just going to take the challenge.
It's a bit Hail Mary, but if you get those first couple of kills, all chaos breaks loose in the comms of the other team. So not all surprised they tried. Of course, you can see here, BDS in with their tap timeout. It's Falcons that had the one earlier. Now BDS take their chance to realize that this game might be slightly getting away from them here. They're down at that 5-4 mark. It is definitely recoverable, but they've got to win at least 2 more rounds here to guarantee overtime and at least 1 point away from one of the top teams in the league. And this is like Villa beating Liverpool, mate, or even drawing with Liverpool. Getting a single point feels like a massive deal. That's how BDS will feel if they can get something from this game.
I mean, BDS have already taken down G2. Let's not forget that. You know, it's only 2 play days ago that they took G2 to overtime, round 15. They got the win. That is certainly still going to be lodged in their mind. And it is certainly still a possibility for BDS. They've just got to keep doing what they're doing at the minute.
It's true. I mean, look at next week on Super Week. They play against Gen G, they play against Fnatic, and they play against Wolves. No offense to those 3 teams, BDS should be beating all 3 of them. So to be in the position they're in now, where they are, you know, just inside playoff spots, so at 6 points, in 6th place, Fnatic are behind them on 4 points. They get anything from this game and then go on and win all 3 of those games next week. They're actually then suddenly one of our top teams, and although I doubt we'll see them fighting into a top 2 spot to get a first round bye, you'll still see them in 3rd or 4th seed potentially here, which would be a massive deal.
Absolutely, you know, especially as we've said, for the team coming together, you know, having to we saw them at Reload. It was, you know, all about, right, let's get settled in. Let's, you know, play this first event as a team, and let's get settled into everything that's in front of us. And they've done a fantastic job. I'm loving watching them in EML. They really are that team for me. I'd say BDS and Matchco are the 2 teams for me that when they load in, I think they could always win this. You know, this could be an upset every time, even against the big teams. So yeah, definitely been a lot of fun. We see the challenge coming through. Solotov's going to take a ton of damage, does get away with it, and Leakerfact manages to pick up Robbie, and what a loss there's. That's the Dorkabee gone.
Yeah, it's a stinger. Oh, the Ying's gone as well. Leakerfact captain has stepped up big and got rid of 2 of the most crucial operators in the round. Could he have done one better, getting rid of the Sens? Maybe, maybe not. It's in the hands of P4, so maybe you'd say no. But it's a 5 versus 3. These are the kind of rounds that a team like Falcons simply doesn't lose. They're going to be up to 6-4, more likely than not, Tim, unless BDS can work some real magic here. But their magician in Robbie is off the board.
Yeah, I mean, BDS, in terms of their operator lineup, they've actually got a very flexible lineup here. So we look at that and we think, you've lost Dokkaebi and you've lost Ying, you've lost what we would normally be saying, you've lost your execution. That's the operators. You're going to use their utility to try and put the diffuser down. But look at what they've got left. They've still got the sense. They've still got the grim. They've brought so much potential to get that diffuser down that even 3v5, it's still possible. The important thing for them in the next, I would say, 40 to 50 seconds is to get a couple of kills. They need to just try and level the score a little bit, and then they can create a bit of space. They've got the utility to get a plant down still.
This is the real struggle though, right? Falcons are not going to give you that chance. It was going to happen at some point. Falcons are not going to give you that chance. Every single player is back on site. They are dug in deep. They don't want to worry about swinging and trying to risk their lives going for a silly 1v1 they don't need to. Just sit on site and play for trades. It is as simple as that. They are waiting and ready, and then BDS are just walking into a death trap.
More than likely, just scoping out the utility as well. We've got at least 1 Vulcan canister left, so they're probably going to have to go deep here. Given the time that's left, Shaiko manages to pick up Frank. They can go in behind that light wall, but in all honesty, with that Vulcan canister popped, BDS, you just got to get aggressive. You just got to push forward. They can let it burn out, but they're going to have about 15 seconds, and there's a second one there anyway. Somebody from Vulcans hits that shot onto the canister. This round is pretty much done. Virtue's going to know that. There's just so little that he can do there. It is absolute ton of damage. He has to just dip back out. They've no choice but to just run in deep and try and find some kills.
And again, this is exactly Falcons playing the way that they should. You want to see an example of how to play out a 5v3 on bank basement. You can just go, maybe not the ending part here, but the rest of it, just go back and watch how they've wasted time there. They've pulled back at the right time. Leakafak has hit a blinder of a couple of shots, got away with a couple of kills, and they know then that playing for trades, playing behind the utility, playing behind the sites themselves is the way they see it over, rather than worrying about trying to force out 1v1s around the map. Really impressive composure there and showing how it's done.
Yep, great stuff from Falcons. Get themselves onto map point. Well deserved, I think, but BDS certainly still fighting in this one. They haven't been walkovers, and it may still be a twist in the tail yet, but I don't know, that last round, it felt like Falcons have found another gear again. And I said this about, I kind of expected it in round 7 from them when they went on the defense, and I'm not sure that we saw it immediately from them, but they just looked a lot more comfortable that time. Now, back up to top floor, BDS had a great attack here last time. They had the Orsa, they had the Glass, they made life a real misery for Falcons. There was not much they could do to stop the diffuser going down. I'm looking at the lineup, it's considerably different now. They've got the Roteros of Flores, they've got Blackbeard, they've got Blitz, so it's going to be playing in behind those shields and trying to bully Falcons a little bit. That didn't work out too well last time.
They didn't know. I mean, they've got to do something here. There's no more time for that attack timeout. There's no other time to figure this one out. They're going into the double shields. They've got Freck, who has, as we said many times, has been the X factor for this team throughout the stage. He's on the nook. He's got a chance to have a huge impact if he can get through the security net that is this Falcon side. They've got 2 bullet kills he can ignore. Of course, he can get his way around the Yokais too. If Falcons lean too heavily into their intel game, they could pay the price, but it is a big if.
First Rotero drone is going to be sent in. What is going to be the target? Spiral stairs, barbed wire, more than likely, I would expect. There is a time limit on those drones, of course, so you can't just race through the entire map to try and clear out anything you want. You've got to think about your ingress point, make sure that it is nearby what you are looking for. So that gives access to those spiral stairs at least. It could be that we see Freck moving up there with the knock. He's just activated that Hell Presence reduction device so that he's kept off, or at least his visual signature is kept off the cams. That now, of course, fairly recent changes means that it doesn't burn down. It only depletes when you do an action that would show you up. So running or, you know, shooting, anything like that will then burn it down. But whilst just walking through the map at a normal pace, you can just keep that on permanently. I'm not sure whether he's going to head up Marble or maybe could head up those spiral stairs now that the barbed wire is removed.
Oh, that is so unlucky.
However,
I say unlucky, you're against Shaiko, it's going to happen. I wouldn't even put it down to luck, it's all skill. Drops his shield for a second, and a trade comes on through. Freck finds himself at least something, gets rid of Shaiko, but the damage has been done. That's the X Factor gone, the shield is gone, P4 is gone. Not the strongest of games today, but that really can be said for a couple of players on this team that really need to go big. Without Freck on side, Robbie has stepped into his shoes. But if you have both on side, maybe you had a chance against this Falcons side, but the game plan has been figured out, and it feels like Falcons now should be able to walk away with the win.
Yeah, again, Falcons are smart here. They're managing the round.
They're
inside.
Leakafak
was thinking about getting aggressive, but instead he looked at the clock, he dipped back, he thought, now's not the time. And Falcons have played with that clock beautifully. They've just kept themselves just backed away, waited for BDS to move into their crossfires. They find the final couple of kills, and the last couple of rounds especially, Falcons look great for that win.
I've really got to check out what Fresh's prediction on scoreline was. I hate him so much. He's got a third one right.
That's unreal.
Okay, that's suddenly quite scary that he's got 3 of 5 games so far today correct. Well, 3 of 3 games spot on. Yep, Falcons. Everyone expected to win. I think BDS showed some really good moments throughout that game where they clearly came in with a game plan. Falcons are just that step too far from to deal with today.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, I'd say the same for every single team in the league. You can't be disheartened at a loss to Falcons, but BDS, they'll be back to the drawing board and they'll be looking towards those next 3 matches.
Absolutely. And again, just seeing these replays here, it was always going to be a hard ask for them to get over the line. But hey, Falcons walk away with all 3 points. It's what they wanted. And they're pretty much now locked into playoff space and how this next game goes. Let's go to a break. When we come back, Des will break it down for you.
Falcons come out victorious over their old organization, the roster and the team that they used to play for such a long time. They've taken them down today on a map that is super comfortable for them. You mentioned the win streak, it stays intact.
Yeah, it was expected. An expected result, Jack.
Yes, very expected, I will say so. And, you know, this Falcons team playing against their old organization, playing against the ex-Wolves core, IGL support staff, and on a map that they've never lost. All this history, it's all intertwined, it's all braided. And I will say, the result was kind of expected. You take a team to a map that they've never lost, you expect to lose. Now, for BDS, we don't need to see this play again, production. We don't need to see it. He's getting cooked already. We don't need to see it. But if we talk about what that play represented, that represented BDS trying to cause problems to Falcons. They were creating utility scenarios, problems to solve, weird positioning, forcing them to drone, forcing them to play as team. Stuff that we've not necessarily seen be Falcons' strong point so far this stage. And for the most part, I would say it worked in the first half. It was only when BDS got into their own attacks that they then couldn't convert it because Falcons were so strong.
And usually that's not really what you see. Usually you think that the plan, especially a counter-strat plan, is going to be most effective in attack, because in defense, to a certain degree, you've got to be reactive to what the opposing team is doing. But here it was the opposite. I think the defense setup were really interesting on the side of BDS. I think they had a great plans, and arguably it should have been actually 4-2 split for them, I think, in defense. It's whenever it moved to attack that I think there was a bigger problem.
Agreed.
They struggled hard and were hardly tested by one thing that separates them from Falcons. Falcons is a great team, BDS as well, but Falcons has much better individuals. And in those key moments, in those entry departments especially, Shaiko was key there, Likefak was key as well. Both of them with 7 entry kills. For me, that was the big difference maker. Whenever they switched to attack, they would die in opening agents way too early.
Is this the first time that we've seen Shaiko be the MVP for Falcons?
For this stage, yeah.
For this stage, obviously for this stage, yeah.
First time ever.
Not in totality. We know of his quality, but it's very much been the sort of all the Likefak shows so far. And Shaiko's taken a backseat role apart from today.
I do want to praise the idea of the ballsiness, the courage, the bravery of taking this team to bank. They had a great plan. It's just that they executed it only half of the match.
Yeah.
And then the other side is just Shaiko and Likefak going crazy. Once again, users getting carried by French people.
Well, we get to speak to some of those French people, of course, as well. We have the winner's interview here with Likefak joining us for some questions. Good evening. 3 points against your old team. Are you happy with this result?
Hello, guys. Yeah, of course. I think it's always special to play against your old org. I never did because I only went to BDS and now I'm in Falcon. But that was a special game and we really don't want it to lose. I think that's the only game this stage. When we start the stage, we said, oh, this is the game we don't want to lose. And they did the biggest mistake going on bank, so we take it.
I was just about to ask you about that, Likefak. You've never lost bank. I think that's well publicized in terms of this roster. Why do you think they had the courage to take you to this map?
Because they never play bank themselves, so I think they wanted to play mostly on the surprise factor. But when a team, in my opinion, when a team is too strong on the map and you never played as a team on it, you don't have like solid base, you can't just say, okay, let's try to full counter them and win. That doesn't work.
I think seeing you guys play, I think it's the most dominant I've seen you in regular stage in a long time. Like the last stage was a little bit rough and then reload was a little bit rough. Where do you think you guys are at right now in terms of level? Because I think you guys are really dominant right now.
I will be maybe a bit, I will maybe the villain, but for me the level between the top 4 and the 6 other team is too big. If you see like even us versus VP, we got destroyed. But if you see like the other match between the top 4, that's not a big score. And all the other teams like Secret before us did 7-1. So I think it's mostly this and not on us.
And how do you feel about? So we've seen about VP, but what do you feel about you guys and the other teams? So mostly Secret and G2.
Yeah, I think G2 have a good start, but the problem is G2 is to stay on this line, to be at the top every time. I think that's what they're missing. Secret for me are the top 2 with us. MVP are coming from far away and they just gain in power every time, every match. So like maybe not this stage they will be the best, but maybe next stage they can be really dangerous.
Okay.
Right, I want to ask you one more thing. I mean, you already talked about it just a little bit, about playing against your old organization. This was the first team you joined. I mean, you mentioned that. That was back in 2022, of course. You played your first international event with this team. It must be something as well for the ego to take down a team like that and just to be like, you know what, show them what they lost, kinda.
That's exactly about this, I think, and also the pressure from I'm still friends with the guy in BDS, not the player, but the people above. So they just make pressure on me. Oh, you will lose. We'll see. You will lose. Our team is better now than with you. So that's just about ego, to be honest.
That's awesome. Well, I mean, obviously there's always talking, but you showed them today with action. So, League Effect, thanks so much for your answers, and good luck, because you still have to play against Secret and G2.
Exactly. That will be interesting week next week, and I can't wait to play.
Yeah,
so
awesome.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you so much. Good luck with the Super Week.
Thank you.
That Super Week is going to be crazy.
Yeah.
Falcons.
There's a lot of the top 4 playing each other next week.
Yeah.
That's going to be great.
Sometimes you have these leagues, and like especially the group stages, where it gets kind of like repetitive towards the end. Like it's like play day 7, we can tell who's gonna make it, who isn't. I don't think we can do that today. I mean, the very last game of the stage, for example, is gonna be Wild and Matchgo. Like that may not say so much for itself in regards to the top 2.
Yep.
But maybe for the top 6 even.
And that's the thing, there's 2 cut-offs that we'll be talking about. It's the top 2 because you get the bye when it goes into the playoffs bracket, and then the top 6 just to get into the playoffs. So those games, Falcons against G2, Falcons against Secret, they're all against each other, are going to be directly deciding that top 2 position.
And those games that are going to decide who gets it into playoff on the threshold of that 6th place is exactly the kind of game that we're going to have afterwards as well.
Yeah, it's crazy. I cannot wait to see the other games that we have today, obviously. I mean, before we do get to those other games, we'll have a bit of a break, obviously, before our first game of the day. We've already talked about the interview that Leo did with P4. We saw the first part of it, but after the break, we'll find out about a person that's really close to P4 as well.
Hey! Salut Maud, ça va?
Ça va et toi?
Bah écoute, ça va bien. On va pouvoir parler un peu de Nico, voir si ce qu'il m'a dit c'est vrai ou pas. C'est le vrai truc. Contrôler un peu la vérité.
Welcome back to the Europe MENA League, where we just saw BDS get taken down by Falcons, the old players of the BDS roster. And before that game, we talked to P4, rather, Leo talked to P4 about who he is as a player behind, obviously, the monitor. And something that we also saw in that interview is that P4 has recently moved to Paris for something that's really important in life, for love. And obviously, we don't always get to speak to the players and their better halves or their partners, but they really have an important impact on players as well. I mean, obviously, the WAGs, we see it in many other sports, play a really important part in a player's life. So we asked Leo kindly to also ask some questions to the other important half of P4.
Hey! Salut Maud, ça va?
Ouais, et toi?
Bah écoute, ça va bien. On va pouvoir parler un peu de Nico, voir si ce qu'il m'a dit c'est vrai ou pas. C'est le vrai truc. Contrôler un peu la vérité. Bon Maud, merci de nous avoir rejoints. J'espère que t'es pas aigri aujourd'hui.
Non, ça va pas aujourd'hui. Je vais essayer de pas trop l'être.
Non, ça va aller. Alors écoute, on voulait te parler un peu parce qu'on sait que le quotidien d'un joueur pro, c'est pas forcément facile. On venait d'en parler avec Nico. C'est un métier où tu es vachement isolé du monde.
Alors, c'est pas facile parce que déjà, il travaille 6 jours sur 7. Donc
Ouais.
le week-end, c'est que le samedi, on n'a pas le dimanche. Et en plus de ça, c'est de 14h à 22h, voire plus tard s'il y a des débriefs ou autres. Donc c'est compliqué aussi d'avoir une vie en dehors de ça. Mais là récemment, depuis le reload, Liloun, donc la coach, a pris le rythme brésilien. Donc de faire 3 slots de 2 heures, ce qui fait qu'il termine à 20h récemment. Donc ça permet quand même d'avoir un peu une vie et de pouvoir, c'est ça, de pouvoir aller au restaurant, de pouvoir sortir, surtout qu'il fait beau, il fait jour jusqu'à hyper tard. Donc c'est quand même plus simple pour vivre. Et puis maintenant qu'on habite ensemble, on est tout le temps à la maison, donc ça va.
Et justement, tu parles de Nico qui était dans ce truc, le boulot. Un truc dont les gens se rendent pas forcément compte, c'est le quotidien d'un joueur pro, c'est la partie des sacrifices, les sacrifices perso que tu fais.
Parce qu'il y a beaucoup qui se disent c'est trop bien, il joue toute la journée aux jeux vidéo, mais en fait déjà il fait pas que jouer parce qu'il lead, il faut préparer les stratégies, il faut expliquer les stratégies, il faut tester les stratégies. Si ça fonctionne pas, il faut faire des ajustements, que ce soit en interne ou face aux équipes auxquelles ils vont jouer. Et puis surtout, il n'y a pas de week-end, il n'y a pas de vacances, il y a très peu de temps pour voir ses proches. Donc nous, on habite ensemble maintenant, c'est facile, mais avant, il fallait que je fasse à chaque fois les allers-retours pour venir le voir, parce que du coup, lui, il n'avait pas la possibilité de le faire. Donc ouais, c'est des sacrifices, mais en même temps, c'est des sacrifices pour vivre son rêve. Et il y a tellement de peu de personnes qui ont cette possibilité que c'est une chance. Mais en même temps, parfois, c'est dur de se dire, en fait, je passe tellement de temps à bosser que est-ce que je rate pas quelque chose à côté, faire autre chose. Mais en même temps, est-ce que tu dois faire autre chose dans la vie actuellement? Donc la réponse, elle est très simple.
Et du coup, comment toi et vous ensemble vous vous projetez dans le futur? Tu vois, vous avez déjà un chat, un chien, enfin, tu vois, comment est-ce que tu arrives à imaginer l'avenir de ton couple quand tu es dans un milieu qui est peut-être un peu instable et passionnel comme ça?
Je pense que pour l'instant, c'est très bien là, le rythme qu'il a pour la vie qu'on a tous les deux. Mais à terme, comme on veut des enfants, je pense que moi, je pourrais pas accepter, entre guillemets, qu'il ait ce métier-là encore si on a des enfants. S'il est coach ou autre, il y a quand même plus ou manager, il y a quand même plus de liberté. Mais là, que ce soit les bootcamps où pendant 2 semaines, il part, voire 3 semaines là pour le reload, ça fait que je me retrouve toute seule avec le chat, le chien, ou les enfants. Donc ouais, non, pour l'instant, c'est très bien. La vie à 4, elle est très bien. Et s'il y a des enfants, de toute façon, ça sera discuté avant. Mais actuellement, ouais, il kiffe sa vie et c'est très bien.
Maintenant, on a juste une seule chose à voir ensemble, c'est se retrouver en février au Six Invitational de Paris. Il n'y en a qu'un qui a ça entre les mains, c'est Nico. Et là, bam, j'ai juste rajouté un peu de pression. Là. I'm so sorry, guys, you had to listen to that much French. I'm crossing fingers right now so that we can see P4 and the rest of the team play at Six Invitational in Paris, and hopefully he can bring his girlfriend there, and we can all enjoy a really nice end to this story.
I think it often gets overlooked what the partners go through and the sacrifices, I guess, they have to make in order for their partner to achieve their dreams, because that is what really is what these esports players are doing. Obviously, this is what they've dreamed of, being able to compete internationally. So I'm really glad, Leo, that you're able to really bring that into a storyline for us.
Yeah, I think it's something that people don't often realize. It's a lot of work. When you work as a pro player, especially as in-game leader, you're looking at 60, 70 hours per week you put in. And someone is always going to overwork you. Someone is always going to work more than you. So it's a really hard one, not only for yourself, but for people that share your life, but not necessarily share your passion.
Yeah.
They need to understand that. And, loads of players have made incredible sacrifices following their dream.
Sacrifice is the big word. When we saw the interview with Doki and now we're seeing the interview with P4, it's the consistent theme is to be at the top of your game, to be at the top of anything. You've got to give up so much. You've got to make so many sacrifices into your personal life. Like we saw in the interview there, 6 days a week, long hours, even more, like you say, when
no vacations, no weekends.
No, nothing. You're missing out on friends, birthdays, families, all that type of stuff because you want to be the best.
Yeah.
And only very few people even get there as well.
It is a grind, obviously, and I mean, all these teams who are participating in the league here right now are looking to put in that work to obviously get the efforts from it, or the effects from it. We're looking at teams here as well. I mean, our fourth match for the day, Fnatic and Matchgo playing against each other. In this regards, obviously, the pressure is really high on them, because if we look at the grand scheme of things, this could be the one game where one team ends up pushing the other one out of contention for playoffs. And this could be the game where you look back and you're like, we really should have won that.
Yeah.
Fnatic especially, coming in at the lower half of this matchup, they need to start putting in that work.
Pressure's higher on Fnatic, I would say, definitely. I think if you look at the context of what this organization represents, it represents excellence, it represents success. This roster has not yet provided that, has an opportunity to make it at least to playoffs inside of this stage, and they keep falling short, unfortunately. Yesterday was a really rough day for them again. And there's a lot of pressure now because they are against a team that has come up through the Tier 2 system into Tier 1 and is currently occupying a spot in the playoffs that they would want, Leo.
Yeah, the current season and the format makes it easier for them to maybe save their season by going into playoffs in kind of matches like this one. They're facing a direct competitor that also is struggling. And all they need to do is get top 6. Back in my days, only the top 4 would get into the Pro League finals. And Pro League finals were top 2 only, top 2 in Europe. And it was top 4 for majors. Right now, you need top 6 to even make it to playoffs. And that would be, I think, an achievable objective for these guys.
Okay, old man. Okay.
Back in my days,
Tristan,
it was easy, it was harder to qualify.
The one thing that I do like about Fnatic, or one of the things that I like about Fnatic, is that their coach is very, very honest in his assessment on social media. We see Tristan come out. He put this out on Twitter. It was a reply to Desertu as to what went wrong yesterday. Complete failure to play to the same plan. Some aggressive, some passive, some taking fights pre-exec, some waiting for the exec. Just a complete failure to play to a system, changed ops reinforcements and didn't replace them, as bad as it could possibly be. That screams a little bit of desync, and I think that's what we're seeing. Again, props to Tristan, because I think he's so honest now. He's coming out after the games and giving a really honest assessment. But that's quite a sorry assessment of where a team that should be higher, should be challenging for top 4, is actually at.
Yeah, it is really unfortunate to see that. Obviously, there's little time for them to fix it, especially with the Super Week coming up next. That's the time that you gotta go fix these issues if you want to stay in contention for the top 6. And like you said, obviously, Matchgo are still in that spot that Fnatic would really like to occupy. Also, coming off of the back of a really tough game yesterday. I mean, only one round against Secret is not what they were looking for that game. And whilst we praised them on their Tier 1 debut, I think yesterday was a really good reality check for them.
There's a saying, at least in the UK, I don't know if it exists internationally, but they got their asses handed to them yesterday. They got they got schooled. And I think we kind of set the scene a little bit in the pregame yesterday of saying, we're liking Matchco. They've got good stats. They've got good stats. They've got the clutches. They've got good points, but they're maybe outperforming their underlying stats. And I think we saw that yesterday. The game plan went a little bit wrong, and they got absolutely obliterated.
Yeah, the reality is that they're higher in the standings where that they should be compared to their level, because they've won so many points in 8-7s due to certain clutches of certain big plays. If you look at the team and the roster itself, only one player has a positive EPS. I mean, this team is struggling a little bit. It's normal. It's their first stage in Tier 1. It's going to happen. The reality is, do they have what it takes to make it to top 6? Fnatic is probably also on the same level. This should be a close game.
This really should be. And I mean, obviously, we're looking to see what kind of map will be taken to for this best of 1 as well. Seems like we're going to Nighthaven. How are we feeling about this map for the series?
Well, in terms of this map, Nighthaven plays out very much like a new era of Clubhouse. It's a lot about breaching and trying to get and execute down. Now, where have Matchco been good generally? It's been the clutches, the late round composure. Where have Fnatic been bad?
It's terrible.
It's been the clutches and the late round composure. So this map, fundamentally for me, if we get to that point that it plays out as expected, it will come down to that and therefore slightly favor Matchco.
I've seen Matchco play that map a lot during Challenger Series, at least twice, if I remember well, and it was both very, very scary and rough victories, 7-5 and 8-7, all the way in overtime, 15th round against Les Galériens, the team of Bibou and the French guys. It didn't look that good for these guys. It wasn't tier 1 level for sure. Okay. They've probably worked on it for now. I think overall, pretty balanced moment. I like the fact Fnatic starts in defense to especially punish those late rounds.
I feel like defense is going to be very dominant inside this game.
All right,
and Light Heaven Light is supposed to be attacker-sided.
Okay, well, I guess we're going to find out and see. Obviously, the game is almost ready, so I'm sure there's probably a prediction running in the Twitch chat already. So I kind of turned towards Fresh and that tweet you put up earlier where he talked about predictions.
I don't know how this is happening.
It's been really good, but maybe, I guess, for the viewers that are looking to, you know, put some channel points on this game, I guess they're going to have to go for Fnatic, but it's a close one.
I don't know how this is happening. I really don't. Fnatic, I genuinely think this is going to be a very close game. I think Matchco are outperforming initial stats. Fnatic are very much underperforming, but maybe have a higher base level. And therefore, they're kind of coming in at the same level on a map that looks a little bit equal. Obviously, I didn't know that back, but I feel like it's going to be a very close game. A very nervous game.
Okay, well, you said it in 2 different iterations now with the prediction, but also on the desk here after we see in the map. So the question is, are we going to get a close map or not? It's Ace and Des. Of course we're going to get an overtime. Time to send it to Night Haven Labs.
I really don't think we need double overtime to end out today, do we, Tim? Let's be honest.
I mean, the temperature is just going up and up, isn't it, at this point? The more rounds we get, the more excitement. I think this one's going to deliver. I agree with Fresh. I think this is going to be super close. I mean, to be fair, Fresh, we already know what the score's going to be. Fresh has got 3 right already. You can't possibly be wrong about this one.
I've already tweeted saying that if this 4th one turns out to be 8-7 Fnatic, I will get the word Fresh tattooed on my arse.
No,
it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. It's fine. Lightning strikes twice. That's, okay, strange. 3rd time is a freak accident. It doesn't happen 4 times. I'm not worried.
We'll talk about that if we get to overtime.
Not worried. Not worried.
Let's get it.
Although, what I will say, you are right about the heat. I've gone through my 2nd exotic Solero so far tonight.
Wow.
There's a 3rd one waiting downstairs. There's a very good chance it gets consumed after this game.
Yeah, there could be some ice cream on the cards. That's
so worth it.
A good shout.
Oh,
got a bans in.
Banger.
Double shield ban. Double
the Electro Bros.
Ban.
That's what you were saying Electro Bros for a while as well, weren't you?
I was.
Yeah,
right up until today, I just chose not to use it now.
Disappointed. Either way, I hope this game doesn't disappoint. As you've heard them speak about, it is this battle down the bottom at the minute for a team just inside playoff contention in Matchco and one just outside of it in Fnatic. I was curious yesterday at what had really fell apart. It's why I asked Sathis on Twitter, you know, what was it didn't work? And really his answer, truthfully, Tim, was everything. So it has me a little bit nervous here. How much can you fix inside of a day? Well, Fnatic are going to have to show us some match code. They're going to want to pick themselves back up after that bruising 7-1 defeat to Secret. Both got a lot on the line. Let's see who comes out on top.
10 seconds to go.
Straight up to the top floor, Fnatic will go on the defense.
5 seconds remaining.
We've spoken at length about this site over the last year or two. Well, last year or so specifically. And I often talk about how it limits you quite a lot. It's kind of like top floor of Bank. We've seen that a few times today already. And it kind of limits your ability to roam and have an impact on the round. So generally we'll see a lot of teams just stack everybody up there. And that's pretty much what Fnatic are doing. Deepak moves up to the top of Aqua Stairs, so now they are locked in up there. And it kind of means as defenders, you start around waiting. You're waiting for the attackers to come and disrupt you or not, essentially. So now Matchco can just get moving. They don't need to worry about the rest of the map. It takes a lot of that time factor out of it. Time is very rarely an issue on this side. The bigger issue is who gets the first couple of kills usually, in all honesty. If you can have a man advantage coming in, push from multiple sides as an attacker, you're usually going to get some joy up on this top floor.
Well, Dora's done some great work there. Regardless, the Jammer's scattered around the map, has got both walls open in rapid time. In about 45 seconds, IT is open and also has found himself with Connector opened up too. So very good work here. That sets his team up now to realistically be able to push whatever they want. There's no awkward dance playing around forever to try and deal with the various walls that are reinforced. It's now then to decide where the push is coming from, and so far it's a very heavy stack towards this northeast side of the top floor, working their way in towards Connector, of course facing off against what I assume is a mirror end on that wall. Yep, a C4 on the other side, and of course got to deal with Groovy, who's also dancing around Electric Door. So this is where the front line is established. Matchco have got to break through.
Mags. Yeah, and I think a good way of doing that will be to apply some pressure elsewhere, because once Fnatic are convinced, once Fnatic are happy that everybody is pushing on this Connector side, that's when they start just facing up to that side, so you're going into 5 guns. Whereas if you put a bit of pressure to Warehouse, if you put a bit of pressure to Aqua Stairs, it just forces them to have a little bit less manpower focused on this one side. But for the time being, Matchco will continue as they were going. Rotero drone is going to come around, as is Teb. He's the important one there. You can see he's going to make a late move up onto Warehouse Catwalk, and that could be a real killer play for Matchco.
Yeah, they've done all this setup, but now we're down towards this last 45 seconds. It's time to see where things develop from here. Still got no control inside a garage. You mentioned top Aqua, you can get yourself stalled out there by a shotgun if you're not careful. They've got everything focused on this Connector side, which means they've got really forced 3 or 4 players through here, but they've now scattered out. I'm just a little bit worried they've left themselves a bit too much to do here. Not a lot of time, but if they get a great 2v1 and make it a 3v1 here potentially, this could be wonderful. Sure enough, steps out, finds the one for himself. Wizard, what movement is shown there? Identifying the trap was coming on through, and as isolated a gunfight, keeps himself alive. This is beautiful from Fnatic.
That was great from Wizard. He's really given him the razzle-dazzle up there on the catwalk, just avoiding that nade whilst picking up the kill onto Teb. He was really one of the big factors in this round for Matchco that could have really done something, but it didn't pay off. Flawless round comes in for Fnatic, and well, they're looking pretty good for the day after round 1.
You know what? I'll give a shout out to him here as well. Mint, I'm sure many remember, of course, former coach in Siege. Put out a video, I want to say it was yesterday. He put out a POV of Wizard watching him play in one of their games last week, and he was following all of his movements, the things he was doing, the really smart timings that he had, the decision making, the micro moments in rounds. That to me there was just seeing another one of, it was like watching a continuation of his video. It was really weird actually, but again, just identifying that if he stayed where he was, he planted his feet and just thought he'd fight his way out, he was dead to rights. He'd get pushed in from IT, he'd have someone coming in from the bottom of the garage. You saw that when he went for the 1 versus 1, there'd be a player hopping in from the outside window. If he gets, so the fact that he stepped across and isolated a 1 versus 1, using that far side keeper barrier on his right on the window to make sure he couldn't be jumped in on so easily, forcing out the 1v1, stepping back in for a second, getting back in towards site. Just really smart, intelligent play, and for a rookie, it's gold just being able to see that starting to come to fruition.
From Matchco's perspective as well, it just makes me concerned about maybe, you know, not sort of spreading the net wide enough there. I'd spoken about attacking from all angles. Like you said, the keeper barricade was left in place on that window. Get that cleared out, and then Wizard cannot play so aggressively. You know, you've got to, if you're going to push into garage, you've got to think about that garage window. You've got to think about how you're going to restrict that Azami. It's not enough for Teb to just walk up to the warehouse door and kind of wander on in and think he's just going to walk up the stairs behind an aid. It's not likely to happen like that. So Matchco definitely need to switch on there and make sure that they're not only pressuring from multiple sides, but giving themselves the chance for success.
Well, there we go then. Dora continues on with his hard work of getting both of those hard breach gadgets down inside 30 seconds. Really is trying to speed run hard breach here on Nighthaven Labs as it stands, but it does free him up now to be a gun. Of course, he's got those 2 nades in back pocket he can still make use of. I imagine to try and chew through any gadgetry that might well be down. You'd normally look towards things like barbed wire, but here you've got the option to get rid of those Vulcan canisters, mute jammers that are impeding drones. Still many options. And Sarks has just walked head first into Aqui there and picks up a freebie.
Yeah, got spotted out on the drone. They knew exactly where he was. Go in, hunt him down, find the kill. That is great entry play. We're going to see Lolo just ahead of us there. Just getting those air jabs out as well. Grubby's going to be taken down. Unlikely to be collected, so Fnatic, whilst they had a great first round, very quickly in the second, found themselves on the back foot, and I think this is largely a picture that we're going to see continue on throughout this one, which is back and forth between these two teams.
Yeah, not so ideal for your 2 roamers. I mean, Sarks literally charged headfirst into Aqui there and gave away his life for free. Groovy's fair enough has been shot through the soft wall by the Deimos. It could have gone either way realistically there. He could have got himself away quite safely, but may well not pay the price. He's very much isolated unless Jax could somehow get up to him, but I really doubt he wants to risk it at this point. There we go. Teb with the finish off. Matchco with still 75 seconds to work through here with a 5v3. shouldn't be losing this. But Tim, I will say, Wizard and Jegs, two of the top players for Fnatic so far on the stage, are still alive.
What I want to see from Matchcore here is the three that are on site now being really pressured. They can't be allowed to stay in their positions of choice. They have to be moved around. And interestingly, Jegs has got himself up into storage, so he's holding from above. If they don't go in and clear him out, this could be a catastrophic mistake from Matchcore. He could hit him on the flank. He could hold it from above. As it is, they managed to win a fight, but Wizard is there to get one onto Dora. Can he find a second? No, not yet. 4 versus 2. Surely Matchcore know about Jegs above. They should just be flooding the site here, really, and pushing and pressuring Wizard.
Target the Wizard, target the Wizard. You got to bring him down before he clutches up big. Has already found one. Wasn't far off getting a second either, but again, it's relocated here. That is a great shot coming out from Wizard. I really thought for a second it was Ted getting that one, but no. He's found a second. There we go through the softball. They finally managed to get rid of him before he turned into a little bit of a monster. 2 kills for himself in the round, but the most important thing is Matchcore on the board. One apiece.
Yeah, Matchcore recognised the danger. They recognised that Jegs was up above there. We saw the kill come in very shortly after Teb managed to take down Wizard inside a site. Lolo had already either downed or was right there ready to kill Jegs as well. So they'd push back upstairs to make sure that they got that vertical cleared out. They just need to be a little bit careful there, Matchcore, about allowing that to happen in the first place. You've got to ask, you know, where was the movement from Jegs? How has he got into that position in storage when Matchcore really should have that all locked down? They should have the drones out. They had air jabs available. You know, there should be all that information really that prevents Jegs from retaking that vertical.
All right. It's in both teams shot they can do here across the 2 separate rounds. Now it's a case of building onwards and forwards. As I remarked earlier, it's still that battle for the playoff spot. Realistically, Fnatic take it away from Matchcore if they win. Matchcore jump further into playoff territory if they walk away the victor of this game. And of course, away from BDS, who right now sit just behind them, or at least tied on points, I believe. It's very, very close. As every win they can get at this point is quite critical, because again, Super Week is just around the corner. And for Matchcore, there's a couple of there's one game in there I'd say you look at and probably are a bit nervous about, which is the one against G2. However, they have walls and Wild to face off against. 2 teams that probably fancy themselves getting points from, so it's really going to be a scrap to see who it is that makes it into that those top 6 spots and makes it into playoffs.
Straight away, barricades being opened up just prevents a little bit of rotation on the side of the defenders if they are out there roaming. Angles can be watched just like that. So of course, going anywhere near a window, they need to make sure they're being careful. This will be the final round for Fnatic before we see those 3rd bans coming in. We will see what Matchcore choose to take away next. They've already taken away Kaid and Bandit, so should be opening things at leisure. We'll see what follows afterwards, but for the time being, Fnatic reasonably comfortable. They've got 2 up above still. We've got Grubby and Wizard that are going to be holding onto that top floor, so Matchcore need to get in there and clear that out. Jegs is in support as well. He's kind of up and down the aqua stairs at the minute. Interesting entry point just going to be coming in and looking to get themselves established in the basement to kick things off.
This could be quite cheeky here because they go fishing from below, I imagine, Tim. Checking out first and foremost where they are, but again, lots of soft flooring down below. They can hook down and mute from below if they want to. Got the book as well to help out on that one. I guess the main problem now, of course, is on solid flooring, so can't be dealt with. However, the plant is indeed going down. Dora's sticking it. They have no idea. Tim, it's going to get completed here as well. A plant goes down and no one dies. What on earth?
I love that from Matchcore. We're going to get in underneath. We'll use the Book and the Deimos to create a load of chaos. So everybody on the defensive side immediately thinks, right, we need to move. We need to... What's going on below us? What's going on beneath our feet? And whilst that's happening, we're going to get in and put the diffuser down. Now, we're going to have a spray around the corner. Gets 2. Lolo manages to keep that diffuser safe. We have a little bit of sort of gamesmanship there, just tickling the diffuser, try and get him to peak, but all it did was get him killed. Dora had to try something, didn't work out, and that's a great play from Matchcore there, just creating a bit of chaos, creating an alternative focus for Fnatic. What's below our feet? Where's the Book? Where's the Deimos? What's going on? We're being attacked vertically. Oh, the diffuser's down.
Yeah, the one thing that I didn't get full visibility of that, so I don't want to comment on either side there, but it was definitely a question mark. Okay, Fnatic, how have you not noticed this going down at all? Why is there no C4, no impacts, not even any bullet attempts coming in to try and stop this from happening? It was right on the window itself. But I think what happened was, as we saw on our screens, there was Book and Deimos in below. They forced players away. The track came on through to make sure that the Mute had no choice but to stay on concrete ground. He couldn't get involved. My question mark was what was going on above, because as you can see in the ceiling here, there are those bullet holes above to help try and contest on towards this. What happened to the players that were upstairs? And my thinking probably is, with the IT wall open up, they couldn't step across to contest. And so quite literally, there was nothing that Fnatic could do without stepping into a death trap being set up by Matchco. Really well done on boxing off storage there and making sure it was a safe place to plant. But Fnatic maybe should have read that coming there and had something to say about it. Whether or not it's tossing a C4 or Hail Mary into that spot, I don't know. But they've given that one away to free for Matchco, really, who again have done nothing wrong there. They've played it really sensibly and really smartly. But Fnatic could have done a bit more, I feel.
Yep, definitely. Like you say, you've got to have your eyes open from the beginning of the round, not just on what is going on directly in front of you, where you're being challenged from, but what could be occurring as well. And I think, like you say, the chaos created by Matchco was just a little bit of a magnet for the attention of Fnatic. I'm sure that won't happen again. Back up to the top floor we go. This is the site that we saw Fnatic won pretty emphatically last time. Let's see if Matchco learn their lesson here, which is if you're going to push from multiple sides, make sure that you're sending enough manpower to get it done. You can't allow, for example, Wizard to just walk around catwalk and be able to challenge because the keeper barricade's covering a window. Got to be taking that utility away from them.
Sure. Again, this peaceful start to the round where the focus is no doubt going to be on Hard Breach. Dora has been speed running the game so far as a remark with the Hard Breach. One already been used out. We've got the Flores of Aki starting to roll its way through to chewing through more of this utility. Very much a sensible, like, anti-utility slash setup part of the round for Matchco so far. A lot of drone work to be done between the Brava and between the Flores, of course. So happy to take things slow for now and just get themselves comfy.
Keep an eye on Wizard as this one goes on. The Azami on Warehouse Catwalk. We know how powerful that position is, and Matchco really need to clear that out, because otherwise, no matter where they try to push in for any sort of execution, they're going to find Wizard becoming a problem. So I want to see how Matchco problem solve that, how they deal with that. At the minute, they've got two stacking up on the Warehouse side this time. They're taking away the Kiba barricade. This is what I'm talking about. I want to see that next one go as well. Make life difficult for the Azami.
That's the thing, he's always got no ability to place anymore. He's always got the ability to be quite mobile, dip back in towards sight when he needs to, like he's done now. Saw it when he was wrapping around the mirror window back in the previous rounds. Again, for Matchco, I think they don't want to be rushed here as well. They want to play it a little bit sensibly. Don't give him a chance to pop off, as they know that he is the main threat in these rounds, and very understandably so. He has now kept himself back. So again, has wasted a bit of time drawing in drones, drawing in flashbangs, and now has got himself a little bit more dug back inside of sight.
That attack, so much better from Matchco there. Dealt with the Azami, forced him back, air jammed him off, and now they've got control of Warehouse and they can start using what they've got. They've got pressure mounting from IT as well. My only concern, I keep saying this, is now they don't have any presence inside a connector. And this is the difficulty with attacking top floor. It is about manpower, it is about resource, it is about being able to challenge as many sides as you want at the same time. But with catwalk wall being open, we're going to see pressure towards
Biggie
stairs. Deepek finds a double tap, able to come in and limit the damage at least, but a limit is all it will be as Starks manages to find the trade, and it's all falling apart for Matchco on this top floor attack once again.
Yeah, I mean, I don't blame them here in what they've... Unfortunate team kill at the end as well. I don't blame them in what they've tried to do there. They knew the power position of Catwalk needed to be cleared out, but you've got 4 players forcing through to there when you've only got 30 seconds left on the clock. No one really being able to come in from connector. Sure, you've got an IT push, but it's not far off the same thing as getting control of Catwalk. You've then got a very late rounding, which Deepek has gone massive, to be fair. You've sent 3 players to try and clear out Aqua last second. He's done all he needed to. You've got 2 kills. You have 1 left pushing in that way. I just felt like Fnatic really had that under control, especially with the Clash able to waste a lot of time, assuming they even managed to get any kind of Aqua control in the first place. So, for the most part, Fnatic had to sit back there and just kind of let Matchco run into them for the most part. It was well played, but as you can see off to your left of Deepek then for a second, you've still got things like Malusi Bounces to work your way through. They didn't have all the control they needed to get this round done and over the line, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think it was good from Fnatic. They've just caused too many problems to Matchco. It took them 2 minutes to clear Wizard off Catwalk, which I think they did well, but it's taken them 2 minutes, and then they just didn't have the time to clear the Clash and to clear the other Banshee. You know, so many problems were stacking up for them, and Fnatic have lent into that really well. So level things up at 2-2.
5 seconds.
Nothing to separate these two at the minute. We're going to head back down to the basement once again. Matchco were pretty convincing last time around. They did allow Jegs maybe a little bit too much freedom to keep himself active inside of storage into the late round, but they dealt with it pretty well anyway. And I'm sure they're going to be looking for more of the same, but glad to see sort of a top-down clearance. Make sure you've got that map control and then start working towards the side.
All right. It's not looking too good for my promise on the whole tattoo front, is it, to be honest? When they're staying pretty close and even.
I mean, you said it.
I'm sweating enough already. Come on now. Don't start doing this to me already.
I told you if it goes to overtime, that's when you'll be sweating.
Oh, God. No.
I've never heard you directly cheer for a team inside of a cast, but I think you might if it goes to overtime.
You think it might start? Yeah, I'll be cheering Matchco all the way. Or if Fnatic with that first run, I'll be like, come on, Fnatic, come on, go into an 8-6, it's all good. I'll be begging at that point, on my knees, I swear to God. Either way, that's going to see us get to that point first and foremost. I think with the way things have played out so far, you know, Matchco with their 2 attacks have been pretty decent attacks overall. They struggled to break up this top floor, but again, coming back to one player, a lot of that has been on Wizard, and sure, Deepet definitely helped out with a good 2K around Aqua at the same time. But I think when we get onto the defensive side, they keep on playing the way both teams are so far. I would expect to see Matchco coming away the winner inside regulation.
Yes, very possibly. Like you said, they should be...
Look a little more coordinated in my view.
Yeah, I would agree with you, but I think Fnatic are doing a good job of wasting time and causing them problems. The only thing for Fnatic there is they can't really do that in the second half because they're the ones on the attack. So if that's the game plan, they've got to get a 4-2 so that they can then push through on the attack. Otherwise, they're probably going to come up against the same issue, but on the reverse, Matchco are going to do the same to them. We can see Ghost just trying to mount a little bit of pressure around the corner. He's on the Capito, takes out the default cam. Will also clear out one of those goo mines. It does, of course, stick in his leg first, so he will take a little bit of damage and then remove it. But it's, if nothing else, going to tell Fnatic where they are mounting up. Wizard and Jegs both trying to hold above. I love this from Fnatic. And Matchco need to deal with this. Only 40 seconds left. There's no way that they put a plant down, or there's no way they should put a plant down with these two still vertically above.
It was same as in the last round. I'm always a little bit nervous. They spend a bit too much time. Like, I love it. It's very methodical. They get all the work that they need to get done. Fantastic. But sometimes you've got to be willing to kind of be that little shark to be willing to take a challenge like this and step in and get the control you need. Got rid of one, but no, Wizard steps up out of nowhere as if he teleported himself into the room. Gets rid of one. There is a trade there. Deepet back on the other side as well. It is back and forth between the two teams, but the diffuser is down, and that is the most important part, Tim. It's a 3 versus 1. And as we were starting to feel nervous, well, they've showed us there was no need for concern. Matchco have got this one in the bag.
I really like that push into storage from Matchco. Sarks is going to try to move. He's got to get something going. He needs to find himself 2 kills, but Matchco have got themselves set now. They know exactly where he is, where he's coming from. Aqua's going to pick up that final kill. But yeah, the push from Matchco was really good then. There's a problem inside of storage. They've got Wizard, they've got Jegs in there. Jegs gets caught out. He gets shot from behind. He has no idea that the man is going to push him from warehouse. That's far too easy a way to die if you're trying to keep yourself alive upstairs. But then, I like the way that they dealt with Wizard. So they push in. Wizard gets 1 kill, but it doesn't matter because they've got the team play. They've got the second man coming in through Lounge, and it's an easy pickup for him then. And as soon as they have that verticality, we see it happen now as Teb follows it, and then you have the kill gets picked up, it creates the space, and straight away Aqua's downstairs and the diffuser is going down because they then know that they've got the space that they need. Good stuff from Matchco. That was a really nice looking attack.
It was. Again, we remarked on it being a little bit slow, but again, the thing I've looked at all their attacks is even when they've lost them, a lot of the initial prep work is good. It's where they've been slightly out of sync on a push in, or where things have just crumbled towards the end of the round. But I feel like their early rounds, the droning, the hard breach and the utility use, they've been so on it and very, very disciplined towards it. I've really enjoyed seeing it. And if this lineup sticks, I am very curious to see what they're cooking up for us, because I'm seeing that Blitz, I'm seeing the Rara, I'm seeing the Glass, as well as that double like control operator, I like to call them sometimes, the Lion and the Doc will be coming out. They're cooking something for round 6. This could be a 4-2. I'd love to see it go off.
4-2, you really do start worrying about Fnatic at that point with Matchcore getting onto the defense. But then again, we said that about VP and G2, and look what happened there. That went to 15 rounds, Des. 8-7.
Yep.
So it's always a possibility.
Yep, it's a possibility that Matchcore will win.
Oh, I've never hoped for a Fnatic 8-7 win more in my life.
Shut up. Well, the good news is, here come Matchco. A plant's going down, a 5 versus 4, making a 4 versus 4. Oh no, Lolo's eating smoke. He's not going to finish in time. Had to peel himself off there, but didn't do it. Committed to it, and Wizard's going to find him from above. They tried to plant him through the cover of smoke, but Tim, we all know what kind of smoke. It's Wizard up on the top floor, playing on the Warden.
Yeah, again, I think Matchcore just again falling foul of, you know, not recognizing that they've got to clear an area first. We saw it with the catwalk in round 1. We're seeing it now with the vertical above. 1 minute 50. They've plenty of time left on the clock. They can easily fall back from this and go and look for that kill onto Wizard. Go and look to get that clearance, get that map control that they need. The problem that they've got is that they've lost players going in for that initial attempt. And there's nothing wrong with a rush, but honestly, I think it's lost them the round this time. Jegs gets himself 1. Fnatic have stood up really, really well to this, and they've used that verticality to their advantage massively.
Nice idea, but Wizard really has been the harbinger of death from above, hasn't he, at this point? Doesn't matter where they try and plant inside there. They've used every smoke to try and bait him out a little bit, to try and get a kill, to the force plan. None of it has gone their way, and I think now they've realised, maybe a bit too late, that they need top floor control to make this work. Jegs ain't going to let Ghost get away with it. Now it looks guaranteed to be this 3-3 split. Nice idea, not the best execution. And I was about to say, surely the final close comes on through. Did you get shot by a teammate there to go through and get the final kill? I think so. But what matters is we've got that 3-3 split.
Yeah, all is even at the half. Fnatic, they're now going to move on to the problem solving. They're going to be the ones looking to pick apart the defenses of Matchcore. Matchcore, I'm sure, will take plenty of lessons away from what they've just seen. There was some really nice Fnatic defenses there, particularly those use of verticals. We saw them repeatedly trying to keep hold and defend in that way. And any time that Matchcore didn't get that full map control, they were punished for it. We're going to have the bans coming on through. We've got Monty and Ace. We've got a Clash and a Mirror.
All right. Okay. I mean, a Mirror ban feels quite rare these days. Every now and then we see one come through. Yeah.
For Nighthaven, I would agree. I mean, you've got the Mirror that can be used, you know, down in basement, but it's very easily cleared. You know, the old textbook ranked Mirror that looks onto the breach wall, but it's very easily cleared from above. You've got a couple of Mirror windows can be used upstairs. You can use one on IT wall to try and deny a plant. You'll sometimes have one looking from A into B or from B into connector, but yeah, not huge usage, I wouldn't say, for Mirror.
Well, it definitely has its places up here on the top floor and down in the basement, so clearly Fnatic is trying to take away the strength on the 2 sites they expect to see the most. Yeah, can't really fault them for that one. Things starting up on the top floor, as you can see here. Now, of course, we saw Wizard wasting a lot of time for Fnatic playing around Catwalk. Who's going to be that guy for the side of Matchco? There is no Azami on side to play around, but I imagine you'll still see a player dancing around there at least for a while. Especially knowing there's no mirror window to be able to fall back to. It's quite important, I think, that you hold those more extended areas. That's why they've gone towards the Bandit here to try and deny away IT wall. All eyes fall onto Jegs then with those Twitch drones to get them zapped away.
Yeah, I think we see an IT connector push here from Fnatic. Get yourself established in those 2 locations. Put pressure on. You do need to worry about Catwalk a little bit if you're going to try to play into IT. But given that there's no mirror, you should be able to take connector reasonably easily. Get in there, maybe get a wall breach off, start pushing onto electrical door and, you know, make life difficult in that B site for the defenders to sit around. Going to see immediately that connector wall opened up by the Thermite. Doesn't surprise me in the slightest. The next job will be to get that IT wall, and I'm not sure exactly where Starks is. He's just looking first floor, working through Cafe towards Lounge, so he's likely to go underneath and try to clear that bandit out, I think.
You'd assume so. Of course, vertical destruction does help a whole lot with it. Although right now he's obviously a little bit, he is a distance. I think it's more being safe at this point, and drones seem to be a thing.
Yeah,
can of course also help his team on the step forward through other parts of the map, and that's the other consideration, like here. Put flashes up if he wants to give his team room, though they have already lost Wizard. Not the best start for the round to be losing out on that Grim. Those Bs so effective when it comes around to execute. But now Matchco's still able to hold on.
Yeah, the slight concern for Fnatic here is they've got the one breach off, but then haven't got to get any more. And it's emboldening Matchco to get aggressive. There's no IT wall breach. There's no presence inside a warehouse. So they're just starting to push out into them a little bit and say, yeah, we'll take the fights. We know that you're going to push electrical door. You have to. We know that you're working underneath. So there's at least a man less upstairs. And Matchco are looking really solid on this defense.
I don't know why they've made such a battle of this. Like, you're pushing into a shield. Like, this isn't... Sather's going to have words about this on Twitter, I'm pretty sure, after this, no doubt. This has been very much a one-directional attack. You're bottling in through a bottleneck coming up against a shield. There is nothing that you can do to make this move. You don't have the utility. To be rotating away here and looking towards the IT wall, like you were saying earlier on, get Sarks underneath by getting inside a storage. That can be enough for you. You haven't got to worry about getting full control of this part of the map just yet. That can come later on from the pressure that you start to emit in towards IT. And I just feel that Fnatic have got this game plan a bit wrong.
They lost hard breach gadgets along the way, so then it means that they, have to work around, change where the hard breach is going to happen. Deepak's having a great game tonight, it's fair to say. Manages to get that kill onto Akwi, but Sarks is going to be taken down by Dora, and Deepak's going to have an even better game now. He finds himself 1 versus 3, 14 seconds left to go, has to push, takes the peak, gets the kill, but it's not enough, as he's going to be traded out by Dora, and that leaves it with a successful first defense for Matchco.
Yeah. Question marks over that attack, honestly. As a remark during the round, a bit too bottlenecky. I'm not sure why we were throwing bodies in towards electric there. It just meant that we lost a lot of power that they had in that attack. So, question marks to be asked. We'll park it for round 7. We'll look at how round 8 plays out to see how things should develop from here. Imagine we'll go down in towards the basement for this next site. We'll find out soon. But this is what I mean, look. Everything is focused around this spotlight. Fair enough, Sark's got underneath here. They'll apply a little bit of pressure, but it's just one after the other. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, running through fire is one thing. Challenging 2 players separately into a shield is another. Thank God Deepak just pre-fired the floor here. It would have been absolute catastrophe if he had died as well.
Exactly. They've got to have a plan to deal with those, or be willing to adapt, be willing to move around, be willing to take on another angle, be willing to, shift manpower and try to attack elsewhere. No recognition, I didn't feel that, Catwalk didn't have an Azami on there. Go in and get it taken. It's the Azami that usually makes it so difficult to grab that.
Surely not. Surely not. No, boys. Trying to go for a second, almost gets Jegs as well, who's down to about 10 HP. That could have been absolutely calamitous losing those 2 operators so early on.
Losing Sarks is a big one. You've just lost all your verticality. Looking across, what have they got? Some X-Kairos pellets and Naughty openers, because they've been used as well. But they've got very little to do any sort of vertical work now. That is a huge pickup from Dora. You would trade a Solis for a buck all day long on this site.
Yeah. Ouch. I think DMR you away from the floor if you really want to, but that is, again, not the most effective in terms of opening up big holes. That's why you bring along a buck. Either way, things are 4 at 4. Fnatic can still make this happen. It just means they're going to struggle a little bit with some of the verticals, but they can still get the more precise ones that they need. Here comes Tevo's going to say getting baited in there towards the doorway, but forgetting about there might be a player off towards his other side. It's Groovy to collect it back. 4 versus 3. Fnatic still got control here.
Activating drone.
The hatch has actually been left soft there, which again, compounds that problem of losing the book. It would have been such an easy job to go in and get that opened up. I think we saw Grubby look at getting the X-Kairos pellets on there, but the problem is they're just really easy to shoot off. Once they start through a soft hatch detonating, you know where they are, and you can just spray them off. So for the time being, I think that hatch is very probably going to remain closed until they get the DMR in there to think about opening it up. The nade will force the player back, but Lolo has got the cover from underneath. Beautiful team play from Matchco.
Yeah, again, it's being suckered into one player when there's a second player nearby to support. You've seen both teams fall foul of that a little bit this round. Just getting baited in by one opportunity and paying the price for the other. 3 versus 3. Last 60 seconds that we step into here, Tim. For Fnatic, it's certainly not a guarantee to get this one over the line. Not anymore.
And it's fine margins by not reinforcing that hatch. It's effectively burnt about 40 seconds until they've got the Twitch in place to come and open it up. They're now going to take the drop. Jegs is seriously low health, doesn't really want to be taking any 50-50 gunfights. Lolo says that ain't 50-50, takes the head off of Grubby, and that is going to leave us now 3 versus 2. Matchcore just need to sit back and hold their angles. Force Fnatic to play. 28 seconds left for them to go. Deepak does have diffuser in hand, goes in. He's confident in Jegs' cover here, as he knows. He's playing into... No. There it is, it's over. Playing into those keeper barricades makes it so tough. Deepak has to go for kills now. It's the beauty of a first. Can he find the second? Not yet.
They don't need to swing this as well, just wait, because the time is coming down. They're going to be forced into a 1v2 in a second, no matter what happens. Oh my god, Deepak's going nuclear! A 2 versus 1. Can Jace get the kill that he needs? Ghost's got to go big, not yet found a kill in this game. I don't think he's going to find the chance. He finds one, but this plant's going down. It's a 1 versus 1. Youth versus experience. Who comes out on top, Tim?
Just spinning out the start is gonna be Deepak. He continues his big night. Manages not only to get his team back into it, but puts the diffuser down and wins the 1v1. Huge play.
I am at 55% panic right now. Please no, it can't happen 4 times in a row.
The panic is setting in.
Christ on a bike. Well, Fnatic, they're taking attack time out here. I think even with that round being won, it was... Shut up. Fnatic, at this point now, I think even with the round win, it required a big moment from Deepak there. He went nuclear, saved it for his team. But I imagine Tristan has a few words to step in and offer here for his team to get them back on the right track, because it has been a messy couple of rounds, it's fair to say.
Yeah.
Ruby's gone. He's not interested.
It's certainly been kind of difficult to say who is going to be picking up round by round, because there, Matchcore had it done. Matchcore had it won. They've got 2 keeper barricades. They've got this army playing in behind. There's no way Deepak gets a plant down in that situation. You know, he's, I think, 1v3 at a point with the player down. He's effectively in a 1v3. It's the first shot that he hits onto the Azami that completely opens it up, because he then knows, if I can get this player up next to me, we've got an opportunity to put the diffuser down. It's that shot there, absolutely beautiful, because now he can pick Jegs up and think about getting a plant. And then the second one that he hits onto the prone player, just beautiful stuff from Deepak. Fnatic had no business winning that round, really, but they absolutely dug it out.
They did. And I mean, having Deepak being able to go big when you need him, God, rolling back the years towards the Berlin days there a little bit. He can work some magic in the right scenario. Of course, he's now got some very capable gunners in front of him. It's a case of trying to bring it all together that's been the struggle, but being able to lean on the backline when you need him most, and those experienced head, of course, in his noggin, working some magic for them and keeping the scoreline even. Round 9 we step into. Who's pulling ahead? Please be Matchcore.
It feels like completely even Stevens at this point, with nobody really able to get a firm grip on this. Both having great passage as a player, both making a couple of mistakes along the way as well, and being punished for them, but a very entertaining game nonetheless. We're going to have Nade thrown in just to clear out any utility, maybe open up a little bit of vertical as well, down into the basement. Make it difficult for them to play down there. It's going to be your plant spot more than likely, so clear out any frost mats, anything like that that's been left underneath that window. Look at this though, Teb getting aggressive up onto that window. We've already seen it used for kills. Jegs was able to get the trade onto Dora through there. Will Fnatic learn the lesson? Yes, they are well ready for any challenge coming from Teb.
Just the fact they'll just slowly chew through any information out in the field as well. Like, I know we're looking at drones now, it's not a big deal, only 4 are dead, but that can rack up over the next minute, leaving Fnatic very blind going into the final execute. Though, of course, they have the Dockerby on side, massively helpful here, especially when there are no mute jammers on side. You know that every player is getting tagged up, there's not a lot they can do about it, they have to back away, turn the phone off, whatever it might be. Either way, for those few seconds, you've got a little bit of an advantage to play behind here. So as long as they aren't using those calls like crazily or too sporadically, I think they'll be okay.
Going to see the first fight coming in. It's Starks who manages to pick it up onto Ghost. Advantage for Fnatic. That's the Azami taken down as well. Keeper barricades will be lost along with him, and we saw how impactful they can be in a number of rounds so far. So definitely a good pickup to kick things off for Starks on the Dokkaebi. Full awareness of where Akwi is as well. He's going to get challenged. challenged. Just for a second, I thought Sarks might not be able to react. It was a little unpredictable of the Pulse to just start ripping down the barricade. But Sarks manages to get the kill, and it's a bigger advantage for Fnatic.
Teb's still hanging around control. He's been here forever. Still looking to go aggressive, not willing to sit back inside the site here. He's not wanting to let Fnatic into the building as best as he can. But obviously the majority of them have pushed him from the other side. They're well entrenched at this point and can now start sweeping across. Looks to be one more coming through. Sarks finds himself the third of the round as Lolo falls by the wayside. At least one comes back for Dora, but Wizard collects the fourth. That's an easy round for Fnatic. Wizard closes it out with his second. Him and Sarks doing all the heavy lifting in that round.
Fnatic getting themselves into the driving seat once again.
62% panic.
It looks like we really could be heading towards over. Look, aside from winding you up, I'm not sure we're going to head to overtime here. I think that Fnatic might have actually found another gear in the last round or two.
That's the offside. No way. No way.
I think they've looked... They're hitting their shots, is all I'm going to say. I think we might see them take a third in a row and get themselves onto map point.
No. It's going to OT. I already know it is.
Why are you so desperate for a fresh tattoo?
I just don't, I'm not. I just know that it's going to OT. Because I know that Matchco are going to win the two primary sites now. Well, primary and then secondary site. They'll lose the tertiary again. Fnatic will bring it up to 6-6. We'll go to OT. I don't know what happens in OT, but I know we're going there.
I mean, just for the jeopardy, I hope we are. And it's nothing to do with the game. I'm quite happy whoever wins this in regulation. I just want to feel you sweating through my headset.
Oh mate, you can feel that already. I'm baking in here. That third exotic Solero is calling my name.
Brilliant.
All right. Top floor we go. Admittedly for Fnatic, last time they attacked here, it left a lot to be desired, is the nice way I'll put it. It was a lot of funneling in towards one room. There was a shield placed up, which is exactly where it is again. Please, for the love of God, Fnatic, let's acknowledge what the danger was here and deal with it a little bit better in this round. I'm not saying that because of the tattoo. I'm saying because I want to see these guys actually follow up a really good attack onto this site and not get shoehorned into all attacking the same spot and just being completely crushed by Matchco.
Blackbeard, of course, going to make things a little trickier here with the Deimos alongside. So, for me, I'm watching those two operators. I want to see how Matchco deal with them, particularly how early in the round, how much value can be gained here by Fnatic. Before they lose those operators if they should.
Gets yourself busy. Of course, you make a lot of noise down the wall, but you can, of course, stand on the electric. It's no longer a damaging element in the game. T4 comes over, but it's shot out as well. Great watch there from Groovy to make sure nothing gets past him and takes out his Heart Breacher.
Just waiting for, there we go. We see the reinforcement dropping away, so he can now move on to the electrical window, start looking to clear this shield position. This was something that they had issue with last time around, so no excuses for being unaware of it or feeding into it one at a time this time. They've got to have a plan. They've got to know how they're going to deal with it. Sark straight up, gets the RT wall open. So good progress from Fnatic so far, but I'm still looking at the shield in electrical.
And we're starting to engineer towards it as well. What, a couple of players here. But again, think about what I said last time, Tim. I really want to see them get IT control first so they can put pressure on it from the other side. And that's what they've done here. Now that it's open, they can threaten in towards IT and draw them back. Of course, they've got to deal with the shield itself being here. You can't just ignore it the whole time. But I see a nice dodge away as well, not getting caught up by that at all. I'm just very, very nervous about when the push comes on through, if they find a way through the shield or not.
You're very nervous, full stop at the minute.
Shut up, Tim.
1 minute left to go. Matchco holding on well here so far. Not lost anybody, not lost the shield. Fnatic need to solve that problem, or do they? They might just be able to bypass it here and go straight on into sight. It's going to force the player away from that position. Ooh, being bullied from beneath by the Buck. Sarks does get the job done onto Lolo, and that allows the Blackbeard of Grubby to start thinking about moving forward into sight behind that cover from the Bees.
Wizard's the one who's holding on to the diffuser, mind you. I imagine he'll follow in. Groovy will be that front line for him to try and get this plant down behind them all. But here we go. Black stepping on forwards is sure enough and trying to bite off an awful lot there, Akwi, and gets caught out by Sarks from below. This time around, they've made it work a lot better. Dora getting one back, almost collecting a second here is Teb. But no, forced away at the last second, but surely the call comes in here. Guys, there's only 2 on site at this point. We can hit here if we want. Ghost gets 1 more back, gets himself his 2nd kill of the game overall as Deepek goes down. 3v3, and there is no time left to him.
Wizard needs to make a move here and think about getting this diffuser down just to extend the clock. That's exactly what he's going to do. Tem is down, Ghost not making a move. Jegs. Dora comes in with an essential kill. Unreal stuff. Some of my favourite clutches when you just recognise that one pain point, and Fnatic just couldn't stop him getting there. Heading to overtime, this one does.
68% panic. And they did so much right in that round is the really frustrating part. Like the first 2 minutes 30, Fnatic played it brilliantly. They made use of the verticals, the Grimbies helped them secure a kill. This kill here, brilliant bit of team play and showing how operators can synergize so well together. They've done everything right. They caught out Akwi like this when he stepped away from his shield. Perfect. Then everything started going wrong here. I mean, I'll ask the question now, why is Sark still downstairs at that point? When he got that kill on towards Akwi, should have been his movement to then rotate up and try and join his team. Just get yourself up those lobby stairs, join your team, come down meeting hallway. You can be there if you need to be. But he's really left Wizard out to dry there. I don't know why he's planted his feet and thought that he'd be able to give cover from below. You simply can't. And it comes back to what I said. I do think Matchco will win that upstairs site and the downstairs. Fnatic, then you roll the dice, someone in the off site. That could be what I think sends us to overtime. I hate how smug Fresh must feel right now. You're bad
Where are you on the scale of bothered, Des, at this point? Getting concerned.
I'm at 68% panic, so that's probably just like very bothered right now.
Really heading in towards the panic territory.
No, next is sweating when we get over 70%, and then panic is like 85% plus.
Panic with a capital K.
With a capital K.
Matchco have managed to pick up the opening kill. Deepek taken out as well. That's a big loss with that verticality. Akwi manages to find another onto Sarks. 5 versus 3. Looks like it could well be Matchco heading for a map point opportunity. Fnatic don't want to find themselves having to win that attacking round. It's been the attacks that have struggled so far on the whole, I think. But it looks like they are going to have to find one if they want those extra rounds. I'm just wondering who starts on which side.
That's a good question. We'll find out when we get there. So I'm pretty...
I hope Fnatic have defense.
I'm trying to decide if round 12 is now a round that I see Matchco coming away as the winners of or not. For my sanity, I really hope they do.
Honestly, at this point, in terms of the actual game and not winding you up, I genuinely couldn't say who is going to win this. It has been so up and down as this game for both sides. You know, there's been great moments from both. As I said earlier, there's been mistakes from both. We've seen them punished. It really is difficult to call who is going to win this round to round. I genuinely thought that Fnatic may well come out and get themselves up to 6-4. It was looking good for them to do it, but then from nowhere, Matchco managed to hold on to the top floor and then get themselves a back-to-back round. But they've got to get that third site held down, and you just look at it and say, surely that's got to stack a few odds in the favour of Fnatic.
I don't mean this as a slight at all against Matchco, but Fnatic, I feel, in this half have been the ones that generally have lost the round rather than Matchco strictly winning it. That last round may be a bit of an exception. Akwi did a great job there, really cleaned up before Fnatic even got started. But I feel like Fnatic have often been the cause of their own demise. Think about the top 4 attacks that we've seen. First one, car crash. Second one, they made amendments. Things looked an awful lot better. But when it came around to the execute, Sarks is off in Narnia while the plant is going down. And you're just like, this should be a round that you win. You are in a 3 versus 2. You cannot let the last 2 players on the defensive side be the ones that push in and down a planter entirely by himself. And so I feel a lot of the round losses and errors have coming from Fnatic's side rather than Matchco strictly being the ones doing anything like super special or super right. Don't get me wrong, they're doing a lot of things right, but they are beatable. And I think Fnatic are making this really hard on themselves. I just really hope now Matchco can prove me wrong in round 12, which actually, no, we are really good, Des. We get this done and dusted right now.
I'm sure you do, Des. I'm sure you do. Fnatic going to be getting themselves straight through that castle barricade. Need to be careful of the aggression here. Bullets off the window frame tell us that they know they were being challenged by Akwi there.
So it was Teb in control last time around who just would not leave it. And now Akwi's like, it's my turn. I want the kills.
Not going to find any, as no damage is done for the time being. Just looking up on that top floor, there is 2 players up there, Ghost and Dora. They are being tasked with holding on to those verticals for the time being. Lolo, Teb and Akri are all down. Not quite in sight. Teb's just kind of on a small extension out towards Cafeteria. But straight away, Fnatic looking to get that top floor cleared, and they're going to do it behind the Blackbeard shield of Wizard.
All right, well, taking it slow and composed, which is the way things started for them, going one on the last top floor attack. And obviously, this is the top floor we're attacking into now, but it is that composure that I think serves Fnatic well. Where I get nervous is we get towards those last... I've been nervous for a while now, to be fair. We get towards those last 45 seconds. That is when the mistakes start stacking up, and when things start going wrong. They've got Akri down. Great start there from Jegs. Off he goes, and Akri really trying to bite off more than he can chew. This is what I mean, a bit of a small mistake being made there, and Jegs is the one to capitalise.
Yeah, they have to punish him. He can't keep being allowed to play around that window. Nitro goes out, another small mistake. They could start to add up. It's going to catch the top of the reinforcement, not clear over, and Fnatic managed to survive through another attack from Matchco. So they are now in a position, 5 versus 4, clearing that top floor. There's only Ghost left up there on his own. If they can get the pinch on him here, they've got the ping, they know where he is. He is going to escape onto Aqua stairs and down, but that gives Fnatic top floor. But do they have the time? They've got to kill. Groovy manages to find Lolo. 5 versus 3.
Surely they don't bottle this now, Tim. Like a 5 versus 3 again. These are the kind of spots that they've been in before and have seen the occasional round slip through their fingers. Ghost, top of Aqua. Could be a bit of an X factor for them. I don't know if they know about it. We've seen yellow pings coming in from the Matchco side here. They know and at least have the angle, but yes, they're aware of him. He won't be able to strike and get a couple of kills from the backline here. Last 15 seconds to go.
They've got to make a move. This is the problem. Fnatic have had top floor for so long, but they've not got themselves into a position to put the diffuser down. Sarks manages to find Dora. He does then go and start putting the case down. We've already seen Matchco win rounds by just taking out the planter, though. And that's exactly what they're going to do again, Des! Fnatic didn't learn the lesson from round 11, and they're punished in 12. Matchco get a big, big win.
I fucking love you, boys. Let's go! Yes!
Somewhat a relieved desert.
Oh, mate.
There's no bias in casting. There's no bias.
I deserve that exotic Solera, I'm telling you now. Jesus Christ. But it's another round, though, being honest for a second, that Fnatic have let go. They should have had that one done. They'll be kicking themselves with Matchco. We'll be ecstatic. We'll go to a break. I'm going to go and celebrate. We'll see you in a few.
What a crazy way to end that game it was. I feel like so many of these rounds just went... It was about 10 seconds left in the round, and you weren't going to be able to tell who was going to snatch that victory in that round away. Oftentimes, it felt like it was match go, and therefore they get the 3 points on this matchup.
Are you sure we were not about to tell who was going to lose the late round? Because I think I was pretty sure who would lose it almost every time.
Scorpion, okay?
I'm bored of it, and I'm pretty sure Fnatic are going to be bored of it. I'm bored of seeing Fnatic snatch defeat from the jaws of victory every single time. So many of those late rounds where you're just wondering what the hell is going on. They're planting, no cover.
That was not a late round. How does someone get on the window on the
allowed a
side?
storage plant, 5v5. Matchco had no execute utility, no Ying, no Grim, no Capital, no Blitz, no nothing.
They
let them do it.
How many plans did Matchco get when Fnatic was in defense? When Fnatic had no idea her plan was going to It was just like again and again and again. You can see the gaps and the dysfunction in the comms in this team.
We set it up as this might be a nervous match, and I think it really, really showed. There was a lot of kills, like the one that you've seen on your screen there, where both teams seem to be operating with such limited information that they were very free of, silly kills. And that the way to win this game was a plant going down with no cover.
Yeah, and that keeps happening.
I hate to use this word, and I really do. It's amateur. And it's not what we expect out of Fnatic. Matchco, to be fair to them, took all of their opportunities when they needed to in the late round. That has been a consistent theme from them, and it's been a real strength of theirs that they've come in, they've got these clutches, and they've got these 1vx's in the late round and found results and found rounds and found points off the back of it.
And again, a great match from Dora. I think Dora and Tab, Lolo, the standout players once again for the team of Matchco. Again, very much involved in first the opening engagements, second the clutch department, which is obviously key when your win condition is to win those rounds in the late rounds, either because you execute, either because you face an execution and you try to deny the plant.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing it, and it's something we've highlighted before in regards of the Matchco players, their clutch potential and their individual prowess in that regards, where they really step up with these last rounds, specifically here in the game against Fnatic, where it seems like they've got all the cards to win that round, and then someone from Matchco comes and sweeps that round away from them.
Yeah, I think round 10 is a perfect example of that. I think it keeps on happening that Fnatic, they have a good plan. They actually use the vertical play to get the man advantage. They're ready to set and have an execution here.
This was good.
And then there is this moment where they're in a 5v3 and someone is planting on the middle of the site. Where are the other players when he plants? Where are the other players? I will let you that. One is all the way top in Aqua, in Narnia, on the other side of the bomb site, and he's not moving. He's not trying to go cover the plant. He's static. And then one player is downstairs, so he cannot cover the plant. And I'm watching this, and I'm like, so one player just went into plant. Another one is top of the stairs, not moving, just, I don't know where is he, chasing butterflies. And one is downstairs, cannot do anything. And I'm like, at some point, there needs to be some kind of cohesive, like, hey, I'm going for a plant, guys, cover me, or just some basic stuff, and it's not there.
This was Leo's live reaction in the round. He had to go and make himself a sandwich. He was that angry.
I needed to compensate.
Afterwards, it really was rough. And
look at here. Look at the plant going down. One player is in Aqua, one is downstairs. They're not ready. There's no coordination.
Yeah. And that's an example, a prime example of a round that Fnatic had actually righted some wrongs. Previously, they'd really had issues with the shield inside of Electric. They actually dealt with it this time. They got 2 kills. It was a 5 versus 3 off the back of it. And then they just let the round go in the late round again, which has been such a consistent theme.
The reason we go so hard on Fnatic is because we see the potential, is because we see the great players, we see the Sarge, the Jax, the
really
Wizard.
Could be challenging.
They could be great. They could
on
be
the substance of their games and their plays. They could be challenging top 4.
No, it did not help. Clearly, I'm still triggered. I'm triggered because I see the potential. It's my former organization. I've been there. I've been the IGL of Fnatic. It hurts me to see this team play that way because I know they have the potential.
The fact that we're noticing or witnessing a second Leo crash out this week really isn't a good sign for the quality of this league, and it has me a little bit concerned going into obviously future play days, but we have to highlight the positives, and we get to talk to the winners obviously as well here, the ones who take those 3 points. Very welcome for Dora joining us on the interview. How are you feeling about these 3 points?
Hello, feeling great obviously. Another 3 points on the board, so very good for us. How are you doing?
Good. I'm trying to not have a mental breakdown at some of the attacks that I saw today, but I think one of the things that we mentioned on the desk that you guys exploited it perfectly. Was it part of the, I guess, the win condition towards Fnatic to play in those late round situations, to try and clutch, to try and really wait for them to that final moment and punish that?
Yes, but not a lot, to be honest. Like, we know they're not great in the late round. We know that if we have a good setup, we can exploit them and have them run around the map like you were talking about in that top floor round with two guys downstairs. But at the same time, I think our main plan, our main focus was to stop their execute. Like, do something when they're doing something. So just stop their plan, make them create chaos and just
be
exploit
disruptive.
that mostly. Yeah.
Dora, with this win, you guys are really solidifying yourself in the playoff positions. Before the stage started, where did you expect this team to be? And now it's looking like you're going to be in playoffs. Are you kind of thinking ahead of where you might go with the stage?
Well, it's still a long way. We still have 3 regular season games, and then obviously if we do qualify playoffs. But to be honest, I think all of us expected to achieve playoffs and still expect to achieve playoffs because nothing is done yet. Still 3 games. So yes, I think our focus, our goal should be qualifying for the World Cup, to be honest, top 5.
All right. Well, of course, like for you, this is huge as well, right? I mean, you've been competing for quite a while. This is the first time that you, with this organization, find yourself in this level of competition. What are you most happy with or most proud with, I guess, for the team so far in these first games?
I think mostly up with our mental, because even though we've lost 2 matches, one of them yesterday being 7-1 loss, very tough loss, we were able to recover and play not at our best, but play good today. And we were able to get the 3 points, so I think that's one of the better points of us, like having a good mental, not being brought down by lost rounds or lost games. And also, I guess, communication overall, because it's been really chaotic in the past months. It still is really chaotic, even though we all speak Italian, you will think it is much more simple. It actually isn't, I'm telling you. So we are working on that as well, and I'm proud of what we're doing for now.
It's awesome. I'm really happy to hear that for you, obviously, with this debut in Tier 1. Thank you so much for all these insights, Dora, and good luck as well next week with the Super Week.
Thanks to you guys. Thanks to you. Have a good evening.
I've actually experienced this this moment where I've switched from a French-speaking team to an English-speaking team, and it's very true. When it's your native language, you will tend to make sentences a little bit longer than what they should. When it's not your native language, you're actually very efficient because you use keywords, and that's what you're trying to achieve. But when it's your native language, you will speak normally. So I get the part where actually comes in Italian can be a little bit messy.
I think for obviously our last game that we have today, it might not be that big of an issue. I mean, we got a full French, with a Swiss player organization going up against a team that now speak fully British with each other, or as far as British is a language, I just made it English. To be a language. That's fine. But obviously, in regards to the standings, that one's going to be really important as well. I mean, we talked about this one being important for the standings for Matchco to really solidify themselves in that top 6. It's something that they were expecting to really be at this point in the league as well. But with this loss, I mean, they're knocking on the gate of that top 6, but the door will just not open yet.
I literally have, that's exactly my power ranking. If you just reverse Matchco and BDS and Secret and Falcon.
Can we talk about something that's a bit bigger than your power ranking, Leo? With that win, Team Secret and Team Falcons are now qualified for playoffs. That's absolutely huge for them. So that's milestone 1 achieved. They'll be kicking on for qualifying for the top 2 specifically. But also, look at the gap that Matchco have created themselves now. They've created them a 2-win gap. They've essentially gate-kept Fnatic from playoffs because of that. Like, Fnatic might scrape it through over BDS, etc. But it's really BDS under threat from the teams below them. Matchco upwards are pretty much, in my eyes, confirmed for playoffs. And that's an incredible feat for Matchco. For a team that was in Tier 2, for a team that was making the step up, to compare that, obviously Wild have had their struggles. We've seen them struggle apart from 1 win. Matchco and seemingly not having these struggles, they're getting the regulation wins. They've actually won more games than they've lost.
Yeah. If you think of it, it's been very close for them at the same time. I'm still wondering how much of that is them overperforming compared to the actual level, because it does seem to rely a lot on very late round clutches, on a team you know, at some point doing something very wrong in a round for them to actually eventually win. And I'd like to see them win more convincingly and more in control of those rounds. But I assume that's going to be, you know, I guess the challenge for next week and the 3 matches that they have to play to confirm playoffs.
It will be, because if you look at some of the schedules for some of these teams for that Super Week, they've really got some tough games to play. I mean, Fnatic still have to play like G2, for example, so it really isn't going to be all that easy. I really honestly think this might come down to the final playday on what the positioning and what the teams are going to be for the top 6 in total. But another thing, I think, you know, unfortunately for you, Fresh, your predictions no longer flawless on this evening. You predicted overtime for the last one, didn't you?
I did. But in fairness, I know the actual scoreline and the result wasn't right. I predicted it would be a nervous and close game, and that's exactly what it was.
Yeah, someone's trying to get some copium still, I guess, in some way trying to find a right for that game.
I was still right. I was still right, even when I was wrong. I'm always right.
If we do get an overtime, we'll still in here for a long one, I guess. And I mean, given the positions of these two teams in the leaderboard, it very much could be an overtime for the final game of the day. So make sure you have your snacks, your drinks. Make sure you get yourself comfortable. We'll take a little break, and then we're back with the final game of the day.
And dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gifro. They're back. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
Give him a 1v1. And they've given him both down.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today, they take the kingdom from Blackout!
I'm Silent from Cloud9. If you want to watch some real tune into NAL.
I'm JJ Blast. I play for Team Envy. Make sure you tune into this season of the NAL. Someone has to retire Canadian.
Hey guys, I'm Canadian from Shopify Rebellion, and make sure you turn into the NAL this stage.
This is Giddy from Cloud9. If you want to watch cinema, stay tuned for the NAL.
What's up? This is Fultz from SSG. If you want to watch 5 jacked Giga Chads absolutely dominate the server, come watch NAL. If not, no problem. You can just go waste your time on EU.
I'm Gunnar. I play for Amady, and make sure you watch NAL this stage, as it's much better than EU.
This is Packer from Cloud9. If you enjoy watching Ragers, tune into NAL.
Hey guys, I'm Baby Shark from Wildcard. Make sure to watch the NAL this season because all the other regions are boring now.
Hey guys, it's Ashton from SSG here. If you guys love seasoning your food from the great 50 states of America, come watch NAL. If not, go watch those beans and toast eaters inside of Europe.
This is J90. If you want to watch some competitive R6, watch NAL.
Someone was talking? Hello, guys?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Now that trash talk, was that supposed to be trash talk? That was boring.
Just like watching NAL.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. I thought these guys were supposed to be good at trash talk. They were much better in scrims when I was in NA than whatever that was.
What's Ashton talking about? Seasoned food from 50 states?
I don't know.
I have no idea
Also,
what that's...
Baby Shark, what are you doing turning your back on your own
Hello?
region?
Hello?
Traitor?
You've never played a single game of Pro League in Europe. Why are you even talking?
Okay, alright, I mean, they can do the talking, we'll do the real gaming here. Obviously, we got our final match of the day, we'll set you up right for it. And if we look at the scoreboard or the league board between these two teams, I think, obviously, with these two teams coming into it, 9th and 10th in the league, you have to admit that there's something structurally wrong in both these rosters. I've already raised the concern, I guess, of Wolves, like, do these people really trust each other when it comes to the decisions they make, the plays they adapt? And then when we talk about Gen G and their roster, you know, they got their first win. We got to speak to Nako, and he was like, yeah, well, I mean, we're still figuring it out. There's something going wrong, and there's still a lot they need to work on.
Yeah, it doesn't look good inside of the server. And when it doesn't look good inside the server, it's usually because something is not good outside of the server as well. I think you've referenced it, Leo. They're a team that kind of mesh together with different people coming in from different places at different times with an organizational change. And I don't think they've quite found that working groove that they had right at the very start of last year, because they didn't find it with LMs, and they're certainly not finding it so far with this roster either.
I think it profoundly lacks of an identity, and it lacks of a vision of all the 5 players committing to it. It does not feel like a team in game. And that is the biggest surprise to me, because I felt like these guys on paper were good friends and would feel like a team, and we would see example of that. And I think that throughout the stage, we've seen examples again and again of them being completely distinct, missing key team play, teamwork. And you know, it's been really clear so far.
Yeah, I mean, there is something wrong, and given that, you know, you speak the same language, you've been able to help translate the timeouts for us. I feel like you might have some insider information for us.
Well, I felt like the tag timeouts were not enough, so we went ahead and talked with Akdar, the coach, and here's what he had to say. This roster has everything to shine. It has talent, experience, and desire. Our challenge is to put trust and clarity back at the heart of every round, to build a true culture of trust, rigor, and empathy. Once this flame is rekindled, nothing can stop us. Amazing poet, even better coach. The reality is, they clearly have a problem of trust, like we've mentioned before. They have a problem of culture, like we've mentioned before. And what does that cause? Lacks of teamwork. So we've been pretty much spot on what is wrong with this team here.
When you're in the trenches, and I'll reference this to Matko, who we're just seeing. When you're in the trenches and you're being strategically beat, but you need to win a round, you need to trust that everybody you're playing with is going to do the right thing and get you over the line. Clearly from this quote, Gen G don't have that right now.
You could translate it as easy into a situation as like you're playing ranked with friends and your friend's like, yeah, I'm holding this angle. And then you die to that angle and you're like...
I mean, you've got 20 seconds left. You have to plant a diffuser and you have to trust your teammates to cover you. And
Sorry.
And it just doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. So yeah. I think we need a wake-up call. I think today's pretty much the last moment where they can have the wake-up call. It's the last moment where they can even have a chance of making it to playoffs.
If they do want to seriously make a shot for the top 6, then yeah, today is a really good shot. I mean, especially given it's a team that is similar in position-wise for them, this could really be a good opportunity to pick up those points. And I feel like Wolves need that as well. I mean, they got a similar shot yesterday when they were playing against Wild. It was a close game. But they actually did give Wild their first victory in the league.
I think that's the headline here. You know, Wild has been clearly the weakest of teams out of the whole league, and they were the first team, Wolves, to drop against them. I think that must be a huge wake-up call for these guys. Clearly, some of these guys, they've been around for a long time. Azure, Tyrant, you know, it's guys that have been to events, big international events. To go and lose to a team like that, I mean, surely the ego must do something at some point. That must be something that shocks them.
They'll be bruising. They've got to hurt off the back of this because it really was embarrassing. Leo, you speak the same language as Gen.G's coach, Hagdar.
Yeah.
I speak the same language as Wolves' coach,
Really?
Kendrew.
Really?
I know it's a shock. We both speak British. So I actually got some words from Kendrew as well that I want to throw up on the screen. I think you could sum up our stage so far as overthinking and overdoing. We've been working on it, but habits are hard to change. But for this game, we need to be decisive and play to win, not to not lose. And I think we've seen that. It's been the late round for Wolves where they've really had the problems. They're very similar to Fnatic where they're doing too much in the late rounds and they're letting the rounds go. Wolves have shown they can control rounds, but when it gets to those pressure moments, they're just falling apart.
They're moving too much. The clear win condition is not set. One is going aggressive when the other is going passive. Clearly, at some point, these guys have to let go. They are not considered to be in the rush for playoffs.
There was nobody on the screen just then, sorry.
Yeah, maybe they're not even
Just appear.
as a team. But yeah, basically, I need them to step up and be like, hey guys, like the pressure is off of our shoulders. It's really unlikely we qualify to playoffs. Now is the moment we start learning and proving that this roster has some kind of potential.
It's I guess, a positive way to view it, and especially given your chances in this matchup. Now, when we talk about maps as well, do we think a basic or default map would really suit this matchup, or?
Okay, so we're going to Cafe. That's a pretty good news. Why is that a pretty good news for Wolves? Wolves starts in defense. Obviously, hugely, you know, we've said it before, it's a big defender-sided map, just like Skykeeper. Second thing is, on which map did Wolves win their first regulation win, their only regulation win this stage?
Cafe.
Against Fnatic. And who did Gen.G lose to on Cafe just yesterday? Oh, Sunday, sorry.
Fnatic?
Exactly, during the Belgium Mixed Masters. So Gen.G have played that map, they've lost to Fnatic. Wolves beat Fnatic on that map. Clearly on paper right now with recent history, Wolves should feel more confident and they're starting in defense. However, we've just seen a clear VODs, modern ones or new ones from these two teams. Hagdar will have had a little bit of time to prep that and maybe hopefully have some counter strats ready.
Big triangle, I feel like, I guess, with like the way teams have beat each other and the way we're making this make sense now.
If let's just say if Wolves beat Fnatic and Fnatic beat Gen.G on that map, technically Wolves should beat Gen.G, but if it only worked like that, it'd be really boring.
Some playground logic there from you, Leo.
Some plain and logic, that's it.
I was gonna say, if we talk predictions, I mean, someone's been doing really well with that up until the last game, but of course, I mean, we're predicting another overtime for this one. Will we really get that? We're gonna find out. The match is ready. Time to send it back to Ace and S for one more time today.
Thanks, Dan. Tim, I'm a bit downbeaten right now.
Well, this is it, Des. I'm going to have to come in and be like the Twitter lawyer here and say, well, actually, your wording was not that Fresh would get 4 in a row, but would get 4 total.
I know.
So,
I know.
There's another opportunity here. There's another opportunity here for you to be in the tattoo chair. Piss!
Right.
What did Fresh say? 8-7 Wolves?
Did he say 8-7 Wolves? Nah, I think they win this in regulation.
8-7 Wolves.
Is that what he said?
Predicted. Yep.
Okay. All right. Cool. Well, we shan't worry until we get to round 8. We'll do our jobs. We'll actually focus on the game for the first 8 rounds. Then we can worry about my Heine and its potential tattoo edition to follow. I thought it was all over, man. I'm so gutted.
You and your big mouth, Des. So funny. It'll be funny. It'll be funny when it happens.
It's not failed me so far, Tim. Somehow I still get paid to come back and talk a bunch of crap on a broadcast. And so I can keep on talking crap on the timeline as well. Let's see how things roll out. It's going to be Wolves kicking things off on the defense here of Cafe. Just then both coaches make comments that feel somewhat different but aligned, which I know sounds weird to say. Same but different. The reason for that, I think, is because what you see Wolves really coming forward and saying is overthinking, overdoing, not being able to deliver the end product. On the Gen.G side, It was more about that togetherness, that trust, the culture that seems to be lacking. And while there's probably different symptoms leading to it, it's the same outcome where both teams aren't hitting the kind of results or the big strides that both teams feel they should be able to. So I'm hoping that as we've gone through the stage a bit further now, we've got a chance of that to be improved coming into this game, because if it ain't fixed by today, it's probably not going to be fixed by Super Week next week, and that is when we've got 3 games, 3 days in a row, 3 games to play. Lots of swing can happen in the league table by the end of those 3 days, so both teams have really got to show what they're made of here today.
Deadshot taking a little bit of a risk there by rappelling up on the wider side of that balcony. You can be picked off from the windows that he was checking, to be fair, but put himself in harm's way possibly. Didn't find anybody, nor did anybody find him, so all's well that ends well as Gen G get themselves up onto the rappels here. They're going to be working the windows to make it difficult for anybody playing inside of Piano. It's actually a reading room side, but Gen G are, of course, going to want to take over that top floor to begin with.
I mean, right now, they're numbing through all the utility they possibly can as they're charging through with those Bravo drones. It's been quite a popular operator tonight, I think it's fair to say. Tim Cena picked up on a good few maps, a good few different sites as well, of course, for different gadgets to go hunting through. But when you're looking at this lineup with the double bulletproofs coming on side, also got the Malusi gadget, makes total sense. Nako there stepping ahead, arguably the rest of his team. Losing that Dokkaebi here is a real stinger. I'm not quite sure why he was trying to push in solo like that, but has paid the price. The team out of Synergy and now down a man.
I've got a feeling that we might see a slightly different Wolves tonight. I think, you know, they've had
regulation, I'm telling you, it's done.
Yeah, I think they've had a couple of losses that I think are going to be a bit of a wake-up call for them. But if you look at the games they've had, they started against G2, then they played Fnatic, fair enough, it was a close game. But then they've had Falcons, they've had some tough games in there so far. You know, it's certainly not been an easy run. They've played Secret, they've played Falcons, they've played G2, so they've played 3 out of the top 4 teams so far. Not been an easy run for them, and I think maybe a little bit of a wake-up call with the results that they've had, but they're going to need a quicker wake-up call as Krex will be taken down. So we now find ourselves 4 versus 3 as Zessa manages to find one. There is a response though with Leader taking down Deadshot.
Really would hope to see Wolves come out strong in this half, admittedly on the defense. Like, we think a Cafe, at least historically, I always think heavily defender-sided. A bit more of a kind of a mid-pack map now. You get other maps that are more defender-sided, but I'd still hope to see Wolves have that approach to pull it out, especially when teams are struggling to synergize a little bit. I think you have better effect on the defense than you do on the attacking side. It's on the attack where the frayed ends really start to show themselves. However, Gunji not in a bad spot here with these final 3 on their push on through. No one immediately in sight, but there was a bulletproof camera just staring down at them there for a second. Here comes the plant trying to come on through. They've got the rounding up towards the side, but he's going too high. Aim lower. What are you doing? Got away with it there a little bit, but it's Genji now in a 2 versus 1. Noodle with it all to do. Sees the one, but misses his chance again there. 2 moments where they could have had this round sealed up, but they're paying the price for it. And now encountering all of those hacked out gadgets, and there's a player above. Genji should be able to take round 1, Tim.
Well, what a beautiful example we've just had of the power of Brava there. Runs into the Banshee, wastes a couple of seconds by being slowed down, and what does it give Gen G the time to do? Get upstairs and take that power position. Otherwise, maybe he's a couple of seconds ahead. He can take that challenge at Pillars straight away, get the kill, get straight on. It's a bit of a different situation. And so, you know, just a great example of the power of those Brava drones and the reason that we're seeing them brought along more and more there. And you've got to be so aware as defenders of, you know, what gadgetry have you lost? What have you not? Gen G take the first round. It's 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, solid start. A couple of missed opportunities really for Wolves in that I felt was probably the heartbreaking part. Getting rid of a Dokkaebi early on, as I mentioned at the time, is massive. Like, Nako was way out of spot and getting himself picked up there. But just down a little bit more here. And that probably stops it. Noodles missed that chance. He's missed the man exiting the room itself. Could have been either a round-ending opportunity or at least forcing it down to a 1v1. So a couple of missed chances there, especially from Noodle. A well-played to Gen G, managed to recover that round after losing the entry. They start up at 1-0.
Yeah, great start for Gen G, especially on the attack of Cafe. Like you said, you know, we maybe sometimes expect it to be, you know, a little bit of a lean to defenders, maybe a 4-2 half. So Wolves already behind at the pace after the first round. We're going to see them moving across sites instead of reading room. We're going to be moving over this time to mining. And it looks like we could have, with Blackbeard on side, it always makes me wonder, is there going to be a little bit of a direct attempt towards side? Get on that window and get inside and pressure it quickly.
Only got a
Don't
couple
think
of
it's going to
smokes
be the
to play
case.
on. Maybe looking more towards the nades here to help deal with the bulletproofs. The fact there's so much information though, right? Valkyrie on side, 3 bulletproofs. That is a lot they've got to choose through. Admittedly, we might see these guys have another wonderful round with the Bravo drone, just hacking away anything and everything that stands before him, which is always great, but I feel trying to pull off that kind of execute here will just really come back to bite them. Wouldn't be surprised if at some point you see someone step down into the basement if they've got a C4 on side, as in the guy I'm looking at here with that. Of course, we've got other players still hanging up on this top floor. 3 of them, in fact, that have got to be cleared through. So, not the easiest march through for Gen G. There are quite a few players they need to remove or at least unseat from this top floor if they want to start thinking about an execute. That's step 1.
We've seen a lot less Bosch G usage lately since the nerf that came in just gave it a bit more of a damage drop-off, so it's not as powerful particular range, but we are going to have Noodle bringing it along this time around. Has switched out to the secondary at the minute, so we might not see any of those big slug shots, but Gen G just looking to get aggressive onto white stairs. They've got the upside down rappel. It is such a power position, is that white stairs window. You can hold all the way down to pixel spot. You stop the bathroom rotation. Playing around timber becomes difficult. It can be really tough when you've got somebody who's committed to playing there, and they still, at this minute, Gen G holding that position.
That's hanging away with that bulletproof camera as well, the one that looks straight in towards mining. So if you were going to see a late mining execute through the window, then sure, they've got rid of the intel that at least would help the defenders deal with that for the most part. So one or two other spots where they might hear it, like this one here, you probably hear the window getting smashed open, and you've still got players inside a site that you need to move in some way, shape or form. But Gen G, a big focus on this top floor. They've got that control now, and it's a free shot coming down red, not appreciating that Skies or someone else might start their march forwards.
Tyrant taken out there. We're going to see the flash. Is it a flash? No, it's a smoke that's going to come down, but the challenge is there. Skies is ready. Plant is going down. It is going to be the Blackbeard, so a little bit of protection with the shield on the back. Deadshot manages to pick up one. The fight back comes from Krex, but not going to be able to do anything as Naquo shuts him down. This is looking like a second successful attack for Gen G as they try to challenge the Blackbeard. Is successful, but Hazard not going to get any more than that. Gen G close it out. It's 2-0, and they're looking much, much better than the last couple of times I've seen them.
And a lot better than Wolves, it's fair to say as well. Like Wolves, that round, it felt like we're largely stood around waiting to die, which sounds weird to say, but we didn't see too much active defense coming out of them. They weren't looking to disrupt. Admittedly, it was a lot of work done by Gen G with the flashes to force them back from that top floor to get them out of bar. So fair play, they used utility well to not have to get involved in a gunfight, but enough to force those defenders back. More just the kind of concern on my side is that there was then nothing really off the bat. They didn't try and retake ground. They were being surprised by players pushing down red. Like, that should 100% be an expectation. Like, a second kill for Skies there, working his way down red. No real response until later on, and by that point, it's already too late for Wolves to fight their way back in. So just a little bit of foresight there, maybe not being respectful of where the attack is coming from, or not really understanding what the game plan of Gen G was there. It just looked very out of sorts.
Yep, and they're going to head back to Reading. So 3 rounds, and we haven't yet seen Kitchen. We haven't seen the top floor, which I don't hate. I'm not, as you all know, a big great fan of the top floor, but just seeing them bounce between these 2 mid-floor sites is interesting because they're very much the same. They're not the same site, but they're very, very similar in their process, and that's, you know, look to get that verticality. With mining, you can play on the window a little bit more, but look to get that vertical control. Mining, you control red stairs. For Reading, you want to control white stairs as much as you can, and then try and push onto site and get that diffuser down in a safe corner and hold it from above. It's very much the same, and Wolves, having failed twice, are going to go back and give it a 3rd attempt, and you just feel going 3-0 down. That is a catastrophic start for Wolves in this one.
They've shown that desire to roam, so I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen them go and step onto the basement, go into the ground floor and play inside a kitchen, and then do a full map roam and really force Gen G to have to chew through you. It would be a great way to waste time and potentially see yourself coming out the victor, so I'm not 100% sure on the play here, as it were, but really they feel that they could have won it last time around. I would agree if Noodle had hit either of the 2 kills that he really needed to, but Gen G was still the ones that would probably consider themselves in control of that previous round, so I don't know.
Bit of a setup inside of barback storage. Plenty of rotations in and out. Likely one over towards Timber as well, but now just going to stay in that freezer position, play behind the keep, the barricades, try and make this exact push difficult. It's not going to work. Deadshot manages to get in. Skies with one as well. Wolves are crumbling at the minute, Des. Asa manages to find one. Make it two. As I speak, the Cast the Curse strikes. Leader picks up Zazox, and all of a sudden Wolves go from what was looking like a dire third round to being in the driving seat. 3 versus 2.
Asa should really have no business getting those 2 kills. He's lost all of his allies up on that top floor. There's a big flood from Genji onto that top floor, you know, dropping in through Skylight, people charging in from top red. Like, it was entirely their floor to be taken over. The fact he's got 2 kills and lives to tell the tale is criminal, really. You can't be letting someone get away with that. Sounds a lot of work for Skies and Deadshot to do. Wolves in this 3 versus 2 on the defending side. There's realistically no way they should be losing this. However, we've already seen some crazy rounds tonight. Surely should not happen again.
You wouldn't have expected so. 50 seconds left to go. Still battling with utility, taking out that second activated FNAT. Just trying to avoid taking any damage from below at the minute. We see explosives detonated below. Tyrant with the nitro doesn't find anybody, but at least does give them something to think about. Going in for the plant. This is a bold move. Deadshot is going to be on the cover, and Skies tries to pull off the plant for a second there. I thought Deadshot might get 2 and bring it back to a 1v1, but it wasn't to be. Wolves with a more solid round there, but it was... At least the second half of the round was more solid, but it was built on that big Asa play in the middle of the round.
Yep. I mean, really, again, they shouldn't have let Asa get away with that. When they've got this flood on the top floor, they've killed 2. It's like, yeah, this is ours. It's our control. The fact that Asa plants his feet, gets a couple of kills, one onto the other, a couple of seconds apart, sure, has managed to get that space to isolate 1v1s. That has been what has got that round over the line for them. So a big play by him. It gets them on the board at the very least, and that's the important part. Gen G will probably want to try and make amends for that one, get this back on track again. Feel they started well in the first 2 rounds. We'll want to try and get more in this first half. Those extra bans that come on through. Not surprised to see the Valkyrie stepping away, because you saw that paired up with the triple bulletproof cam setup. That was a lot of intel, so it is forcing Gen G to have to play a Brava, for example. You may see them being given a little more flexibility now that Valkyrie's been taken away, although by the looks of it, still respect being shown by Deadshot with the IQ being hovered here.
I'm kind of half surprised that we haven't seen the Brava taken away. Gridlock, of course, being Wolves' third ban choice. We've seen Deadshot play it for a few rounds, just looking to close off the flanks with it. But whilst Nomad's available, he's still going to be able to do that job. And Brava has certainly been hurting them. They've been losing a lot of utility to it. We've seen, bunches of FNATs taken away. We've seen the effect of that Malusi Banshee in the first round that just slowed down the attempt of Noodle to get onto the flank, try and get in and try to start working something on the retake once the diffuser was down. So we'll see how that choice pans out. Keep an eye on Skies, keep an eye on that Brava, and see how much value Gen G get out of it over the next few rounds.
Definitely, yeah. Of course, still eyeing up the bulletproofs big time, so that's the one to watch out for. Otherwise, Noodle's still fancying himself running around on the Vigil. Boss G still in hand once again. I want to say it was Demo told me on a cast we did together that it's now 4 shots at a certain range for the Boss G to kill someone. I was like, 4? No way. But with the damage drop-off, it is really quite severe. So you're more looking to be mid-range when using it rather than trying to hope to snipe someone inside a spawn, for example. Of course, headshots still work the same way, but relying on those, obviously a lot harder to do than relying on a body shot.
Big loss, big loss.
Same
bulletproof cam, FNAT both gone, and the Brava still available. Gonna grab that default cam as well. That is a huge amount of intel and utility that has been lost by Wolves to an operator that could have been banned away. As I say, I know that there is value in taking away the gridlock, opening up those flanks a little bit. So what we need to watch for now is on the defense, the Wolves use those flanks effectively. Do they have the opportunity to maybe move back up and retake top floor? If not, if they don't have those moments, then the answer is there for you.
That's why they're leaning towards playing on the Solars, for example. Of course, can see the air jabs and deal with those. You can't do much about the gridlocks, unfortunately. And I tell you what, I didn't even see Skies in either as well. Krex had 0 chance of walking away with a kill there. Down he goes, being a little bit cheeky, a little bit aggressive onto the hatch, and pays the price for it. Gen G in the driving seat once more.
Yeah, looking to get inside of the map and take a bit of ground now. 1:30 though. They might be just slightly behind the pace here. We'd like them to be opening up the floor by now. Leader will manage to pick up one with a Nitro, so that's great for Fnatic. Just keeps them in this one, prevents them getting too far behind, and it's a beauty of a double from Noodle. And I think he was hitting them on the flank. So There you go. The gridlock ban does pay off.
Alrighty. Still, the sting here is that once more, Gen.G have started strong and seen it just slip away from them. And again, I'll come back to the words that Agdar was saying before when we heard Leo speaking about the desk earlier. Freebie. Everyone was a little shot to the back of the leg. Oof, painful. Down to a 2v2. But again, I think back again to that sync, that trust, that faith in one another is what's missing. Hello, Naquo. Out of seemingly nowhere has completely flipped it on its head. Wolves are about to lose what was a 3v2. It's now a 1v2.
I think all the luck that Azza enjoyed in the last round just came back to bite him. It was so unfortunate he moved across into the shots of Naquo. Like you say, Tyrant now left in a position of trying to hold on. He knows where the pressure's going to come from. Manages to hit the shots onto Deadshot, puts him down. 1v2 becomes a 1v1, but it doesn't matter because Naquo steps around, finds him moving back in from dining, and that's a third successful attack for Gen.G.
But my God, did it require a hero moment from Naquo. 4K in the round as well. I think many expected this to be a bit of a battle of the bottom in a way, like those teams down the bottom that, as we've heard, are struggling a little bit, synergy issues, all the rest of it. It has turned into a little bit of that, where we're starting out with one team on top, the other team swings it back with a big flank, and the other team swings it back with one player going nuclear. There's not much coherence across the rounds. It's just a bit up and down. It makes it really hard to predict which way it goes. As it stands now, at least, Gen.G are up 3-1 on the attack, which is a brilliant line to be at. But you will ask questions of Wolves and their defending here so far. It could be so much better. And that's a free one for Noodle, really. That really should have been seen out far sooner.
Aircore, you know, talking of free, manages to find one down through the vertical, takes out the calf shots and gets it done. Is going to punish them. Gen.G are starting to, I don't want to say running away with this, because Wolves, you know, this can still get a 3-3 split. Onto the Attacker Cafe, it's not the end of the world. It is a map that, you know, can be attacked very, very well. But I'm not convinced Wolves are going to come out and get these last 2 rounds.
No, I mean, not with how things have gone so far, but then equally, do you necessarily think Gen.G have the consistency to come out and win them either? Not really, which is what it half feels like. It depends on which team wants to be the one losing it. It sounds weird to say, but it's again that case of who wants to lose it. Noodle starting out strong here. Deadshot, the one who's fallen away on that, but admittedly, Noodle is on about 1 HP, and I was going to say, given how early in the round it was, surely someone was coming from that spawn side, and it was. Acer was there, gets the trade back, 1 for 1.
Big loss though, big loss with the book going. However, Skies is on the Rams, so they do still have an answer for the verticality. They've got the sledge as well, so not the end of the world. It's always a loss having the utility taken away, but they have got plenty of alternatives here. It's, you know, a lineup that is absolutely screaming that we are going to destroy every floorboard here before we start pushing ourselves towards that.
Absolutely. May as well play the round out from the start again here. Just in that 4 versus 4. Ignore those 2 players out of scrap at the start. As it moves on forward, there I was going to say, also the ability to hack away, of course, and Naquo keeping that Doctor online here. Big fan of the operator in general, about to get that second phone call up in about 15 seconds to make use of at the same time. We'll take away those evil eyes, no bulletproofs to play on this round, which is quite uncommon for Wolves. We've seen it nearly every single round so far. And also the fact, of course, considering the fact that there's the second Skopos shell, which also serves as that bulletproof and a shield at the same time.
Krex is the linchpin on this defense at the minute, playing the Warden out in VIP. He needs to hold them off. They've opened that freezer hatch, so that's where they're going to be looking to get that push going forward. So they need to be aware of that. They need to clear that Warden out of position. Leader will take the chance to move himself into Small Bakery on the second Skopos shell. That might catch Gen.G out. I'm not sure how aware of that they are.
He was playing inside a coat, wasn't he? I was a bit worried off the back of a flash he'd get pushed. However, Executor's going down here as well. Shots coming in, but no one's actually hitting the man himself. They try and do what they can, but no! It gets complete. They've got the verticals raining in against them. 2 kills over to Gen.G. Leader will do what he can to fight back. Azza. But it's 2 kills apiece they need. Now 4 kills for Azza. They might have had a good round earlier on, Tim, but this one is done. Gen.G with a great execute. And again, Wolves just look a little bit lost. Not really quite sure where the attack was coming from, how to respond to it. Definitely a game plan that Gen.G have brought to this one that Wolves simply haven't had a chance to read into.
Yeah, Wolves still had a lot of control. I'd spoken about, you know, Krex's position on the Warden inside of VIP. Usually, that's the player that's going to control the freezer drop and prevent the players getting in there and being able to get the diffuser down. But he hadn't been able to do that. Whether he'd been engaged at the time and maybe distracted, I don't know. But if you're going to still be holding those positions, you've still got sight. There was nobody, like, you know, being forced away from sight, really. There was a lot of verticals opened up, but there was still Wolves players that were able to be positioned in there. And G have just been able to drop in and get that diffuser down, and it just looks a little bit too easy for them at the minute.
Yeah. I mean, I'll also come back to what you said all night long, Tim. There are 2 hours to a game of Siege. Could see a very, very different Wolves on the attacking side. Who really have their stuff together, and Genji might be the ones that are crumbling on the defense. Like, at least based on what we've seen so far across these 5 rounds, that won't be the case. But again, you just never know how the tides are going to change once you get that side switch come in. That'll be after this round, though, round 6, the last one of the half. If Genji go 5-1 on the attack on Cafe, that's going to sound crazy.
It's really going to set them up as well. I mean, you know, we're kind of finishing the day as we started it. Of course, VP went 5-1 up on the attack.
Yeah.
It was Bank, not Cafe, but, you know, against G2. And then we saw G2 run it all the way back and get it into overtime before getting an eventual win. That, of course, would leave us in a situation with Wolves winning 8-7 in overtime, Des, which, you know, I don't need to tell you what the consequences of that would be.
No contact with our
team. It would be a bit mental. Again, that reminder that we're going into next week as the Super Week, where we have 3 play days, and then that's it. Our league play is done. Playoffs then begin. We've currently got 2 teams locked at the top in Falcons and Secret. They are guaranteed to be in playoffs. Everyone else right now still in contention, and those are 2 teams I just mentioned can still fight for the top 2 spots to get a first round bye. So lots to look forward to once we start getting in towards playoffs. That's where things get really spicy, and you'd imagine a lot of prep work goes into those games where potentially these underdog teams could upset one of the big boys and steal their spot away.
Naquo's looking to get aggressive on the mid floor. Working towards sight here. He's going to get himself into train and be able to just sit there and hold a position through sight. And if Wolves are unaware of this, you guarantee somebody is going to get punished. Somebody is going to get punished as they move their way back. You can absolutely guarantee it.
Oh, they have linked him. Oh, it was a nice try from Tyrant as well. Almost flicked onto Naquo, but he's found the kill. And now there's that sudden panic. Guys, there's someone in train. What are we going to do? Hello? Someone react. So now these guys are dancing around in red, knowing that sight isn't safe to step back into. Mining isn't safe to step back into. All hell's going to break loose a bit there, and it will force the rest of Wolves to have to scramble back to try and retake lost ground.
Leader's trying to work downstairs on the Oryx. Of course, that gridlock ban maybe just giving the impression that he's going to be able to move up those red stairs, make a challenge on the flank. We will see whether Genji are aware of that or not. Asa is on the Nomad. Skies manages to find Leader, takes him down. The Oryx has been dealt with. Krex with 1 back as a trade, but 4 versus 3. Genji still have some good control here. Asa's taken out, and surely this is going to be a 5-1 half on the attack. Skies goes for a double in the round. 4 versus 1 now. It's all up to Noodle to fight back. He is the sentry, and he's going to have to dig deep, plant firm, and try and find some kills.
Wolves really not looking up to it today, are they? The fact they've let players in through gaps in the defense and all sorts, it is not a good look. Now in a 3 versus 1 for Noodle, it feels like all but done, and sure enough, it is a 5-1. Really only feels like, and again, I hate saying this kind of stuff because it sounds like I'm undermining Genji in saying this. They played the game before and they played it well, but their opponent, it feels, only half turned up today.
I think, it's fair to say that Wolves have certainly felt or seemed off the pace, you know, versus what we might expect from them. Maybe, you know, they've had a couple of losses back to back, and maybe it's just starting to pay dividends, and it's, you know, starting to mount up now. You look at it was a hard fought game against Wild yesterday, and games like that will take their toll. You know, if you're playing them kind of back to back and you come in here, there's a lot of pressure on Wolves now. This is a bottom of the table clash. They're both on 3 points. Whoever loses this then sits dead last in the table, and maybe that pressure's just getting to them a little bit.
Maybe a little bit. I mean, hopefully now there's a bit of a chance to shake your head a little bit, get a reset going into the second half, because it can't carry on the way that it has. Are we yet to see another 5-1 attacking half and then OTB has bound him? Again, I get the sense that no, but we do have a Caveira on side. So that's something to worry about. Not so sure about that one, Chief. Gen G starting things off down in the cafe, down inside of the kitchen, mind you, which means they may well be trying to force Wolves into a full map clear here. Unless they want to go direct towards site, which is always a risk. I mean, Nako's going to be the problem that's always going to come in from above here if they ignore what's going on upstairs. He could be the one coming down red, stabbing them in the back, getting themselves interrogation if he's lucky, and at least getting themselves the round win over the line.
I think that Wolves are well aware of the cav, of course. Nako will run off to try and add. It's the blitz coming along. Just watch where Noodle goes. They switched out from Capito. I think it was Capito that Noodle was on originally. The leader's now on Capito. It might not have been. But Noodle switched out to blitz. And if he goes to the top floor, that tells me that they're aware of the cav and they just want the blitz to run her down, essentially. Cav's really easy to deal with if you know that she's there. Her gun's not great at range, so you just engage at range and try to... This is another way of dealing with the cav, of course. Get aggressive and just go rushing in there.
C4'd himself, that definitely helps. That means the blitz ain't gone, however, he is looking pretty low at this point. This is where, again, you'll see Nako start to move, like I mentioned. Down ready comes, and now maybe able to get a bit of a backstab going on through the small bake side, if he can get into spot. But Noodle is getting the plant down in this spot. It's a good attack from Wolves here. They've definitely caught Gen G off guard, and they've now got to spring into action and react. Yeah, that was the play. Like I said, rather than chasing the cav down, it was just, let's take the cav out of the equation. We'll just run straight into sight and force them to play into us. 3v2, though, as kills do start to come in. This could be doable for Gen G. Nako and Azox just need to find one more kill. Tyrant scrambling at the minute. Azox, he's on the disable here. Surely they're not going to let him get away with it. Yeah. They have no choice. Nako finds the final kill. And that's going to be Gen G with a successful retake. Wolves, you had it in your hand. You'd done the hard work. What I'm really a bit perplexed by is how they managed to force that 2v1 to the player inside a bakery. Like, Nako was coming from the challenge for small bake side. He just pushed out from bottom red. He impacted, of course, was drawing attention. Then there's a shot from deep inside a site that gets the kill onto this bakery player. All the meanwhile, the plant's going down. They're starting to get control of site. I'm just like, where are these other players? Like, how is their backline being isolated into a 2 versus 1? It was dead weird. I don't know if Wolves have gone too deep or whatnot. I don't think they like tried to explode them towards red, and that's where they started losing players. It was just very, very strange there. A little bit chaotic once again. And Wolves ultimately hand Gen G the keys to the kingdom. That's an unfortunate C4. It really is. Is this the shot? Oh, yeah, nice. Okay, good shot. I didn't think it was like deep inside. I didn't realize it was that deep inside. The moment where Tyrant came into sight there, knowing that they were disabling the diffuser and he was trying to scramble to do something about it, it just kind of summed up Wolves' night for me. Like, they were in the advantage, they had the diffuser down, and then all of a sudden, Tyrant finds himself 1v2, runs into sight, tries to spray it down, but they tucked him behind the diffuser so he can't even see him to hit a shot, and then gets taken out. It's kind of just like nearly, but not quite, and it's how Wolves have been all night. Ooh, we got a piano hole coming in from Nako as well, dropping down those Kiva barriers upstairs. I imagine for himself and not to put them down and then leave. Normally want to say let's be able to redeploy those Kivas when they get taken out by DMRs, for example. But if you play this right, you can waste so much time inside a piano. Not forgetting that historically you couldn't really play like this because, well, you had no ability to protect yourself from all the windows, whereas now with the Azami, you absolutely do. And we've seen some great holds here from individual players, taking out 2 or 3 players by themselves. It can be terrifying. That drone won't have seen him, and he knows it as well. I thought for a second he was going to hang on there and hope for the best, but the drone coming back up the stairs, he has to get out. Well, the problem that Wolves have got now is that 6-1 up, Gen G know that they can not burn a couple of rounds, but they can just go at them. They can just get really aggressive. And if it goes 6-2, 6-3, whatever, it's not a problem. You then just knuckle down and say, right, we get the next round. You know, we don't be aggressive anymore. But you may well have it done long before that. Asa just sends a long, long throw, puts his arm behind it, and gets Tyrant with the Nitro. And that's the grim loss. It's going to be a big part of any execution. Getting those Bs in, creating the space. Big loss for Wolves. Say putting his arm behind it, so I think in this day and age we call it a yeet. Yeeted it at him. Which is crazy because obviously he was getting shot at. He knew the player was there and must have expected something was coming back, but had no answer to it. Asa forced to charge his way here in through the fire, but gets himself back quite safely to his team. Noodle's fire only being slightly affected there to deter the Warden. And as it stands, Gen G have still got that numbers count at this point, Tim. Still got a lot of this top 4 to worry about getting all the soft construction done on. The second one comes by the name Nacro, and Gen G might just have this one wrapped up here and now.
Yeah, I think that could be the case. 5 versus 3. Wolves just look battered and bruised at the minute. And maybe just getting caught out one too many times. Noodle manages to find Nacro, takes him down. 4 versus 3. That's something for Wolves at least. But with a minute left on the clock, they don't have Diffuser in hand at the minute. So there's still serious work. They're having to go and collect it now. That's another 10 seconds gone. Wolves have got an awful lot to do before they can put this Diffuser down, and Gen G are playing it right. Look at them, they're back on site. They're just spread out, holding long angles through lines of sight that they've got and just forcing Wolves to play.
Right kind of idea for sure, but Gen G is going to step forward at the opportune moment here and shut this attack down if they can.
Yeah.
See the 3 players scattered around. I missed where the 4th one was. In fact, I think he's on the downstairs. Well, those upstairs, actually, on red stairs, is Assery as well. In they go and try and look for a plant, but Krax is going to inhale a lot of that gas, down to half HP, and there's still 2 more to go with 20 seconds to play. Sky's going to keep on stalling out here. This is no problem.
Yeah, Krax really did not expect that gas coming out, I don't think, and that is the big loss. The Diffuser goes down cold, 9 seconds left to go. They've got to chase the kills. They try to get in Noodle towards Laundry, but he's going to be cut down inside a reading, and that is a rapid win from Gen G to lift themselves off the bottom of the table.
And my booty is safe, Tim. Never in doubt. Always thought they could get it done. Good stuff.
Now, the Gen G never make a tweet like that again.
I mean, you never know. Just for a bit of fun sometimes. I'm feeling up to it, maybe. But the important thing there, I think, is Gen G's doing a pretty solid performance all round. Wasn't perfect, don't get me wrong, but they played the opponent before them and done a wonderful job of it. A very well-deserved 3 points. With that said, though, that's our casting done for the night. We'll hand you over to the desk after a short break.
And with that last game of the day, Gen.G have made really quick work of Wolves with a 7-1 victory, quite dominating. We kind of expected maybe a close game, but it was basically anything but that we got.
The French are back, and an attacker-sided Café. I mean, full of good surprises, right? I think it's great to see them, especially, like I said, on the defender-sided map, just go all in. Clear, well-executed plan, and except for a few rounds where clearly it went really close, it was pretty dominant from Gen.G.
It was pretty dominant. It was a very dominant, Leo.
Yeah.
Go on, glaze your fellow Frenchman.
There were many rounds that Wolves should have won, but that they completely threw. I think that one is an example of it. Like, in what world, post-plant 4v3, do you lose that? There were multiple examples of that. That's why I say it was pretty dominant. It was not extremely dominant in the sense that Wolves, once again, being true to themselves, threw away some incredibly unthrowable rounds. But except for that, honestly, it's so good to see our French guys together. It's great to see Nako motivated. I mean, it's great to see Sky's back on 14 kills when he was struggling hard in the entry department as well.
I won't say that we've been keeping faith with Gen.G because I think we have dished out our fair share of criticism against this team. But we've always known that there's a team there. And I think we've been showing frustration with them because we know there's a team that can come out, that can dominate,
better, right?
that can do better. And they've showed us that inside of this game. The caveat is they've been playing, they did it against a team that really is struggling, and Wolves really, really are struggling. If you did a power ranking right now, I think they're 20th out of 10 teams. But for Gen.G, it's perfect time to play them. Perfect time to get the 3 points. They now get to kick on ahead of a super week and make a late playoff charge.
You remember yesterday when I said they needed a big victory or a big win against a big team to rekindle the light? I think that's what Akar said, right? You need something to basically tell these guys, hey, maybe we have it in ourselves. Maybe we should trust this team better. Maybe our team culture can be rebuilt from this. Well, it was not a great team of Wolves, but they still beat them 7-1 and with a really good fashion and on a map that's defender-sided and in attacking well and playing well together. So plenty of good benefits here.
Yeah, I think this is really what they need, obviously, for the confidence as well. And we get to speak to the victors. Obviously, we have Nako on the line again, joining us. Good evening. Are you feeling happier now with these 3 points than you were after the last game?
Good evening, guys. Yes, I'm feeling a bit happier.
Do you feel like you guys are on the right path to make it to playoffs? Because right now, if I'm not mistaken, you're now at the same amount of points as BDS. So, like, kind of tied 6th spot.
Yeah, I mean, we knew it could be possible even with all the lose we did, like on the other match. It was still possible to make it to the playoff. So we are kind of focusing on every match each day and not like looking back at the match we trolled, we choked.
Have you changed too much since those matches that you trolled, you choked? Because Sky's today was incredible.
Yeah, Skies is back at his real level. Like, he's been struggling this season, and for me, he's the best player in this team. So, I mean, we didn't really change. I think it's more like a mental thing, but we didn't change like roles or stuff. I think it was all mental.
But how
the lose?
It's good that you're mentioning that, because I remember the first time we spoke to you after your first victory, you were really, I don't want to call it upset, but you were like, shoot.
Yeah,
I mean, there was things.
I was. You can't call it upset.
Yeah,
I was.
Yeah, it's fine that you're mentioning that, because there were things wrong, and you were acknowledging that really well. I mean, you're sounding a lot happier, a lot better today with the team. What's been changing in that mental? What have you guys done to make sure the mental is better today?
I mean, we have our mental coach who helped us a lot with some workshop. I'm trying to find my English, sorry.
It's fine.
I mean, worst case scenario, I can translate.
Yeah, and he helped us a lot with mental issues. And when we get our mental back, we started to have more team play again and play like we used to play, like in Malta. And that's why I'm pretty much happier than I was on the first win.
Do you think that playing other official games, but with less stake, like the Belgian Masters, for example, would help the team?
I think it helped us a lot. Like playing 3 official matches, I think it helped us. Like getting more experience and just getting our confidence back. I think it helped us.
Yeah, I think it really showed today as well. The 7-1 victory, quite dominant over Wolves. So go ahead and enjoy that result and get ready for the Super Week, of course, as well, which is coming next week. Best of luck with that.
Thank you, guys. Have a good evening. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Clear words. I'm happy to see a happier Neko. I think it was really distressed after that first victory, and this really is a world of a difference.
I mean, it's fair in many points. I think Skies was one of the most looked up prospect from the French scene for a long time, and it was really rough to see him underperform, especially, like I said, in the entry department. I think before this match, he had like minus 12 entries, something, playing smoke in defense.
Worst in the world,
Yeah, worst in the world. Like, obviously, like, you think of these guys, you're like, it's great for our region. To see players like that back at a good level, because overall good competition is going to benefit from us all, for us all, and make us more performing better, I guess, at international events.
Yeah, I think we talked about Matchco maybe overperforming in their stats. I think Gen.G were really underperforming, not only in their stats, but in their performances as well. They finally look like they're on that bounce back now. So it's not quite too late. You know, for a few teams next week, it might be too late. But for Gen.G, it's now back in their hands. They can really make a push. It's BDS that's currently sitting just above them, but not by too much.
And I don't want to spoil things too much, but guess who they're playing on Monday at the start of the Super Week? I mean, would be absolutely cinema if that would be BDS. And I mean, it's like we're writing a script here with the matches that we got coming up in the Super Week. But let's summarize our day first before we get too ahead of ourselves and start talking about the Super Week already. Did we get quite the 3 overtimes that you predicted today?
No.
Not really. We're especially looking at the Secret and the Gen.G game as being really, really dominant ones. And I'm still keeping with what I said at the beginning. That game between Virtus.pro and G2, give it to me right now on a LAN. 5 best of 5 maps with a full overtime, unlimited.
Full unlimited overtime. Yeah. I will say me and Leo were lucky enough to work one of the best games in South America League last week, in terms of that being Furia against W7M. And I thought that's the best of one I've seen in league play in a long time. And not even a week later, VP G2 has turned up and gone, hold my beer.
Yeah.
This is going to be the best of one.
It's the story of these huge international giants that face each other in local regions, and they just prove why they're just that much better.
And I was so happy they went on a map that they both loved.
Yeah.
If that's on if that's on a chalet or a border, it's less of a game. The fact that VP is so confident on that map, it just, chef's kiss.
Yeah, we're looking at the standings as well, of course, to really close out the day here. Why is it so important that we have these lines? Obviously, teams are playing to make it to the top 6. That's when you continue after the group stage. You get to play the playoffs. That's what really matters for these teams here. Obviously, the top 2 is important as well. You get that bye going into the playoffs. It really helps your positioning going into there. And is this what we expected, I guess, given that we've just been over halfway the point in the group stage?
Yes and no, I would say. I think the top 4, we keep going on about it, the top 4 is pretty cemented as, and I think even Leakyfact mentioned it in his interview.
Yeah.
Like, they are lights out. They're better than everybody else in this league so far, based on current form and quality. Matchco's a positive surprise. BDS are about where expected. I think the underwhelmers, the underperformers, really are Fnatic and Wolves for me. I think Fnatic based on
5 losses.
Expectations, and Wolves just based on the talent and experience they've got. Them being at the bottom of the table, I know you had them low in your power rankings because you're a hater, Leo, but it is still a surprise.
Yeah, I guess for me it's not a surprise to see them at the end of the group stage right now, at the lower end, but it's the way they do it.
Yes.
Minus 14 round difference.
The nature.
Losing to Wild. I mean, clearly something is really wrong with these guys. The Super Week is going to be key. The key learning is here. We still don't know who's going to be top 2.
Yeah.
And we're going to have some banger games. We're going to have a Falcons versus Secret. We're going to have I think, G2 versus Secret at some point. We're going to have some insane matchups at some point in the Super Week, starting with all the way at the end of Monday, Falcons Secret, which will be a banger game. And the other key one, BDS Gen.G facing each other for that 6th playoff spot.
Yeah.
Some really important games against teams that have proven that they have a really high level and that should rise to the occasion on Monday.
That BDS Gen.G match is huge because whoever wins is going to get 3 points clear of that direct rival, but also go, 4 or 5 points clear of Fnatic or whoever else is chasing below that direct rival as well. And obviously Fnatic are up against G2 as well. So it really will. Whoever wins that is just right in the place to take a playoff position.
Based on the momentum, I mean, that might genuinely be a match for Gen.G, given they've actually got a victory this week, and BDS haven't even done that. So it's like, we're looking at this next week, especially what we've already mentioned, the immense pressure there is on the teams. I mean, we've just past the halfway mark of our group stage. We've really had it spread out nicely over 3 weeks, and we're finishing all of it in just 1 week with 3 play days in total. So if you don't perform, there is such little time to really fix issues and iron them out, because you gotta go again tomorrow and then you gotta go again the day after.
And strong expectations. Imagine, we cannot imagine a world where Falcons don't make every international event. We cannot imagine a world where BDS picks up a new roster and they don't make the international event. It just keeps on happening. So the pressure on certain organizations is there, for sure.
Yeah.
And the results, only the players can control it.
Pressure does crazy things. You see teams
As
of
wolves.
people crumble under pressure, but it also makes diamonds. There's a run in there somewhere for a team where they can go on a crazy run into the playoffs and set themselves up. And obviously this stage is very, very important for the teams in terms of making those playoffs, and especially the top 2.
Yeah, by next week, plus 1 day, I think we've all got it figured out. Who's actually going to make it to top 6? Who's going to fall short there? I mean, obviously, we're really looking forward to our Super Week next week. If you didn't already find out, that means we've got not only 2, but 3 days of action in the EML next week. We'll be here Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday with you. For now, obviously, that's it for us this week. You can go and entertain yourself with some of the lesser entertaining leagues, I guess, out there. Obviously, the real competition seems to be here with how close things have gotten so far in the EML. We thank you so much for watching, and we hope to see you again next week with our Super Week.
Alright, Joker, do you have the data from Rio in here somewhere?
Yeah, look, it's all there.
Ah, okay. So when it comes to the hey, Joker?
Yeah, sorry, yeah, go ahead.
As I was saying, we have to look at what's ahead of us now and not worry too much about the
Wait,
past.
did you see that?
What? No. No, I don't see anything. Besides, we're supposed to be the only people here right now. Hello? Anybody out there? Yeah, this time I hear that. We need to go. Right now.
Wait, what is this doing here?
It's not a big deal. I mean, someone's just playing games with us. Like, this doesn't belong here. Whoa, look at this.
What?
Come over here.
Wait.
Come over here. This is awesome. Now, I love this.
This is a privilege to be here. They are the best of the best.
I wonder what it's like to be so good that your name, your jersey up on this wall. I mean, you gotta be the GOAT.
You have to be, but we should get back to work.
Whoa, what the hell is going on?
Guys, we need to go.
Jess, what are you doing here?
We need to go now.
Where?
Look sharp. The emotion is here.
Jess, Doc is gone. We have to go back.
There's no time. There's really no time.
Guys, wait. Can't take this anymore. I'm tired.
Damn it, Jess. He's our head coach. I have to go save him.
Okay, Pengu, stop.
I have
We
to
can't
go.
save him anymore. Pengu! Oh.
You're already dead.
There's no escaping now.